Chapter 251 5-Year Plan to be Implemented. Looking at his son's appearance, Jian Yuchen couldn't help but poke his little face. You senior sister, you will definitely be cheering. Jian Yunlin didn't understand very much, but just smiled happily. Children are so nice, there are no worries. Zhu Zuqing looked at this junior brother and seemed to be so carefree in her childhood. Unfortunately, everything changed after the martial soul awakened. If I hadn't met Master, many things might have been different. Master, I can feel the wonderful changes in my body every time I practice my soul power. Is this the function of that fairy grass? Zhu Zuqing doesn't feel tired every time she practices. She doesn't understand the source of that refreshing power. Zhu Lingyun looked at the 7 people seriously and said, this is a small unexpected gain for you. Your master has prepared these things and waited for the elite competition to end. Even if Tang San doesn't give you this rare herb, he will give it to him. After a long time, you are very confused that Zhu Lingyun will pay attention to Xiao Zuyun. As for Xiao Zhu as my grandfather, Zhu Lingyun will resurrect me at the right time. That kind of power only appears when the explosion ring is not regressed, and it will only appear when adding power to Haoshan Hammer's forehead. The Bible encompasses all things, and now it is time to exert its true strength. Retire the training of experience life in the college, feel the friendship between classmates and partners. On the contrary, your sister Zhu Zuyun is a qualified successor in each performance. Waiting for you to return to Xingluo Empire and start the next one during the training phase, the medicinal power will be completely absorbed by you very quickly. Bibi Dong is the same, and it is also the first level. Zhu Lingyun is preparing to let you 8 extreme Douluo start to break the limit. The 7 of them are the ones you have the most to teach theory. The time for Ayin to become a god is still the first level. The medicinal effect of the daffodil is very strong, but its overall effect is very gentle. Teacher, you didn't wait that day. Once the 2 complete the god exam, they inherit the god position and are not the first level gods. The niece's talent is actually okay, it's because his mind is a little too simple. So far, the 7-year plan of the surrounding relevant people has been basically arranged. After achieving your goal of becoming a craftsman, it's time to repay your kindness. Zhu Lingyun said, you may, you will also teach him new ways of practicing. It is also the only servant boy who was impressed by my personality charm. He made him defeat some of Kyungsunji's original bad practices. Before successfully awakening the martial soul, your cultivation level also soared. Just wait for this moment to arrive. Qian Rongxiu said, Uncle, you know. Maybe I want to hold an umbrella for others when I have been wet. It's your expression. Zhu Lingyun looked at her sister-in-law. Zhu Lingyun looked at the 7 disciples who had finished professors, and a hint of relief flashed under her face. Everyone has walked out of his own path, and as a teacher, you are proud of them. The 7 major figures at that time, Wang Lei, Shui Qing'er, Mu Lan, and Shui Weiwei. The Wuhan Academy will be handed over to Bibi since going east later. In those 7 years, what I have to do is not to create gods in batches. Of course, it was made by me in the kitchen, which was a farewell meal. Mu Lan's realm is level 48, the titled Douluo, and the captain of the 7th Action Brigade. The low-end combat power will add 2 more places. Jian Yuchen nodded and said, yes, that power is still transforming your body. As long as you practice soul power, it will invisibly temper your meridians. The 4th test of the sea god will be kept for Dababa first, and Tang Chen will let Jian Pengzhi solve me. Xiao Zuyun, the Zhu family's clan rules, intervened, but Zhu Lingyun's words made you pay more attention to Jian Linger. According to Zhu Lingyun's instructions, at the age of 12, you will go to Shrek Academy in the Baroque Kingdom. Linger, he should be cured by his playful nature. In those 7 years, A Yuan will train him in regression. Yu Mei, that was the first to follow Zhu Lingyun. As for the position of the sea god, this guy Poseidon would let go if he did. The way of music depends on one's understanding. Shenyu carries the rules, and it depends on whether you can touch the other person's heart. The divine dance itself is not a divine beast. If you don't communicate with it in terms of music, you will not expect it to be a reward. After returning to the Wuhan Hall, Zhu Lingyun returned to her residence. Qian Yuchen's big face collapsed, and he said with emotion or wish, I understand, Dad. Behind Shui Weiwei's eyes is a level 48 contra. You are deliberately suppressing your cultivation retreat, which leads to a rapid retreat. Wang Lei's realm is a level 48 level titled Douluo, one of the 7 little gods in the martial soul hall. The refreshing feeling in Zhu Zhuqing's body every time she practices is that its medicinal effect is at work. At least, you can still be resurrected after dominating the divine realm. Zhu Lingyun turned her eyes to Qin Yuchen. She gave her man to Lingyun himself, which was worse. Before you had been in contact for a long time, you found that the apprentice was still quite wrong. I called some people to my residence, and they were all more close people. Looking at the hesitant look under the face of the 7 people, Xiao Zuyun nodded, you doubt them. Wang Lei was always grateful to Zhu Lingyun. When he returned to the Wuhan Hall, he disobeyed my instructions and went to the craftsman department. Zhu Zhuqing expressed her understanding that Zhu Lingyun's plan is related to the future, and if you cooperate with it with all your strength, the decline in layout gradually develops in a bad direction. After all, sunflowers are in your theoretical practice, and basking in the sun cannot slowly increase your soul power and reduce your cultivation. Since the elite competition, they have returned to the Xingluo Empire first. As for Qian Rongxiu, if you really retire from the angel god assessment, you have to wait until the soul saint. Qian Peng's Haoshan hammer is born with evil spirits. 100 levels of God. Yu Mei's tone was also very hesitant. Young master, Yu Mei will work hard. Isn't it beautiful to let your son inherit the position of Shura god? You will take time to see them, check the retreat and then take the previous plan. Shui Qing'er's realm is a level 47 level titled Douluo, and the director of academic affairs of Wuhan Academy. Although Jian Linger understands what it means, if there is any mistake in improving her strength in the previous time. Then I set my eyes under Qian Rongxiu and said, Hai Shuet, he followed his grandfather to practice badly. Before he reached the Soul Saint, new challenges are waiting for him. Mulan and the 8 of us are the same. We are just waiting for Xiao Zuyun to let us practice with peace of mind again. Qian Rongxiu, Qian Yuchen, Yongxiu, Yu Mei. Title, Yulian. After realizing the rules, becoming a god is only behind your eyes. You can teach them a new way to reduce the level of cultivation, and they will also arrange for others to take over the things they have in their hands. The craftsman department has now produced quantitatively. You also need to stare at it every day, and it's the same if you change someone. If we have to let our strength retreat, we will improve a new wave of improvement. Now it's level 41 titled Douluo. If you really want to break through, you can reach level 47 in 1 year. In the end, Qian Linger was taken as his disciple and taught you how to practice. Before Tang Ba regained consciousness in the capital of Killing, the moment he returned to Haoshan sect was not the most suitable time. After so many years, our special talent in the eyes of extraordinary people has now achieved amazing results. Before that, Xiao Zuyun stayed outside until she finished lunch. That's it, Xiaoluo is about to rise. Their strength must be reached within 7 years, and they will reach the extreme Douluo realm. Zhu Lingyun looked at Zhu Zhuqing and said again. In your big figure, I saw what I looked like. Because of some things, I will take a day off tomorrow. Chapter 252 Meeting with Rakshasa God again. Qin Yuchen returned to the Pope's hall and summoned Bibi Dong. Donger, you are now the ultimate Douluo. I have also obtained the inheritance of Rakshasa God. How many assessments have you completed now? He asked a question. Logically speaking, if you take the God exam, you will receive a lot of rewards. In the original work, the Shrek 7 monsters received different degrees of assessment from the Sea God and gained a lot. How come the soul ring of Bibi Dong's number 1 martial soul has not changed much so far? Even the second martial soul, with his help, obtained 900,000 year soul rings. No matter how stingy the Rakshasa God is, he is not so stingy, right? Looking at the puzzled look on Qian Yuchen's face, Bibi Dong said, Second uncle, I have completed the 8 exams for the assessment of the Rakshasa God's position. The current rewards are obtained by Rakshasa Divine Clothing and Rakshasa Demon Sickle. Bibidong's soul power is now divine power, so there is no problem using divine tools. Hearing this, Qian Yuchen still felt something was wrong and carefully sensed Bibidong's physical condition. No, did she not improve your soul ring year? He smiled a little angry. The Rakshasa God was really stingy. After completing the assessment, Bibi Dong gave her equipment and transformed her soul power into a high-level divine power. The year of the soul ring, the God-given soul ring and other rewards are not given at all. What a stingy God! When Qin Yuchen asked a question, the Rakshasa God in Bibidong's sea of consciousness naturally heard it. It seems that she forgot about this matter. Bibi Dong has strong attributes in all aspects, and she feels it is useless to improve. Once you inherit the divine position, won't it be enough to use your divine power to promote the soul ring? In her opinion, such a waste of time is a waste of time. Besides, she is the god who controls evil thoughts and has not accumulated much wealth over the years. What are the uses of those rewards from Su to Ba Lao? Isn't it enough to be strong? Looking at the entire divine world, even a god of light like the angel god, it only takes 4 or 6 to face her. After being promoted to the divine realm for tens of thousands of years, her strength has long reached the level of a demigod king. However, the divine realm committee does not allow the 6th person to appear. She was so stubborn. Now I want to pass the god position quickly and then be free and easy. Bibi Dong said in confusion, second uncle, can the magic test still improve the year of the soul ring? Qian Yuchen nodded and said, of course it's okay, but I'm curious why she didn't do this. Bibi Dong thought of Qian Yuchen being promoted to a god, and the 9 soul rings were not only improved, but also had 1 more divine ring. Second uncle, can the Rakshasa god want me to inherit the throne before doing this? Bibi Dong was a little uncertain. After all, only Rakshasa god knew the rules and rewards of the god's test. Inheriting the divine position, the soul power will be converted into divine power, so it will be reasonable if you don't give you a reward. Qian Yuchen was also unable to see the attitude of the Rakshasa god. At this time, Bibi Dong suddenly stopped moving, and a purple light flashed in his eyes. Immediately afterwards, a phantom of a woman wearing a dark purple dress appeared. The surrounding space and time seemed to have been suspended. Go to my inheritor, do you have any questions? Reward this thing, I'm not the guy from the sea god, I'm collecting good things everywhere. The Rakshasa god curled his lips, and naturally he would not admit that he was too lucky in the soul of the divine world. Rakshasa god, Donger is my saint in the spirit hall. I, as an elder, naturally have to pay attention. I'm just curious, why your assessment rewards are so perfunctory, and they don't look like a god-like test at all. Qian Yuchen expressed his confusing point. It's easy for you to think it's me. The Rakshasa god sighed, I have been waiting for tens of thousands of years before I can wait for such a qualified inheritor. I am the god in charge of evil thoughts. When ordinary people hear this inheritance, they are not willing to accept the assessment even if they are chosen to commit suicide. She would cry if she said too much. She also wanted to be a good person, but her identity as a god is not allowed. So, you designed the layout to make Donger suffer, right? Qian Yuchen's tone also changed, with a little questioning. I almost forgot that this person is still the god king. The face of the Rakshasa god changed and he hurriedly said. This is nothing to do. When Shura split the dragon god into 2 with 1 sword, he seemed to see it. Something else hasn't seen. After becoming the 5 supreme god queens, his actions became a little strange, as if he was looking for someone in the many lower realms. Later, after thousands of years of exploration, I realized that he was looking for a man named Tang San, and there were all the names of others. The Rakshasa god interferes with the lower realm means that he detects that Shura's behavior will affect himself. 2 gods emerged, and Rakshasa died. God is not invincible, he will die. The Rakshasa god has lived for tens of thousands of years, and the only way to break the deadlock is to pass on his own position so that he can avoid the killing disaster. So I started to make arrangements in the lower realm and happened to find the right person, Bibi Dong. After listening to her description, Qian Yuchen was puzzled. What does this have to do with Yu Xiaogang? Will you destroy his martial soul have something to do with your inheritance of the divine position? Even if the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex is powerful, even the mutated golden holy dragon cannot reach the limit of level 99. Even Moon, 10,000 years later, was still stuck at level 99. No, once the golden holy dragon martial spirit awakens, the fortune of the soul beast clan will quickly condense and weaken the heavenly tribulation. In less than 10,000 years, god-level powerhouses will appear in the soul beast again, which is not good for the divine world. The Rakshasa god finally took the dividends of the gods' war, so he naturally had a strong sense of defense against the soul beast clan. In addition, the fall of the ice and fire dragon king on this continent is even more impossible for these 3 forces to gather together. Once the golden holy dragon merges the power of the 2 dragon kings, it will evolve into the golden holy dragon king. This is the blood power of Prince Dragon God. This kind of existence is not allowed in the divine realm. Qian Yuchen expressed his understanding of this statement. After all, the current policy of the god realm is to curb the soul beast into a god. Before the dragon god fell, he passed down the dying words of the soul beast that the dragon race was not revived, the dragon god reappeared, and the soul beast could not become a god. Gods such as Shura naturally hope for this situation. Soul beasts become gods and enter the divine realm, which is easy to go wild, which is not conducive to the stable rule of the divine realm. In the current divine world, there are very few soul beasts that become gods. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as imprisonment. The Phoenix God, the Wolf God and the 10 second level gods have never left their residence. Donger's divine test is almost completed, and the soul ring improvement will change after the promotion is successful, right? Qian Yuchen did not think about the words of the Rakshasa God and asked again. That's natural, her soul ring will change directly after the inheritance is successful. The Rakshasa God snorted coldly, and his successor would naturally not be too weak. The soul ring starts at least Zhuheng. Bibidong's second martial soul is already at its limit. Once the divine examination is successfully completed, the soul ring of the Death Spider Emperor will undergo tremendous changes. Understanding the causes and consequences, a trace of curiosity flashed across Qian Yuchen. I'm very curious. Donger completed the first 8 exams so quickly, why hasn't the 9th exam ended yet? The Rakshasa God looked at him with a puzzled look on his face, then turned around and looked at Bibidong. As if I understood something, I showed an inexplicable smile. You will know in 3 days. Chapter 253 The Truth About Tang Chen's Failure in the God Exam. Qian Yuchen looked at her with a mysterious look and couldn't figure out what her purpose was. But according to speculation, it should not be a dangerous behavior for Bibidong. If you inherit the god's position, you will be free. But there is one more thing. When Rakshasa God heard this, he really wanted to jump up and hit him in the head. Why do you have so many questions? Is it because I disliked me for being patient, right? He was crazy inside, but still following the heart on the surface. Rakshasa God smiled and said, do you have any questions? What's the situation with Tang Chen, the inheritor of Shura God? There are only a few words in the original work, indicating that they are related to the Rakshasa God. There must be one specific reason. It cannot be that Rakshasa deliberately prevents him from completing the assessment, right? Qian Yuchen didn't believe it very much. Without the instruction of the Shura God, Rakshasa God was so bold? Dare to be so timid? Haha, how dare I touch his bad temper? That guy is just a wedding dress. Although he is very talented, he completed the 8 exams. What a pity, if you don't become a god, you are all ants. The Rakshasa God sighed, as if he felt sorry for Tang Chen. This person is a genius that cannot be produced in this world for thousands of years. The self-created soul skills are still applicable even when they reach the god level. Talent can be said to be no less than any god. The world restricts him, otherwise he will definitely have a place in the divine world in 10,000 years. Only then did Qian Yuchen realize that Shura God was so brilliant about playing with non-stick pots. Everything is done under his arrangement, but you can't find any connection with him. The number 1 non-stick pot in the god realm is true. So that's it, Tang Chen is indeed a character. He is indeed much better than my father, but unfortunately he can't escape the control of fate. Qian Yuchen sighed and felt a little regretful for Tang Chen. Even the peerless Tang sect that has been in the original work for thousands of years, there is no such talent as him. Okay, it's time for this god to appear. Don't bother me anymore if you are fine. After saying that, Rakshasa God returned to him in Bibidong's body. The environment in the Pope's hall has returned to normal. Bibidong looked at Qian Yuchen and always felt that something had happened that she didn't know. Qian Yuchen looked at her and said, Donger, if you complete the god examination, the years of the soul ring will be improved. Bibidong said in surprise, just now, was it the Rakshasa God? He nodded, you can do that even if you concentrate on completing the last exam. Bibidong didn't answer this, after all, the content of the last test was quite special. At present, she still can't accept it. Martial Soul Team, I have prepared their cultivation method long ago. You go to the office of the president of the Wuhun Academy, open the secret wall behind the seat, and teach the skills to 7 of them. This is an important thing in Qinyu City called Bibidong Pope Palace. The 7 members of the Martial Soul Team were naturally the 7 members except Qian Rongxiu and Qian Linger. Their talent is no worse than the Shrek 7 monsters, and with the cultivation resources he gave, they are promoted very quickly. At that time, the new forces against Tang San will inevitably be Xiaoyu and the others. The collision between the geniuses in this era will not cause the Shura God to intervene too much. The younger generation will naturally have a confrontation between the younger generation, and the older generation will definitely have a battle between the older generation. However, like the fool Hu Yanzhen in the original work, he must have no chance of using his forehead to resist the existence of the sea god trident. If so, just go out. Second uncle, I'm leaving this matter to me. Bibi Dong nodded and also asked a question. After this elite competition, there must be many talents joining the Spirit Hall. How can this person arrange it? The Wuhun Palace won the championship in the elite competition and showed what absolute power is. Moreover, the theory of martial soul fusion technology is definitely very envious of all forces. Among these people who joined, there were also mixed together. Qian Yuchen thought about it, and this was a problem. The assessment of all levels will be strictly implemented to eliminate any so-called related households. The Martial Soul Palace recruits all elites, not joy. If you meet the standards, you will be admitted after conducting a background check. In the past, the people recruited by the Wuhan Hall were very messy, but now the screening of executive personnel has greatly improved the quality. Under normal circumstances, Qian Yuchen doesn't want to interfere in this matter. After all, the Wuhun Palace family has great business and some things cannot be caught too hard. Now we have to seize these procedures, which can only minimize the spy on the interior of the Spirit Hall by other forces. Okay, I understand. Bibi Dong also knew Qian Yuchen's attitude, so the rest would be easier to do. You can continue to give these things and just have someone to keep an eye on them. Your focus is to complete the God's test now. Before asking Bibi Dong to leave, Qian Yuchen gave a special advice. I understand. After giving this sentence, she hurriedly left the Pope's hall. As the picture turned, he came to the library of the Wuhan Hall. When I came to the seat I often sat on, I found that Gu Yuina actually occupied this place. To be honest, the outdoor sunshine shines in, and it adds a bit of beauty when it falls on her. Hearing the sound of footsteps, Gu Yuina raised her head. Young Master Qian, you are. I have nothing to do in my spare time, so I'll come to this familiar place. Qian Yuchen said with a smile. Gu Yuina nodded and said again, I am in my current position and it is very convenient to read anything. It's just that many books nearby have been read a little heavier. Qian Yuchen looked around the bookshelf, and a hint of nostalgia flashed across the bookshelves. To be honest, I have lived here for 30 years. When Gu Yuina heard this, her eyes looked at him with curiosity. This doesn't sound like it's fake either. According to human time calculations, wouldn't you feel bored if you stay in this boring place for 30 years? Such strong perseverance can be described as inhumane. This is a description she made by learning something from human books. 30 years? It took you less than 30 years to reach an unprecedented level. In your human words, it's simply outrageous. Oh my god! Hearing Gu Yuina's words, Qian Yuchen no longer had to doubt that she had read the novel she had created in her spare time. He looked at Gu Yuina and smiled, Fate, this thing is really magical. Although I can't practice for 30 years, I can see the essence of the world clearly. Martial soul only limits my abilities, not my thinking. Strength is limited, but wisdom and imagination are infinite. The traces of reading you see are basically left by me. Gu Yuina put down the books in her hand and stood up to look at him. You are here this time, you should be planning the next step, right? Qian Yuchen slowly walked to a bookshelf and said. 5 years later, there will be at least 12 levels of gods in our camp. Among your soul beasts, many beast gods will also be born to those ferocious beasts, which has added a lot of power to our counterattack on the divine world. Gu Yuina asked a question, which is more critical. Although you reach the god level, you have the right weapons in your hands to fight, which is more beneficial. Qian Yuchen had naturally thought of the point she asked. Don't worry, the right weapon is early it is being created, especially your soul beasts become gods. I will definitely give you a big surprise. Qian Yuchen has been preparing for a long time, and the progress of the craftsman department is still very fast. By handing him the last spirit of the intent, you can activate the artifact. In the fantasy world, there should be nothing wrong with humans creating magical tools. After all, the hidden weapons of the Tang sect are so awesome. It would be even more awesome if he used some rare artifact forging methods. Chapter 254 Bibidong's Wish, the latest trends of the 7 monsters. Time flies, and a month has passed. The most speechless thing during this period was that Bibidong's relationship with him went further. The Rakshasa god seized his weakness of sealing the god-level cultivation and gave Bibidong a special medicine. Because the content of the last test of the Rakshasa God 9 test is polluting the holy light. That is, through special methods, the divine power in the body pollutes the holy light. The only person who possesses the power of the holy light is Kyunyuchen. At that time, Bibi Dong felt that this magical test was aimed at Kyunyu City. But she was still a little embarrassed about that special method. After so many years, she had already made a choice in her heart. That step is too difficult to take. The hand of Rakshasa God clearly shows that he wants to be a person's beauty. She is the god who controls evil thoughts, and it is okay to do a good thing at the last parting. After the incident happened, Jian Yuchen understood what the Rakshasa god said meant. The tree has been completed, there is nothing to explain. But a key point appeared, and a new life appeared in Bibidong's body. The Rakshasa god really wants to do something good before he leaves. Ling Yuan didn't say anything when she learned about this, and seemed to have expected such a day long ago. She had vaguely guessed Bibidong's thoughts 10 years ago. There is one more sister in the family, but an acquaintance, so it's no big deal. Bibidong was a little more restrained when he saw Ling Yuan, and he was not as calm as before. The often called sister Ling Yuan is really not a sister now, but better than a sister. Few people know about this news. Currently, there are 4 people: Kyunyuchen, Bibidong, Ling Yuan, and Rakshasa God. Donger, you need to inherit the position of Rakshasa God now. Will the child be affected? Kyunyuchen asked with some concern as he looked at Bibidong, whose temperament changed. No, I built a barrier, and children will not be affected in any way when accepting all the inheritance of Rakshasa gods. Bibidong replied. The child has not yet formed, and with the protection of the barrier, there will be no problems. Jian Yuchen also gave her a reassurance, that's good, you can break through with peace of mind, and you don't have to worry about other things. Yet. Bibidong smiled and turned around and left the Pope's palace. Seeing her leave, Jian Yuchen shook his head and began to check the news about the Shrek 7 monsters. During this month, the Shrek 7 monsters also moved in different directions. Oscar still left the 9 treasures glazed sect like in the original work. He wants to prove that even the auxiliary soul master can still gain powerful combat power. Not only is he outstanding in talent, but his mind is also delicate and profound. Although Ning Hhhh was reluctant to leave, she believed that Oscar would do it. She herself also started a new practice under Ning Fengzi's arrangement. The 9 treasure glazed tower, the new method of cultivation has been summarized. This is of great help to Ning's soul power improvement. Fatty Mahungjun embarked on his own journey alone, increasing his experiences while practicing. This new cultivation method made him feel a little happy. After Daimyo Bai returned to the Xingluo Empire, he immediately met his father. Emperor Xingluo expressed his affirmation of his growth and had already looked like an heir to the throne. But Daimyo Bai just wanted to become stronger and had no nostalgia for the throne or something. He directly expressed his thoughts. Although Emperor Xingluo was surprised, he expressed his understanding. Davis changed his view of him, and his younger brother became different. He did not see that desire for power in Daimyo Bai's eyes. On the contrary, the desire to become stronger was filled with his heavy pupils. This may be the regret left behind when the elite competition ends. As the strongest person in Shrek Academy, he did not lead the team to win. This is a shame for the arrogant White Tiger family. Daimyo Bai himself also conducted training for the most suitable White Tiger martial soul under the arrangement of Emperor Xingluo. Zhu Zuqing has entered a formal state of cultivation, and the person who is currently training her is Zi Ling. Zi Ling's martial soul speed is better, and it is used to train Zhu Zuqing's speed. The medicinal power of the daffodil's jade bones constantly tempers her body during training. The 7 monsters have started their own path. Tang San has already started to receive Tang Hao's training. Jian Yuchen put down the things in his hand, slowly stood up, and walked outside the Pope's hall. Standing here, he can overlook the entire Wuhan city. A scene of prosperity and peace and prosperity. I want to let this beautiful picture spread across this continent. Tang San did start the training that Tang Hao had prepared for him. He is a soul master in the control system and has serious shortcomings in explosive power. The Soul Hall rewarded Shrek Academy with a total of 4 soul bones. There are 4 soul bones: head, left arm, left leg, and right leg. Before leaving, Flander gave the skull to Tang Hao, saying that this was what Tang San deserved. This soul bone was dropped by the Spirit Hall after killing the 30,000-year-old ghost vine. This can be said to be the icing on the cake for Tang San. The first half of the month was recovering from the hidden injuries in the body. All the injuries suffered in the elite competition disappeared under the guidance of Tang Hao. It took him 4 days to absorb this 30,000-year-old ghost vine wisdom skull. The absorption of the skull gave him a special skill. Purple Divine Light. Unlike the original work, there are 2 modes. If the output is weak, it will only destroy the hard obstacles, such as smashing stones. If you perform super strong output, you can petrochemical the target. After absorbing the soul bones, he officially started training. At this time, Tang San was holding a rusty hammer and practicing the hammering method taught to him by Tang Hao on a raised round stone under the waterfall. The hammering method you practice is the hammering method of the chaotic cloak. Tang Hao only has one requirement, to complete the 9981 hammer and not be confused at all, that is, success. This method is also a special method for the core disciples of Haoshan sect to practice Haoshan hammer. Crazy. A figure appeared in the pool, it was Tang San. Dad's cultivation method is really difficult. He no longer knew how many times he had been rushed into the pool. The waterfall in front of you is as high as 200 meters. Only after experiencing it can you know how powerful the impact is. His soul power was temporarily sealed. Not to mention practicing hammering, it would be very difficult to stand on that smooth round stone. 3 days have passed, and I have been trying every means to stabilize my body. Every time I was exhausted, I barely went ashore to rest. However, although it is difficult to practice, he can still hold on. Summarizing experience in failure and combining with the power of the skull, Tang San gradually found the secrets of cultivation. Tang Hao was secretly paying attention to his actions. Although this child had problems, his talent was really useless. What he has to do now is to build Tang San himself into a divine weapon. Before getting closer to the truth, let's do it according to the plan. Chapter 255 God-Killing Martial Arts. Qin Yuchen came to the craftsman's department of the Wuhan Hall, and the people here can be said to be convinced by the Pope. A large number of exquisite drawings were written by him. Moreover, the hardest thing in the craftsman department now is the R&D and design personnel. After all, the Pope only provides the most basic drawings, and innovative research depends on them. In terms of production, the craftsman department has achieved automated mass production. Various soul-guided production machines greatly improve production efficiency. A man said with a respectful tone, "See Pope. The person who guards here is the son of demon bear Douluo, Xiong Dali. The martial spirit Vajra bear is currently a level 83 Contra. Thank you for your hard work, let me see the progress of the Tianwu plan. By the way, help the 4 old men check their bodies and lead the way." Qin Yuchen directly explained the purpose of the trip. "Please come with me." Xiong Dali began to lead the way. About 3 minutes later, the 2 arrived at the Tianwu plan research site. This place is 500 meters away from the ground and is a small underground forging laboratory. When you come to this place, you will naturally take the soul conducting elevator. Many technologies, combined with soul guides, are simply against the will of heaven. When he arrived at the gate, Xiong Dali retreated to the elevator door to guard. Qin Yuchen took out his identity card and swiped it in the verification position. Drop. As soon as the green light lit up, the door slowly opened. Qin Yuchen put away his identity card and walked in. After he entered, the door closed. On both sides of this aisle are transparent glass, and there are magical tools that have been created. Fang Tian painted halberd, green dragon crane moon knife, drum beating golden hammer. The empty glass grid is placed with drawings. After moving forward 20 steps, I felt a faint burning feeling. These old men are really crazy. Qin Yuchen shook his head. He was so old and still worked so hard. The matter of creating a magical weapon is not that urgent. When he came to a door marked "Forging the Heavy Place," "Don't enter the idle person," he pushed the door open and entered. 4 white-bearded old men are working together on drawings, and it seems they are preparing to build new weapons. In the huge earth fire furnace ahead, 3 weapons are slowly forming. Qin Yuchen saw that they were so fascinated that the food in front of them was still hot. He spoke, "Why are the 4 elders frowning?" This sound brought the 4 people back to reality from their thoughts. "Sir, why are you here?" Luti looked at him in confusion. The other 3 looked at each other, and they were a little puzzled. "You guys, I'm here to do my health check every 3 months. Qin Yuchen looked at the 4 old men. A little stupidity was revealed in his clear eyes, and he couldn't help laughing. After studying here for a long time, I really forgot about things outside of work. 4 elders, let's have the meal first before talking. He looked at the food on the table and urged. Once these old men get busy, they may really forget to eat. Even if they think about the drawings in their hands, they will not eat them if they don't send any hunger signals 3 times. Ah, yes, have a meal first. The one who spoke was the old patriarch of the Tai clan, Tai Zinan. Family inherited martial soul, iron smelting hand. His family is naturally very sensitive to various metals and can make the most reasonable forging based on the material. This ability is also a very awesome existence when it is in the advanced fantasy world. I didn't expect time to pass so quickly. The 4 old men worked together to create 3 semi-finished products in 3 months. The old man who said this was the old leader of the Pai clan, Du Zhenyu. Family inherited martial soul, sand of iron essence. This kind of martial soul can make the forged materials more tough. In scientific terms, it means changing some molecular structures and becoming more stable and harder. The innate steel-making holy body, nothing wrong. When people get old, they have a bad memory, and they always like to forget to eat. The old man sitting below Luti also laughed. This is the old patriarch of the Forge clan, Duan Tianya. Don't get me wrong, it's not Duan Tianya from that martial arts world. Haoshan Sek's chaotic cloak hammer method, 81 hammers can quickly remove impurities in the iron block. The inherited martial soul of the forging clan is a rare purple gold furnace. The absorption of the soul ring can enhance the heating temperature of the furnace. This martial soul can quickly temper impurities in metals through high temperatures. With Luti, the 4 of them worked together to create a magical artifact, which was like holding a handful. But the magical artifact involving god-killing requires the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. That is, rare metal materials, such as deep-sea silver, cold-hearted iron essence. With the special forging method, you can create a weapon with weak attribute power. By raising divine power, this weapon can improve its quality and become a magic weapon. The purpose of creating this weapon is to counterattack the god realm. Therefore, it is called the Tianwu plan by Kunyuchen. This place, within the barrier he arranged, the god king could not peek it. After the 4 old men finished their meal, Qian Yuchen checked each person's health. They personally have the damage caused to their bodies by the fire and sharp gold energy. It looks weak, but the consequences are unimaginable when accumulated. This is caused by long-term forging, commonly known as occupational disease. After Qian Yuchen's diagnosis was over, he said, "Thank you for your hard work, 4 elders, I'll do some treatment for you now." After saying that, he stretched out his hands. A golden gentle light appeared and slowly shone on the 4 people. From Kunyuchen's sight, you can see a trace of dark red and dark silver air flying out of their bodies and then purified by the gentle light. This is the accumulated fire energy and sharp gold energy. As the 2 auras were purified, the 4 of them slowly showed a comfortable look. 5 minutes later, the golden light disappeared, and the 4 old men still looked unsatisfied. "It feels so comfortable, I feel full of energy again. You boy, can you continue to burn the fire again? The exquisite design can continue again. Your Majesty the Pope is a god." Qian Yuchen looked at the 4 people's discussion and said with a smile. 4 elders, there is one more thing to come this time, which is to see how the artifact is being built. How much has the quantity progressed? Seeing that he asked about the serious matters, the 4 old men also became serious. "Sir Pope, according to the materials, drawings and forging methods you provide, the 36 types of weapons have been completed halfway. The 3 weapons in this earth-centered furnace are still one last step away." Luti is the main person involved and briefly reported the progress. Qian Yuchen nodded, the progress was already very fast. The remaining 18 magical artifacts can be created before Tang San becomes a god. I forgot to say that these artifacts also have another function, which is that before the user fights, they will transform into a set of matching armor. The progress is so fast, thank you so much for the 4 elders. When the time is right, I will complete the last step for them and lead the spirit of heaven and earth to complete the sublimation. This so-called last step is to attract the power of the stars. Let these magic weapons increase the upper limit again, so that they can play unexpected effects in battle. The 4 old men are also looking forward to how the magic weapon they have worked hard to create will be sublimated. "Sir Pope, we also want to see the moment when the Tianwu plan is completed. I believe it will definitely be recorded in the history of the mainland. Chapter 256 My son is a godlike appearance. The progress of the 36 magical weapons of Tiangang has been half completed, and it is a bit difficult for the 36 masters. I have made a lot of gods, but the quantity is still not enough. There are generally no weapons on the soul beasts, so it's half to half. After thinking about it, Jian Yuchen felt that his time was still a little hurry. The god-level powerhouses booked by the soul beast include Ditian, Xiang Jun, Grace Ji, Red King, 10,000 Demon King, Zig, Demon Spirit, Sky Blue Bull Python, Titan Giant Ape, Human-Faced Demon Spider Emperor, Ice Emperor, Ice Bear King, Titan Snow Demon King, Deep Sea Demon Whale King, Demon Emperor, Sea Princess, Evil Tiger Demon Whale King. These soul beasts become level 100 beast gods, and they can naturally kill all directions with magical artifacts. Moreover, the soul beast becomes a god and the magical skill of the destiny is another advantage. As for the god-level powerhouses who arrange divine artifacts on humans, Qin Yuchen's ideal candidates are the 7 great ends of the Wuhan Hall, water clouds and smoke, water clouds and radishes, Zhu Lingyun, jade plum, and clouds and snow. Ancient Rong, Ning Fengzi, Ning Xingdao, Dugubo, Aru. Chen Xin and the people who inherited the throne of God are not included. Unfold the formation, even if the 5 gods attack together, they can block it for a day and a night. After returning to the Pope's Hall, Jian Yuchen thought about it and was still preparing to go to Yuexuan to take a look. Tang Yuehua and the child have not been to see each other for a long time. When teleportation was performed, he disappeared into the Pope's palace. His appearance point is in the top attic of Yuexuan. Next door to this room is Tang Yuehua's personal room. Releasing perception, Jian Yuchen showed a smile on his face. Jian Pengzhu seemed to have returned from Haoshan sect, and seemed to be chatting with Tang Yuehua. He walked out of the room and came to Tang Yuehua's personal room. QQ. The knock on the door sounded, and Tang Yuehua, who was communicating with the child, hurriedly got up and opened the door. The elite competition has just ended, why are you free to come? Although she was a little surprised, she showed joy on her face. Open the door and let Jian Yuchen come in. Jian Pengzhu also got up. Dad. He looked at the child carefully and said that as he grew taller, his body became much stronger. Why are you free to come out of Haoshan sect? With your current bone age, you should have started advanced training in the Chaos Cloak Hammer technique. According to the plot in the original work, Tang San was already undergoing special training for Haoshan Hammer at this time. Jian Pengzhu's bone age has reached the right age, and the special training to practice the hammering technique of the cloak should have begun. Jian Pengzhu heard Jian Yuchen's words and said, Dad, the first phase of training has ended. I can now hold the hammer without using my soul power, and steadily swing the 9,981 hammers on the smooth forging platform under the waterfall. This surprised Jian Yuchen a little. Is his son so outstanding? He couldn't help asking, how long did it take you to complete the first stage of training? In more than a month, I mastered the tricks. After Jian Pengzhu said this, he was embarrassed to scratch his head. Qin Yuchen. No, this progress is simply outrageous. Is this lucky son his own son? Or Tang San? Or is it really a negative? Qin Yuchen was unable to cultivate soul power in the first half of the time, so did Tang Yuehua. Later, fate took a turn, and the time traveler who cheated was finally over, and he could practice it if he was in a state of great strength. It was also after meeting him that Tang Yuehua officially embarked on the journey of soul power cultivation. Jian Pengzhu is their 2 children. He eliminated all the parents' inferior genes and was extremely talented. If this is the case, it is still very reasonable. Your talent is much better than when I was younger, so don't waste this talent. And without strong strength, you may not be able to pass the test on wrong. Jian Yuchen walked forward, patted his shoulder and said. When talking about Ning Rong, Jian Pengzhu felt a little embarrassed. Tang Yuehua sat down, looked at the father and son, and smiled. The child is grown up, and I know what to do. You are an old father, don't worry too much. Jian Yuchen also sat down and said, sit down and chat. The 3 of them sat down, and Tang Yuehua quietly looked at the father and son. The smile on Jian Yuchen's face calmed down and became serious. According to what I learned, Tang San has now begun to receive formal training from disciples of Haoshan sect. There are not many disciples of the Haoshan sect in your generation who are outstanding in talent. He is very likely to be a strong contender for the next candidate for the sect leader. Tang Yuehua flashed a little surprised and said in confusion, "Second brother, has he started training for the mistress? If you want to return to the sect, Tang San still has a lot of effort." This is not just a saying, the rules of the Haoshan sect are very strict. Qian Yuchen nodded and continued. The 9 masters of Haoshan, the hammer technique of the chaos, and the big samurai hammer, you must understand these 3 unique skills and walk your own path. When you reach the Soul Emperor, you can choose the red one. Qian Pengju is now the Soul King, and he is only 7th away from level 60. It is fake to say that you are not moved by a soul ring of 100,000 years. Dad, can my 6th soul ring really be 100,000 years old? Although he was excited, he still couldn't help but want to confirm. That's natural. Qian Yuchen nodded and said, at that time, your physical strength will be enough to withstand this force. He is planning to give 3 100,000-year soul bones as a reward when his son reaches level 60. The next heir to the sect leader of Haoshan sect must be his own. Even Tang Xiao had to admit Jian Pengju's talent. Too outstanding. Faced with the elders training as his next sect leader, he had no objection. What happened at that time made him not married or have no children, and his current son is adopted. In terms of talent, it is too different from Jian Pengju. Tang San was not interested in the position of the leader of Haoshan sect, but more wanted to recreate the Tang sect in this other world. But Haoshan sect always needs a qualified leader to lead the glory of the sect to continue. In the original work, Tang San distributed most of the resources to his Tang sect. Even though Haoshan sect has a close relationship with him, there are not many resources allocations, and they will be unable to keep up with it in the subsequent development. So much so that during the peerless Tang sect period, it had become the Haoshan castle. The glory of Haoshan hammer is no longer the same as before. Furthermore, there is also a need for rectification within the Haoshan sect, and it is impossible to act without a core unified thought. They have blocked the mountains and kept away from the world for so many years, but they have no unified thoughts. It is fatal that several elders cannot make unanimous decisions on major issues. This led to the fact that the originally very powerful sect had to hide in a mountainous area. The entire continent knows that Haoshan sect is very strong, but most of them are indeed cowardly. Let your child take over the Haoshan sect and make a brand new development. It is better to fight for a lifetime than to fight for a while, so that the soul masters of the continent can truly understand what Jiangsu War Soul Hammer, Wei Haoshan sect. This is the real reason why Qian Yuchen planned the Haoshan sect. Chapter 257, Want to Hunter the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. After Yuexuan accompanied his family, Qian Yuchen brought Jian Pengju to the 9 Treasures Glazed sect. This time I went to the 9 Treasures Glazed Li sect to allow the bone Douluo to break the limit. Then let your son communicate with Ning Rongrong. Qian Yuchen looked at his son and smiled. I'm going to see Rongrong soon. Why are you still shy? Qian Pengju didn't know what to say, but just scratched his head with a smile. Seeing his youthful appearance, Qian Yuchen didn't say anything else. He, the old man, doesn't understand much about young people. Although, he felt that his mentality was still very young. Soon, he came to the gate of the 9 Treasures Glazed Lith sect. He had a special token and took his son in easily. At the same time, Chen Xin in the sect leaders' hall looked outside. He said, Fengzi, your elder brother is here. Ning Fengzi showed a hint of joy on his face and he immediately stood up. He doesn't say hello in advance when he comes, or send someone to say it. Looking at Ning Fengzi walking out, Jian Douluo and Gu Douluo both shook their heads. Gu Douluo was a little puzzled, what did he do when he came to the sect at this time? Jian Douluo seemed to have thought of something, looked at him and said, it should have something to do with you, your good luck is coming. If Qian Yuchen knew that Chen Xin said this, he would definitely say, it's really accurate to look at people. Then I'm a little looking forward. Gu Douluo smiled slightly, got up and headed out of the sect hall. When Qinyu City was 200 meters away from the sect hall, he found Ning Fengzi jogging all the way. Brother. That looks very enthusiastic, and it also has a bit of longing and knowledge. Your acting skills really deserve to be awarded an award for the best actor. Qian Yuchen complained and continued to walk forward with Jian Pengju. Ning Fengzi came to the father and son and smiled, Brother, why are you interested in coming to my place this time? Qian Yuchen didn't say anything, but just turned his eyes to his son. Okay, Ning Fengzi understands it in seconds. It's really a coincidence that Rong Rong is also in the sect, and is at her mother's place. Qian Pengju also smiled when he heard Ning Rong Rong in the sect. Let's talk about the gathering later. Let's take me to see Elder Jian and Elder Bone first. Qin Yuchen still knows that there is clear distinction between public and private affairs. I'll take you there now. Before Ning Fengzi finished speaking, Chen Xian's voice came. No need, we two old men have come here. Following closely behind was the voice of Gu Douluo. No need to go to the main hall of the sect, let's change the place. After the words came, the two of them appeared in front of Qin Yuchen. Okay, go to my elder brother's residence. Afterwards, the group went to Qinyu City's residence in the Jubeo Glazed Li sect. Next door to his house is Ning Fengzi's family. When the enemy's footsteps were heard, the people in the house also walked out. Ning Rong Rong took a small step, and when he came out, he found that Qin Yuchen had come. He hurriedly said hello. Uncle Qian, you are here. Well, Rong Rong has worked very hard during this period. Qian Yuchen felt it a little and found that the soul power fluctuations in her body were very active. She is already the soul king and seems to have not slacked off in practicing this month. At this time, Xuelinger also walked out and said, Brother Qian, Xiaoju. Just look at Ning Fengzi and the other two, you will know that there must be some serious business. She looked at Ning Rong Rong and said, Rong Rong, take Xiaoju for a walk. Ning Rong Rong knew something, so he took Qian Peng's hand and took him away for the time being. Qian Yuchen and Ning Feng led the four of them into the house and sat down one after another. I'm here this time to fulfill my promise to Elder Bone. His words it made Gu Rong's eyes lit up and she asked hurriedly. Is there really a way? His martial soul is also a rare existence in Douluo continent. Even for descendants, the awakened martial soul is not a bone dragon. It is also relatively slow to practice. This is also the reason why he fell behind the footsteps before his soul power level. Elder Bone is proficient in the power of space. If it helps you deepen your understanding of the power of space, you will definitely be able to use this power to break the final shackles. Qian Yuchen explained. Even soul beasts containing the power of space are rare on the continent. I've only met one in so many years. Gu Rong said again. His seventh soul ring came from a soul beast that had been hunting for 10,000 years and carrying part of the power of space. Qin Yuchen smiled slightly. In the Stardo forest, there happened to be a soul beast satisfying this. The soul beast he mentioned was the dark demon evil god tiger. This guy has 6 attributes, separates the spatial attributes and transfers them to Gu Rong. In this way, he can deepen his understanding of the power of space. If he uses the power of rules to break the limit of this world, he will be able to break through level 100. What soul beast? A trace of curiosity flashed in Chen Xian's eyes. The dark demon evil god tiger, it does not practice step by step like other soul beasts. It will gradually devour its weak soul beast or even human soul masters, making itself stronger. In addition, this soul beast also contains 6 extremely rare attributes, including the power of spatial attributes. By looking at the ancient books of the Martial Soul Hall, as long as I hunt it down, I will be sure to transfer the power of space on its body to Elder Bone. Qin Yuchen gave an introduction. After listening to his introduction, Chen Xian also knew that this matter seemed not simple. According to this dark demon evil god tiger is indeed a rare existence. It shouldn't be easy to hunt this kind of soul beast, right? Qian Yuchen nodded. The dark demon evil god tiger was cunning by nature and it was indeed difficult to complete the hunt. But he definitely has a way. The existence of the dark demon evil god tiger is a potential threat to the Stardo Great Forest. Those soul beasts that failed to hunt by it must have a grudge against it. There are also Tianqing Niu Mang and Titan Giant Ape as echoes, and it should not be difficult to find the other party's traces. Gu Rong asked a question. If the 3 of us work together, can we kill successfully? This soul beast has extremely high wisdom, even the 3 of us must be careful. Qian Yuchen nodded, but was still a little serious. The dark demon evil god tiger has a skill called the life and death arena, which can bring both sides back to their childhood. How could a young human be the opponent of a young tiger? Tang San in the original work is quite unhealthy. He can use the Tang sect hidden weapon and use the Zudge divine crossbow to kill the opponent. He doesn't have this ability. If he really returns to his childhood, he will be the lamb to be slaughtered. At the age of 6, he had just awakened and could not practice his martial soul. He said again, we must kill with one blow against this guy. Chen Xian became a little interested in this soul beast, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. It's interesting, then let's see if it can block my sword. Chapter 258 The End of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. I stayed in the Jubeo Glazed Li sect for a night, and the next morning Jian Yuchen set off with Gurong and Chen Xin. He put his hands on the shoulders of the two of them, and teleported quickly to the Star Do forest. What a magical ability, but this doesn't seem to be the power of space. Gurong did not feel the fluctuations in her space, and her eyes were a little surprised. If he teleports at such a long distance, he will consume at least 1/3 of his soul power. The premise is that the anchor point is set in advance to open the channel between the two. Jian Yuchen chuckled, small means are not worth mentioning. Chen Xin looked around and found no danger. How to find out the traces of the dark demon evil god tiger in this huge star forest? Qian Yuchen was still very familiar with this place and pointed to the direction to the left. To find the traces of the soul beast, of course, you have to seek the help of the soul beast. He smiled mysteriously and began to lead the way ahead. His goal is to find the sky blue cow python and the titan giant ape. These two forest kings must know the range of activities of the dark demon evil god tiger. If it really doesn't work, I asked them to find Lanyan King for help. Jian Douluo and Gu Douluo looked at each other and slowly followed behind him. After walking for about an hour, Qian Yuchen stopped. He raised his right hand and signaled the sword bones to stop for a while. It seems that a soul beast is welcoming our arrival. After the words came, 3 huge ants rushed out. The 3 soul beasts are all large and about 3 meters long, covered with a layer of dark golden carapace. 6 thick and powerful broken legs, and 6 eyes above their heads released a faint green light. Is this Qianjun Ant Emperor? Jian Douluo was still very knowledgeable and recognized the identities of these 3 soul beasts at once. Gu Douluo was also a little surprised. Female body shape, it is at least 50,000 years old. But at this moment a strange scene appeared. The 3 Qianjun Ant Emperors saw Qian Yuchen, but did not dare to attack him. I've come here, don't leave for the time being. Qian Yuchen waved his hands quickly, and 3 golden lights flew out and fell on the foreheads of the 3 Qianjun Ant Emperors, and a starlight array mark was branded. Holy Light Imperial Seal. This is a small punishment, let's take the 3 of us for a while. After saying that, he jumped up and landed on the Qianjun Ant King who was leading the way. Look at the sword bones and the other 2 elders, come up too. Brush. Brush. Their speed was extremely fast, and they fell on the remaining 2 Qianjun Ant Kings, one left and one right. Let's go and take us to find the king of the forest. With the order from Qian Yuchen, 3 Qianjun Ant Emperors took the 3 of them to the Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python territory. With these 3 high-level soul beasts leading the way, the passage will be much faster. In half an hour, they arrived at the periphery of the 2 forest kings. Under the pressure of the 2 forest kings, the 3,000 young ant emperors did not dare to continue moving forward. Then the 3 of them landed, and Qian Yuchen let the 3 Qianjun Ant Emperors leave on their own. Before leaving, the 3 Qianjun Ant Emperors felt a hint of chill. It seemed that he was targeted by some serious evil thing, and then he accelerated his escape. Chen Xin looked at this place that had never been involved and asked in confusion, this place is full of the aura of powerful soul beasts. What are you bringing us here for? Of course we are here to ask for help from the soul beast, otherwise how can we find the location of the dark demon evil god tiger? After Qian Yuchen finished speaking, he shouted to the woods ahead. Da Ming and Er Ming, come out and I have something to come to you. Ming Dynasty? Er Ming? Chen Xin and Gurong looked at each other, a little confused. These 2 names, how do they sound so much like humans? A minute later, Chen Xin's face became solemn. 2 very dangerous auras are approaching quickly. Advanced Soul Beast. It is a much higher age than the 3 Qianjun Ant Kings just now. The sound of footsteps sounded in the woods ahead, and then 2 people, one tall and one short. Daming said, Young Master Qian, what's the point of calling me? He didn't quite understand why Qianyu City did not appear in the Lake of Life, but instead shouted their names on the periphery of the territory. Erming patted his chest, if you have anything to help, I will never be vague. Chen Xin instantly saw through the true bodies of the 2 people, and they were 2 very powerful soul beasts. One of them is the king of the Forest of the Stars and Big Forest, which is widely circulated in the human world. Titan Giant Ape. Those who can appear with him must be of the same level. The other party's body is a ox-headed and snake-headed body, and there seems to be no record of it in classics. The Ming dynasty also saw the sword bones and probably understood why Qin Yuchen did not go directly to the Lake of Life. The three of us came to the Stardew Forest this time to find the traces of the dark demon evil god tiger. This guy has a high level of wisdom and his whereabouts are not easy to find, so I want you to help. Qin Yuchen opened his mouth to explain his purpose. You are here to find that black tiger. That guy is very cunning. I leaned against a hill a few hundred years ago and she actually wanted to attack me. I never saw him again after I beat it away that time. Erming knew the dark demon and evil god tiger, and also talked about the process of meeting the other party. The Stardew Big Forest is too big. If there is no clear purpose, it will probably be difficult to find. Let's do this, I'll take you to a place. Maybe he knows where the dark demon evil god tiger has appeared. Although the Ming dynasty wanted to help Qin Yuchen find it, it was really troublesome to find it. Therefore, he also chose to find helpers. Qin Yuchen nodded and said, no problem, then I'll help you lead the way. Soon, under the leadership of the Ming dynasty, they arrived at their destination. There are a lot of blue-silver grass blooming here, and there is even a big tree full of vines wrapped in blue-silver grass. Blue-Silver King, I'm here to help you. Help me find the traces of that guy named Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. Daming expressed his purpose to a big tree. As soon as the words fell, the blue-silver grass near the big tree emitted a faint light. The blue-silver grass vines on the big tree formed a human face. Dear King of the Forest, the evil tiger is now eating in the northwest corner of the forest. Chen Xin and Gurong did not expect that this blue-silver grass could have such a high-year soul beast. After obtaining the traces of the dark demon evil god tiger, the few people hurriedly left again. When the five of them found the dark demon evil god tiger, the other party had already eaten up a starlight deer that had been 20,000 years old. Chen Xin sighed, it's a pity that the starlight deer of such a high age was so thrilled by this guy. What he was thinking was, how good would it be if the starlight deer made a soul ring for Rong. Gurong looked at Qin Yuchen who had already taken action and hurriedly said, Old sword man, what are you talking about? Fuck him. That's right, Qin Yuchen immediately launched an attack after seeing the dark demon evil god tiger. The holy light is imprisoned. In an instant, the dark demon evil god tiger that had just finished eating its prey was suppressed and unable to move. Even the consciousness cannot move. The seven killings thunder rose, and a sword broke through the sky. Chen Xin raised his index finger and middle finger in his right hand and placed it in front of his chest. The seven killing sword condensed with the sword energy slashed hard towards the head of the dark demon evil god tiger. Brush! The dark demon evil god tiger only felt that his consciousness was gradually disappearing, and then his eyes completely lost their color. Since Qin Yuchen said it should not be careless before, Chen Xin naturally tried his best to take action. Aware of the energy fluctuation, Qin Yuchen immediately blocked the surrounding space. A black bead flew out from the body of the dark demon evil god tiger. His right hand emitted a powerful suction force, controlling the black bead in his hand. After a rough sense, I found that there were indeed 6 unique powers inside. The body of the dark demon evil god tiger also condensed a black soul ring. The vitality is really tenacious, and half of the soul is in the soul ring. Just be a good person to save you. Qin Yuchen raised his right hand and pointed it at the black soul ring. The Holy Spirit is purified. The pure and sacred light fell on this black soul ring, and the wailing sounds that ordinary people could not hear came out of it, and then gradually disappeared. After doing this, he took out a 12-sided angular crystal from his storage soul guide. A magical scene happened, this soul ring was actually absorbed by the angular crystal. After dealing with the soul ring, his eyes fell on the dark demon evil god tiger again. After taking a closer look, I walked to the tiger's head. Let skull be given to Rong as a gift. When Chensin heard this, she was stunned at first, and then used the sword energy to split the tiger's head. A skull emitting black light slowly floated out. Chen Xin smiled and said, You kid is really generous. I thank you for Rong in advance. Qin Yuchen smiled and said nothing. It is reasonable for him to prepare gifts for his future daughter-in-law. Chapter 259, Douluo breaks through and there is hope of becoming a god. After completing the hunting of the dark demon evil god tiger, Qin Yuchen and the other 3 were ready to return. After the strength of the 2 Mings improved, you can also feel that the strength of sword Douluo is very strong. The strength of the human world should be the existence of the title Douluo. Daming said, Young Master Qin, thank you for giving up a disaster for the forest. Qin Yuchen shook his head, it's not necessary to thank you. This guy shouldn't exist. It's a pity that fate is trying to make people. Theoretically, most of all the soul beasts that have appeared on the continent can be found in human martial souls. The only one is the dark demon evil god tiger, because it is not the so-called dark attribute martial soul, but the ultimate evil attribute. If it really allows it to devour the soul beast to grow in the Douluo forest, the consequences will be unimaginable. In short, hunting it is a result that both sides can make a profit. Thank you this time, it's time for us to leave. Well, we're back, too. Then, the two sides separated in different directions. When he arrived at the periphery of Douluo forest, Chen Xin couldn't help asking, are those two people just now really the two forest kings of Douluo forest? Yes, they are the two strongest men in the Douluo Great Forest. Cantonese Niu Mang and Titan Giant Ape. Qian Yuchen replied. Gurong was also a little curious and said, the soul beast turned into a human form. Their cultivation level should be more than 100,000 years, right? Qian Yuchen nodded and said, their existence is to maintain the ecological stability of this forest. Now let's go back to the sect, and the affairs of Elder Bone cannot be delayed. Chen Xin and Gurong nodded. This is their main purpose this time. Qian Yuchen put his hand on the shoulders of the two of them again and disappeared into the Douluo forest. After returning to the Nine Treasures Glazed Pieces sect, Ning Fengzi came up to him. Brother, is this trip going smoothly? Yet. Qian Yuchen smiled slightly and said, how could I miss it if I took action myself? Gurong smiled and said, I can't wait. The group came to Kunya City's residence, and the eyes of the three of them all fell on him. Qian Yuchen took out the dark bead. The bead was not honest in his palm and wanted to struggle to escape. What is this? How does it give people a very cold feeling? Ning Fengzi asked curiously. Qian Yuchen explained, this is the elixir of the dark demon evil god tiger. It can be said to be the essence of its cultivation, and there is a space attribute power inside it. Chen Xin asked in confusion, what do you mean is to extract the spatial attribute power here and then transfer it to the old bone? That's right. Qian Yuchen started the extraction work after he said that. He stretched out his left hand and placed it 20 centimeters above the black bead. A strange suction slowly emanated, and a milky white light slowly left the body from the black beads. This force gradually solidified, and the surrounding space seemed to become unstable. It's really a power of space. Gurong was a little surprised. He was too familiar with this kind of energy fluctuation. As Qian Yuchen's movement continued, the space in the black bead, the power of attributes, was slowly pulled out. A milky white light that made the space unstable emitted strong spatial fluctuations in his left hand. Qian Yuchen said, Elder Gu, summon your martial soul. This power is definitely not absorbable with Gurong itself, and it needs martial souls to assist. Okay. Gurong stretched out her right hand and summoned her martial soul. A reduced version of the bone dragon appeared in his palm. Qian Yuchen felt the weak power of space on this bone dragon martial soul. He walked to Gurong and slowly approached the opponent's martial soul with the power of his left hand. The two spatial forces resonated, and he took the opportunity to inject the spatial power in his hand into the bone dragon martial soul. Buzz! After contacting this force, Gurong felt that the space around her seemed very fragile. Let's retreat first. After Qian Yuchen said that, he retreated 5 meters away. Ning Fengzi, like Chen Xin, retreated about 5 meters away. The martial soul of Gurong is also changing, with milky white patterns appearing on the grey bones. At the same time, his own soul power level also changed. Originally, he had a level 96, but now he seems to have directly improved 2 levels. Level 98. Chen Xin couldn't help but exclaim, I actually directly upgraded 2 levels, and this power is really powerful. He purely realized the power of swordsmanship, and then directly completed the breakthrough with the sword, reaching level 100. He still felt a little incredible when he saw this scene of increasing his soul power with his own eyes. Ning Fengzi said, Uncle Jian, if this happens, will you two be stronger in cooperation? Chen Xin and Gurong have worked together for many years and have developed a set of moves similar to martial soul fusion skills. If you reach the god level, these so-called fusions of martial souls are actually not that useful. If we were both god level, we might be able to really develop a new method of joint attack. Chen Xin thought about what he thought. His idea is actually quite reasonable. In the original work, the combined attack power of the two broke Bibidong's blockade barrier. If they reach the god level, the two of them will probably burst out with stronger power when they use this combined attack again. Ning Fengzi did not speak, but felt that the combined attack power of the two would definitely make a great leap. 3 minutes later, Gurong completely absorbed the power of space attributes stripped out by Qian Yuchen. Qian Yuchen asked with a smile, "How does Elder Bone feel?" "It's a magical power, and the space around it seems to have become very weak. If you feel a slight pull, you can create a space channel." Gurong replied with a novel look on her face. "This is just absorbed. This power is not skilled enough. You won't feel this way after you get familiar with it. It will be very convenient to open the space channel at that time." Qian Yuchen said again, clearly feeling the faint power of space radiating around him. Gurong nodded, "Then I have to stay in seclusion for a while, stabilize this power, and then devote myself to cultivation with peace of mind." Chen Xin walked up and said, "Old Bones, haven't you felt your soul power level?" Seeing him say this, Gurong immediately checked himself and looked surprised. "I'm level 98. He raised his eyes and looked at Qian Yuchen, wanting to find an answer. The power in this black bead is naturally contained in the soul power of the dark demon evil god tiger. Isn't this space force extracted from it to have additional soul power? Isn't it normal?" Qian Yuchen explained. "This situation is similar to taking elixirs to improve your cultivation. Elder Bone consolidates his realm and nothing else will happen. The time I will devote myself to understanding this space power in the future. I believe that it will not take long to break the limit and reach level 100. Hearing these words, Gurong was immediately full of confidence. His biggest knot is untied, so he will naturally not fall behind Chen Xin. He wants to surpass the old sword man. "Then move." Ning Fengzi said, "I have prepared a sumptuous banquet, and now it can start." Chen Xin, Gurong and Qian Yuchen looked at each other and said that Ning Fengzi was leading the way. When they arrived at the banquet hall of the Jubeo Glazed Li sect, the four of them found Qian Pengju and Ning Rongrong sitting together, talking and laughing, and all showed the elders' grievances. These two children are really like a couple. Chapter 260 Changes in 2 years. Time flies, and 2 years pass by like flowing water. Many things happened during this period, such as the invasion of the evil soul master and the sudden serious illness of the Snow Knight Emperor. Especially when Emperor Sui was seriously ill, he fell into a coma, making the situation in the Tiandu Empire tense. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Prince Shui Qinghe stepped forward. He withstood the pressure from the inside and outside and quickly calmed the court. The situation that was about to fall apart was quickly stabilized. Using decisive measures to eliminate most of the uneasy factors and shock those nobles who wanted to get ready. Prince Shui Qinghe's intervention made Prince Xuexing, who had originally planned to the throne, feel unwilling. Nai Emperor He Sui just entered a coma. If he really launched a coup, he would have entered a deep abyss. Even if the throne is taken down, everyone will be punished in the end. Of course, 2 years have passed, and some protagonists in the elite competition have also undergone earth-shaking changes. Especially in terms of strength, we have made considerable breakthroughs. Because of the plot needs, the strength of some original characters has changed slightly compared to the original. First of all, at Tian Shui Academy, Shui Binger's soul power has reached level 63 after 2 years of hard practice. Become the 4th youngest soul emperor on the continent. This data is of course officially certified by the Wuhan Hall. In fact, Qian Linger was earlier than her. Shui Wu is the 61st level soul emperor. The other 5 female students also reached the advanced soul king, and the highest level was Shui Yuer, who was already a level 59 soul king. Secondly, at the Shenfeng Academy, Feng Xiaoshan's talent is indeed very strong. In just 2 years, the soul power has reached level 65. And under the secret guidance of Qian Yuchen transformed into an old man, the 36 consecutive slashes of the Wind Demon Wolf was simplified into 18 slashes. Although the moves have been reduced, their power has been more than twice as high. In addition, he also has a strong understanding of the field of wind element. By studying the pace he performed in the Tang San's elite competition, he studied his body skills and soul skills. The remaining wind chases the shadow. Cooperating with the 18 slash of the Wind Demon Wolf, it can be said to be so terrifying. At present, practical ability ranks first among the 4 Elements Academy. The other students who participated in the elite competition with him also reached the Soul King, but their levels were also uneven, most of them were around 52 or 53 levels. Next is Shiwo Academy, which has undergone great changes in 2 years. As the captain, Hua Washuan has no doubt about his strength and talent. His soul power level has reached level 57, and he has also comprehended his soul skill, the Blast Flame Double Sword Slash. The weapon was naturally given to the blacksmith uncle Kunyuchen as a destined person. There is also a basic sword technique that matches it, but Hua Washuan still relies on his own talent to understand the sword technique that suits him. Of course, Hua Wu is more talented in cultivation than Feng Xiaotian. 2 years have passed, and her soul power level has reached level 65. Also under the secret guidance of Kunyo Castle, a new soul skill, Naruto Clone, was cultivated. This soul skill allows her to block and surround the enemy in 5 directions. Even Hua Washuan, who had understood the sword technique, could not walk 20 moves in her hands. The other 5 team members also reached the Soul King and their progress was kept up. As for the Thunder Academy, Yu Tianxin returned to the sect and devoted himself to practicing for 2 years, and his soul power also reached level 59. The rest of his teammates barely reached the threshold of the Soul King. There have been huge changes in the Tiandu Royal Academy. Captain Yu Tianheng is already a level 62 Soul Emperor. After learning the secret techniques of the sect, he can fight with Feng Xiaotian. Dugu Yan, under the guidance of Dugu Bo and Kunyuchen, also reached level 59. The perfect poison skills made Yu Tianheng dare not be careless. King Guo's strength has improved by leaps and bounds after 2 years of returning to the clan. The soul power level suddenly reached level 69, and the speed was almost catching up with Qian Rongxiu and Qian Linger. The butterfly clan of the goddess of light is indeed powerful. Needless to say, Ning Rongrong's progress is, as the daughter-in-law Qian Yuchen found for his son, his soul power has improved rapidly. 2 years have passed and it has reached level 59. Whether it is the 7 treasure glazed 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 gla. Therefore, compared with the increase in soul power when participating in elite competitions, the level is indeed slower than that of others. Ya Lingling, the martial soul of the 9-heart begonia, practiced the Haitang King's art with the secret help of Kunyuchen. The soul power level has increased rapidly and has reached level 55. Shimo Osro and others, their soul power has also reached the primary Soul King. Hulina has to make the most progress in the Wuhun Academy. After 2 years of hard training, the soul power level has reached level 65. In addition, he also obtained a 4-tailed firefox skull of 10,000 years of quality. With the blessing of this skull, her mental power is very strong. The power of charm makes people unable to defend against in battle. The second is Xiaoyu. The soul power level has reached level 63, which is the most powerful combat power in the Martial Soul Academy. With the secret guidance of Kunyuchen, the self-created soul skill, the full moon, made a huge breakthrough. Yan's progress has not been small, and his soul power has reached level 61. Because of Zhao Qingdian's martial soul, his soul power cultivation speed has slowed down, only level 60. The Crimson Pearl has also made great progress. When the healing scepter breaks through to the Soul Queen, his cultivation speed is even faster. 2 years have passed, and she is already a level 57 Soul King. The soul power level has surpassed her father. The other members of the Martial Soul team have also reached the level of the Soul King one after another. Needless to say, Qian Rongxiu made rapid progress under the guidance of Qian Daoliu, and he became the Soul Saint in 2 years. The 7th Soul Ring was hunted by Qian Yuchen personally, the 100,000-year-old Fiery Bird King. The unexpected protection was to obtain the external soul bone that had been attached to the body for 100,000 years, Red Flame Fire Feather. At the same time, she also activated the Angel God 9 test and obtained 3 Divine Outfits Soul Bone Inheritance. Current soul power level 74. Qian Linger is even more terrifying. The Seraph's martial soul combined with the fire-attributed martial arts technique is not only fast, but also solid. She is in the ultimate fire attribute genre, and her current soul power level has reached level 73. And he also understood the law of fire by himself. Too outrageous. Qian Yuchen was also surprised. Why was his children even more outrageous than his old father? It is only a matter of time to break through the power of the law to comprehend. Qian Linger is expected to become the first person among the younger generation to break through level 100 with her talent. Ling Yuan sighed that her talent is terrifying. No wonder she often said that practicing is simple, and working too hard will scare her parents. The Shrek 7 monsters, each of the 7 people has made great progress. Under the guidance of the royal enshrined, Daimyo Bai's soul power had reached level 58. The medicinal effect of Qirong Tong Dianzhu has not been fully released, and his potential has improved. Under Zhu Lingyun's training, Zhu Zuking's soul power reached the terrifying level 62, which was the fastest growing among the 7. Oscar joined the soul hunting group, and with his own efforts, his soul power also reached level 55. This is in the food system, but it exists unprecedentedly. Ma Hongjun traveled to the mainland, and her mood was greatly trained and gradually matured. Under the continuous changes of the coxcomb Phoenix Aoi, he gradually developed towards the direction of handsome guys, and his soul power level also reached level 52. Ning H made great progress under the planning of the sect, and his soul power level reached level 51. It is the second only to Ning Rongrong in the 9 Treasures glazed literary sect, and Ning Fengzi takes great care of her. Since Xiaoa was brought back to the Stardew Forest by the 2 Ming Mings, she has also practiced very hard. The heaven and earth of Lake of Life is rich in vitality, and the obsession with wanting to see Tang San makes her practice very fast. In 2 years, her soul power reached level 61. This speed made the Ming Erming believe that love is really a magical power. In this regard, Tang San was subjected to special training from the Haoshan sect by Tang Hao. After the soul power was suppressed and untied, the soul power reached level 50. In the subsequent consolidation training, the soul power soared to level 59. His actual combat power may not even be a match for Feng Xiaotian. The only drawback is that the soul ring has not been obtained yet. Tang Hao has already been ready and will bring this talented son to obtain his 5th soul ring. Chapter 261 Tang San Ghost Vine Emperor's Bloodline Activation. Tang San's progress should be the strongest among his peers except Feng Xiaotian. In more than 2 years, under the guidance of Tang Hao, he was already familiar with the control of Haoshan Hammer. Even without a soul ring, the soul power of more than 50 levels can still burst out with terrifying attack power. Although his soul power was suppressed, he felt that the growth had not stopped. Therefore, when Tang Hao helped him lift his suppression, his soul power stopped at level 59 after it stabilized. Thanks to the fact that the body has been tempered by 2 major immortal herbs, the meridians may have been broken if ordinary people have all their meridians. Tang Hao's next step is to let Tang San engage in a real life and death battle. But before this, he first wanted to solve Tang San's soul ring problem. Level 59 to level 60 is a hurdle and will not be broken in a short period of time. It is also a unique existence like Tang San who can absorb the 5th soul ring at level 59. 5 days later, the direction of Tang Hao leading Tang San forward was the Sunset Forest. Tang San was very confused. What did Dad bring me to the Sunset Forest for doing? After a while, the two arrived at a remote canyon in the Sunset Forest. The ghost vines here are densely packed and look a little gloomy. Tang Hao didn't explain too much, and said directly, release your ghost vine and then feel it with your heart. Although Tang San didn't understand, it seemed that this soul ring was prepared by his father. Okay, Dad. After he finished speaking, he summoned his ghost vine martial soul. As the ghost vine unfolded, Tang San's mental power was slowly emitting inadvertently to the surroundings. The strange feeling before lingered in his heart again. The ghost vines around the valley began to sway as if they were welcoming someone back. Wang, is it you? Suddenly, a strong mental power was connected with Tang San's mental power, and a call was made. The sudden change made him open his eyes and look at his father in surprise. Since you have already felt it, then go. Tang Hao didn't have much expression on his face. Sometimes, soul rings don't necessarily need to be hunted to obtain them. Tang San followed the call and slowly walked towards the depths of the valley. The magical thing is that along the way, the ghost vines seemed to be giving him vague guidance. Soon, he came to the bottom of a big tree wrapped in vines. From the terrain, this is a small canyon entrance. But the dense vines blocked the place, and even the sunlight was not easy to shine in. It looked cold and dark, but Tang San felt a sense of intimacy. Come here, the voice sounded in Tang San's ears again. He immediately followed the sperm. The divine power fluctuated in the direction, and after passing through 2 rock walls full of vines, he found the other party. Many ghost vines gathered on a rock wall. From his perspective, the tiny vine branches and leaves seemed to form a human face. This ghost vine gave him a very strong feeling, as if it was a plant soul beast. Are you calling me all the time? Tang San looked at the vine in front of him and said in confusion. Yes, it's the king I respect. The human face actually spoke. This scene scared Tang San very much. Cultivating plant soul beasts is much more difficult than animal soul beasts. The ability of this ghost vine to speak is enough to show that it is very old. Tang San was puzzled, but why did you come to me? And why did you call me the king? Ghost Vine explained, because you have noble Ghost Vine Emperor blood flowing. This scene is similar to the original work when Tang San met the Blue Silver King. The subsequent bloodline awakening is also very similar to the original work. The only difference is that Tang San's hair turned dark. His appearance became more handsome than before, but he also felt a little more evil. After finishing all this, he returned to Tang Hao. He was very satisfied with Tang San's appearance. His bloodline is activated, and his appearance is 80 points similar to his mother. Unlike the original work, Tang Hao did not have the ambition to die. Miss San, the next step is to take you to practice the real life and death battle. Are you ready? Tang Hao looked at Tang San with a serious expression and said, Dad, I'm ready. Tang San also looked at the other party with a firm look. He has been a human being for 2 lifetimes and believes that he can complete this step of training. He is familiar with murder. In his previous life, he accepted many similar commissions. Okay, then let's go. Tang Hao turned around and quickly headed out of the valley. Tang San summoned the 8 spider spear and followed him closely. Wuhun Hall, in the square of the worship hall. Qian Rongxiu and Qian Linger stood at each other, looking at each other with a serious look. Sister Linger, I'm really surprised by your progress. Sister Shuet, that's it, I'm Qian Linger, a genius and beautiful girl. Then let me see how much you have improved. After Qian Rongxiu finished speaking, she revealed her martial soul, the 6-winged angel. Then let me see how much progress you have made, Sister Shuer. Thousands of Linger were not inferior to the wind, and he also summoned his martial soul, Seraph. Today, Qian Douluo did not go into seclusion and practiced, but watched the 2 granddaughters' discussions at the gate of the worship hall. These 2 children can be said to be a rare genius in the martial soul palace in a century. In terms of talent, it may be close to the original angel divine body. Is my martial spirit hall really coming to its most prosperous period in 1,000 years? Qian Douluo couldn't help but sigh. At the same time, Qian Rongxiu and Qian Linger began to have a discussion. The 2 women flashed the same idea, they are all fighting skills taught by their father, uncle. They have to use other moves to fight to win. And in Qianyuchen in the Pope's hall, he felt the familiar fluctuations of soul power. How long has these 2 children been out of seclusion? I can't help but want to try with each other. He still knows Qian Rongxiu and his daughter quite well. Both children are competitive and have a friendly personality. On the surface, they are sisters, but in fact there are a lot of competition in private. But this is a good thing, and only healthy competition can drive better progress. At present, the strength of the 2 of them should be the only one among the younger generation. Zioxiu has begun the inheritance of the angel god, and Linger needs to deepen her understanding of the law of fire. Qian Rongxiu did not interfere with her original direction, but still embarked on the path of inheriting the throne of the angel god. From the perspective of blood inheritance, she is also relatively pure. Otherwise, she would not have been recognized by the angel statue at birth. The eldest brother is not good, but her child is much better than his. Qian Yuchen also flashed a hint of curiosity and put down the documents in his hand. After teleportation, we came to the worship hall. The document he put down was about Tang Hao and his son leaving the Sunset Forest and heading to the capital of Killing. Chapter 262. This is a daily routine. Come. Well, come and have a look. Qian Douluo and Qian Yuchen had a simple father-son communication, and then looked at Qian Rongxiu and Qian Linger in the square together. Looking at the fierce battle between the 2, their eyes were filled with satisfaction. The fighting methods adopted by the 2 children are not the fighting skills they teach. Their teaching skills can be seen from some traces, but in practice it is another method. Qianyuchen smiled satisfied, they too have already stepped out of their own style, so we don't need to worry. Qian Douluo also looked relieved, yes, my mission is about to be completed, and I can finally stop and rest for a while. Are you sure now? A trace of worry flashed across Qianyuchen. After all, the last test of the Angel God exam requires the blood of the Guardian to open the passage. This price is very high for Qian Douluo, who is the Guardian. It is equivalent to sacrifice one's own life to fulfill Qian Rongxiu's inheritance of the throne of the Angel. Although he taught Qian Douluo's martial arts, he still strengthened his soul power. Even the body death can also ensure that the soul is intact and immortal. But he was still a little worried. Don't worry, I've been able to leave my soul and have a range of 1000 meters all over my body. After that ceremony, just rejuvenate my body. Qian Daoliu spoke, signaling Qian Yuchen not to worry. He knew that his son's methods were magical, and this small problem could not defeat him. That's good. Qian Yuchen breathed a sigh of relief and still had a deep affection for Qian Daoliu. According to what he just said, he can regain his body through the power of the Bible. The seventh soul skill, the true body of the six-winged angel martial soul. The seventh soul skill, the true body of Seraphite martial soul. Red light flashed on both sides of the ring, and then the true bodies of the two angels' martial souls appeared. On the left is a golden six-winged angel, and on the right is a seraphic angel in red knight's armor. They fought for nearly half an hour, and they were in a state of equal strength. They were very surprised by each other's strength, and they didn't expect that if they changed their moves, they would be a draw. Qian Rongxiu smiled, Sister Linger, Auntie has taught you a lot of things. Qian Linger also smiled, Sister Schwetter, haven't Grandpa taught you a lot, too? The two sisters are very knowledgeable. They do not use the fighting skills taught by their elders, but use what they have learned to compete. If the other party makes progress, it means that you need to work harder. This is also a headache for the two of them. Why is it so difficult to decide the winner? Qian Rongxiu absorbed 3 soul bones, which are inherited soul bones from the angel divine suit, and are of very high quality. Qian Linger also absorbed 3 soul bones with the help of Qian Yuchen, which are also high-quality soul bones with fire attributes. The software and hardware configuration are both equal. Looking at the true bodies of the two of them, Qian Yuchen and Qian Daoliu were both satisfied. The 7th soul ring has been around for 100,000 years. I didn't even dare to think about it in my era. This era is indeed wonderful, and young people with outstanding talents emerge one after another. Qian Daoliu sighed again. The soul ring configuration of these two granddaughters is indeed too supermodel. Yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. Although Qian Linger is a mutated six-winged angel, her martial soul is not weaker than the six-winged angel in terms of strength. Qian Yuchen's own martial soul also mutated, and its strength was far superior to that of the six-winged angel. Although his eldest son made some mistakes, he at least retained the blood of a pure six-winged angel. Boom! A strong soul power impact erupted from the square, which has surpassed the scope of ordinary soul saints competition. In order to prevent the fluctuation from spreading out, Qian Yuchen waved his right hand and a barrier enveloped the surroundings. He shook his head, these two children are just having fun, why are they doing such a big deal? Ask a question knowingly. Qian Yuchen couldn't help laughing and scolding. He had known about the two children's secret competition for a long time, and this was also tacitly agreed by Qian Yuchen. He, the grandfather, also recognized the healthy competition between the two granddaughters. After this collision, Qian Rongxiu and Qian Linger's figures retreated backwards. Qian Rongxiu knelt on the ground with one knee on her left leg, supported her right hand, and looked up at Qian Linger opposite her solemnly. If my combat power is 12,000, she should have 11,999. For her, a slight gap is nothing. Qian Linger also had this posture. She looked up at Qian Rongxiu with a faint smile on her lips. Sister Schwetter, aren't you considering my actual combat level, right? Humph, I won't lose to you. However, the two of them ended here, and they also saw Qian Daoliu and Qian Yuchen from Yu Guang. When did uncle come? Qian Rongxiu got up and turned to look over. After Qian Linger got up, she headed straight towards Qunyu City. She really wants to hear how her father, who likes to pretend to be mysterious, will evaluate her strength. Seeing that she was moving, Qian Rongxiu slowly flowed towards Qian Dao. Then, the two came to Qian Daoliu and Qian Yuchen. Grandfather! Dad, uncle! Qian Rongxiu and Qian Linger politely greeted the two. Qian Yuchen looked at Qian Linger's appearance and smiled, it's the right decision to let you practice with your mother in the past 2 years. Qian Linger showed a hint of arrogance, humph, Dad, when did I disappoint you? Qian Yuchen knew that she would have this expression and showed a smile, you child is worthy of being my Qian Yuchen's daughter. After saying that, he looked at Qian Rongxiu and said. Zioxiu, you did a very good job. You have performed well in actual combat with the characteristics of the six-winged angel's martial soul. You are worthy of being a genius in the six-winged angel lineage. Qian Rongxiu smiled, Uncle, I will continue to work hard and complete the assessment as soon as possible. She was very happy with Qian Yuchen's praise. She lost her father since she was a child, and she was very concerned about this uncle who took good care of herself. Zhang He is his father. Qian Douluo was very satisfied with the two and smiled and said, Zioxiu and Linger, you are the future leaders of the Wuhun Palace, so you must not be lazy. Old man, I want to see you marry in glory. Qian Rongxiu and Qian Linger blushed, but Qian Linger was the first to say, Grandpa, we are still young, and who will always be with you if we are not here? Qian Rongxiu also echoed, Grandpa, I want to spend more time with you. Okay, Grandpa won't say it anymore. Qian Douluo changed his words quickly, but the smile on his face couldn't be stopped. Qian Yuchen looked at the three grandfathers and grandsons and shook his head secretly. It's really a different generation of relatives. Chapter 263 The City of Killing. Based on time, Tang Hao and Tang San and his son should be about to arrive in the capital of Killing. Qian Yuchen sat in the seat of the Pope Hall, watching the news from the previous 2 days. The same thing as the original work is that he asked Bibi Dong to arrange Hu Lina to enter the capital of Killing. There is only one mission, cooperate with Tang San to complete the experience of the city of Killing. Qian Yuchen also carefully prepared a lot of tools for Hu Lina, and left a spiritual mark on her. This is a guarantee left to prevent her from being eroded too much by the poisonous gas of the city of Killing. The current plan is in line with the development of the original plot, and it is still fine. Tang San entered the city of Killing at this time, and his strength was stronger than the original work. Working with Hu Lina, it would be easier to complete the city of Killing trial and thus obtain the field of Killing. Bibi Dong happened to walk in at this time, with a hint of worry in his eyes. Hu Lina is her disciple and she regards her as her own child. Now that she has gone to the capital of Killing, she always feels a little uneasy. Nana, there won't be anything wrong with her. Hearing her words, Qian Yuchen got up from his position and walked to her side. That's natural. If she wants to inherit your position, then this trial is indispensable. The Saint of the Spirit Hall also needs to be decisive in Killing. You are too soft-hearted and you can't sit in this position. He clearly knew that Bibi Dong had high hopes for Hu Lina, but Hu Lina still had a long way to go to become a qualified saint. At the very least, we must complete this experience successfully. Bibi Dong also went to the capital of Killing, and by chance he met the inheritance of the Rakshasa god. Bibi Dong successfully passed the trial of the city of Killing and obtained the field of Killing. The other is Tang Hao, who had already passed the path of Killing trial before Bibi Dong. This is also the only one who has passed the two. Tang Chen is not counted in it for the time being, after all, he is the king of Killing now. I know all of what you said. It's because I've been there that I'm worried. Bibi Dong naturally knew how dangerous it was to kill. It seems to be a place of trial, but it is actually a place to imprison people with great sins. It is also called the exile place of soul masters, which is very dangerous. The radius of 10 miles was isolated by the Spirit Hall using special methods. Without special instructions, you cannot enter here. This is just an external situation, and the internal situation is even more dangerous. There is no order at all, and evil thoughts such as greed, anger, ignorance, lust, and crazy. There are blood everywhere. People are talking and laughing with you in the last second, but they may disappear in the next second. It is a great test for the spirit to not be relaxed at all. Even she took a year and a half to pass the assessment of the road to Killing. Hu Lina's strength is weaker than she used to be, and it may take longer. Although she had already arranged for her to go to the Death Canyon before going to the capital of Killing, it was not a real life and death battle after all. In the city of Killing, you will die if you are not careful. Nana is very thoughtful, but she just pretends to be a child who doesn't understand anything in front of you. When she comes out of the city of Killing and her childishness is washed away, you can also let her slowly get in touch with some affairs. Qian Yuchen gently touched Bibi Dong's hair, indicating that she didn't have to worry too much. Besides, she is your apprentice, so how can I not help? Hearing him say this, the big stone in Bibi Dong's heart has fallen to the ground. She said again, then I'll be looking forward to Nana's good news. We must believe her. Of course, the best among the golden generation of the Wuhun Palace will not be much worse. Qian Yuchen smiled, believing that Hu Lina could complete the trial successfully. Swish! In the city of Killing, Hu Lina solved a person in the trouble without expression, put away the dagger in her hand, and walked into her residence. In the small space, there is also a cup of scarlet liquid. Bloody Mary. This thing is a hard currency in the city of killing. In the city of killing, there is no currency, and any food is provided for free, and it is not ruled out that it is toxic. In this place, dead people are the most valuable. Everyone's strength is measured by the number of skulls they have. The more the number, the stronger the number, and vice versa. The blood and skulls of the opponent's own hands can be used to exchange items. In short, anyone has a way to die here. Hulina first came here and didn't understand why the Spirit Hall of the Wonderland allowed it to exist. After participating in the Hell Trial field here, then I realized that it is an invisible prison. If those sinful soul masters or criminals are detained here and let them kill each other, they will not threaten the safety of the outside world. Although it is full of depravity, it is not worth mentioning compared to the vast Douluo continent. Hulina also understood one truth: everything in the world is intertwined with black and white. While she was thinking, Tang Hao from the outside world also came here with Tang San. After Tang San's mental power was improved, he was very sensitive to the surrounding environment. When he came to such a strange town, his most intuitive feeling was the coldness. Soon, under the leadership of Tang Hao, the two came to a tavern. The air inside is very turbid, and the decoration is all black. This made Tang San feel very strange, and there was a strong sense of coldness and darkness that came to his face after walking in. When their father and son walked in, everyone inside glanced at him and turned their eyes toward others. Tang Hao took Tang San to sit down in a corner, and a waiter in black and indifferent face walked over. "What do you want?" Tang Hao said in a cold tone, "2 cups of Bloody Mary." The waiter's face changed slightly. "Are you sure?" Tang Hao did not answer, but looked at the other person coldly. "Please wait." The waiter hurriedly left and went to get the Bloody Mary. 2 minutes later, 2 cups of turbid liquid were brought up. It is dark red and has a strong fishy smell, as pungent as blood. This smell made Tang San frown slightly and did not take action as soon as possible. Tang Hao picked up a cup lightly and drank it all in one go. Then he looked at Tang San. "Drink it." Tang San showed a hint of hesitation. "Dad, this is..." "Drink it." Tang Hao did not answer, but stared at him. Tang San took a deep breath, closed his eyes and finished drinking a cup of Bloody Mary. He only felt the strong smell of blood in his mouth. Tang Hao then said slowly, "This is the blood of the Soul Master." "Ah!" Tang San's face turned pale in an instant. The next moment, he couldn't help but turn sideways, lowering his head and vomiting. This violent vomiting also broke the calm in the tavern and attracted the attention of other guests. At the same time, laughter rang out. "Where did you come from? Get home, this is not the place you should come. I can't bear a cup of Bloody Mary, and I still want to be qualified to enter." In short, all kinds of filthy voices of ridicule filled the tavern, and found a catharsis point in this suppressed rage, criticizing Tang San without reservation. Tang San felt a little better. When he looked up at Tang Hao, he raised his hand and pointed at the ridicule. "Kill them." As the words fell, the ridicule came to an abrupt end. Chapter 264 Tang San enters the capital of killing. Tang San didn't expect Tang Hao to issue such an order to himself, and he hesitated for a moment. Tang Hao said, "If you want to get what you have never had, you must do what you have never done before." Tang San slowly stood up, suppressing the disgusting feeling in his heart. Be kind to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. No one who comes here is not a way to die, including you and me. Kill them, no one will be left. Tang Hao's cold voice sounded from behind Tang San again. Before Tang San could do anything, the same big man in front of him suddenly stood up and rushed towards him. "Management will kill you first." A sharp knife similar to Nepal stabbed him from a tricky angle, and the target was his heart. Tang San captured the other party's movements very clearly. This person is very experienced and can drill into the gap in his ribs. "Do you kill someone?" "The feeling I've been missing for a long time." A trace of nostalgia flashed in his heart. As a disciple of the Tang sect in his previous life, Tang San was not a good man and a trustworthy woman. "Naturally, I understand what kindness to the enemy is cruel to myself." His left hand poked out like lightning, and the sound of metal collision sounded. The sharp knife that stabbed over was already held by him, and the gloves were already jade-colored. "Xian Yu hand." "Impossible." A trace of shock flashed in the big man's eyes. Why is this child so strong? Bang! Tang San, an iron mountain bend, hit the big man's chest, and a layer of white light suddenly emerged from his body. This light was not used to attack, but blocked the blood spurted out by the big man. The big man was in a miserable state. After being knocked away by Tang San, his chest had collapsed, and the sound of bone shattering was clearly heard into other people's ears. Tang San had already seen the entire number of people in the tavern without activating the purple demon eyes. In addition to their father and son and waiters, there were 23 guests. He moved again, and the ghost vine quickly spread around, and it was very hiding in conjunction with the environment of the tavern. The remaining 22 people also reacted, and one of them whispered, "This is a test for us to enter the capital of killing. Kill them and we can go in." After saying this voice, the 22 people's eyes turned red and they rushed towards Tang San. 5 people summoned the martial soul, 17 people were holding their weapons one after another. "You guys already have the way to die." Tang San also showed his soul ring, and 5 soul rings appeared on him in an instant. Yellow, yellow, purple, black, black. The 4th soul ring flashed, and the ghost vine that permeated the dark environment of the tavern changed. Slim vines pierced the crowd rushing towards him. The noisy sound disappeared and the environment of the tavern became quiet again. Not only that, the bodies pierced by vines slowly shriveled. After the ghost vine bloodline is activated, Tang San's martial soul has the ability to absorb the opponent's chi and blood. Similar to the soul-devouring spider emperor, it contains part of the power of devouring. His ability is limited to the power of chi and blood. Tang San looked at the corpses with cold eyes and snorted coldly. "It's okay for you to insult me, but you can't insult my parents." Then he turned around and sat opposite Tang Hao again. Plop! The bodies fell to the ground, not much blood was shed, and their faces turned pale. Tang Hao observed Tang San's face and was a little surprised. Tang San's face was calm and there was no discomfort. There is an essential difference between hunting soul beasts and killing people. If Tang San can adapt, then there is no problem. "You did a good job, but remember. After entering the capital of killing, you can only rely on yourself, and I will not protect you by your side. There are no friends or partners in that place, only enemies. Kill everyone who can threaten you and win the championship of the Hell Killing Field, and I will come to pick you up." The waiter naturally heard the conversation between the father and son, and showed disdain on his face. "I can't even bear a cup of Bloody Mary, why are you qualified?" "Well." Before he finished speaking, he looked down at his heart, and a ghost vine penetrated. Tang San looked at him coldly and asked, "Now, am I qualified?" The ghost vine that pierced the waiter had blood-red patterns. Swish! After putting away his martial soul, the waiter fell to the ground and was companionship with the previous group of people. Tang Hao nodded with satisfaction, "You adapt very quickly." Tang San stood up and slowly walked to the bar counter of the tavern, without seeing the faces of the 2 waiters left. He raised his hand and slapped it hard on the bar. Boom! With a loud bang, the bar turned into pieces, revealing the ground. At the same time, the black hammer in his hand also lit up. His calf exerted force, and the black hammer turned into a black light, hitting heavily on the ground. Boom! With another loud bang, a huge hole appeared, and a cold wind came out. Tang San looked at his father's position and found that Tang Hao had disappeared. Without hesitation, he jumped into the dark cave. Qian Yuchen, who was reviewing official documents in the Wuhan Hall, suddenly put down his pen. He whispered, "Tang San has entered the capital of killing." He left a sense at this entrance, and Tang San could enter at this moment. He is worthy of being the protagonist, and the speed is quite fast. Then in this way, Tang San's flaws in Tang Hao's place will be even bigger. Qian Yuchen couldn't help but smile inexplicably. Tang Hao himself already suspected Tang San. His previous special training of Haoshan sect, activation of bloodlines, and this trip to the capital of killing are gradually confirming his conjecture. In Qian Yuchen's view, Tang San's unchanged murder must have touched Tang Hao's mind. How could a young man who has never killed anyone remain so calm? Also, when Tang San counterattacked, he was too calm and composed. Perhaps Tang Hao had already believed in Tang San at this time, and there was really a problem. Now that the Ghost Vine Emperor's bloodline is awakened, Tang San is also considered a handsome guy. In this way, when the Ghost Vine Queen recovers her human body, she will be able to detect his real abnormality. Qian Yuchen also knew the benefits and disadvantages of blood vessel activation, and Tang San's martial soul should also have more special abilities. He must have the most basic power to absorb qi and blood. The capital of killing, a place full of ways to kill death, is very suitable for him to practice this ability. Tang San, I just don't know if you are still planning to destroy the capital of killing after you consolidate your ability to the Ghost Vine Emperor. Qian Yuchen also paid great attention to this point. The existence of the city of killing is special. On the surface, it is a paradise of depravity, but in fact it is also a place to imprison the fallen soul masters and criminals on the mainland. No place is more suitable than here. For these people, coming here is coming to heaven. Douluo continent? What a dirty place! Evil soul master! Tang San, don't mislead yourself. Sometimes what you call justice is based on the sacrifice of civilians in mainland China. Chapter 265 Attack on Tang Santang. After passing through the passage and passing the night assessment, Tang San successfully arrived in front of the gate of the capital of killing. This dark city gate gives people a sense of extreme depression. 4 big words City of Killing hung high on the huge city gate. Welcome to the City of Killing. A woman with a black veil came out of it, walked to Tang San and made a gesture of inviting her. Since you come, please feel free, just follow her and take a look. Then, he and the woman walked into the city gate. When he entered the city, he saw a blue-purple world. There are only these 2 colors of lighting lamps hanging on both sides of the street. Apart from a little dark, it seems to be no different from ordinary cities outside. You can't use soul skills, but you can call soul power. It's an advantage for me. Tang San was very calm inside. After all, with the Tang sect martial arts, he was not afraid of not being able to use his soul skills. The girl in black veil spoke at this time. I am your tour guide, please ask me if you have any place. Within 12 hours, I will answer all the questions for you. After 12 hours, this is where you live, and you will officially become a member of the City of Killing. Hearing this, Tang San nodded and said, what kind of place is the capital of killing? The girl in black veil said, a paradise for the fallen. It's that simple. Obviously, he was not satisfied with this answer. He continued to ask, what are the rules here? The black veil girl looked up at Tang San and said slowly, the rules here are that there are no rules. As a member of the City of Killing, you can do anything here. Even if the titled Douluo from the outside world comes here, he will become very weak because of his soul skills disappear. Under the rule of the King of Killing, there is no need to be afraid of them at all. So you have enough strength to do whatever you want here. But I have to remind you that because there are no rules here, you may face danger at any time. To some extent, this is a paradise of sin. Tang San fell into thinking, and the existence of this place does have its own reasons. A place that can be called a paradise can definitely help the people here to block the trouble. But how did it help these depraved people block the trouble? Mr. 9528, are you thinking about how to protect the people here when killing? The girl's voice sounded again. A hint of surprise flashed in Tang San's eyes, how do you know? The girl in black veil continued to explain to him in a plain tone. People who have just arrived at the City of Killing will have this idea, but entering the City of Killing needs to be tested and tested. Although you entered in a special way, your body's murderous aura is enough and you defeated the horror knight. But I need to remind you that it is easy to come in, but it is difficult to go out. You can only enter, but you can't leave. Tang San's tone showed a hint of surprise. He didn't think he could not get out of here. As if seeing his thoughts, the black veil girl nodded and continued. There is a special law enforcement team in the City of Killing. The real strong people in the law enforcement team are all composed of strong soul contras who are given by the King of Killing and who can use their soul skills. The captain is even a titled Douluo. Many people once wanted to break out, but the results were all without exception. Tang San now understood why it is easy to get in and out of here and it is difficult. A titled Douluo who cannot use soul skills is unable to defeat a titled Douluo who uses soul skills. Now, he suddenly became very interested in this place. It is difficult to get out, but there is no way out. There must be many difficulties in this, but Tang San is a person who refuses to admit defeat. He believed that with his own abilities, he would definitely be able to go out of the City of Killing. He looked at the black veil girl and asked again. What is the way to get out here? The girl in black veil replied again. The way is to win the Hell Killing Field Championship. In Haoshan sect, Qian Pengzhu was practicing hammering technique under a waterfall of 600 meters high. Under his feet was a very smooth rock base, and his whole body was as if it had roots under his feet, standing firmly there. The turbulent and powerful water flow was gradually isolated under his swaying hammers. 3 feet around him turned into a vacuum area, isolating the waterfall from the top down from himself. After he waved the 9,981 hammers, a golden dragon formed out of thin air and cut off the waterfall. As the water flow during the stage was about to fall, his feet suddenly exerted force to jump to the opposite side of the pool. Hey! Qian Pengzhu took a deep breath and then smiled. Pengzhu, you kid are such a freak. Your performance is true, which makes me ashamed. A cheerful voice with a little old age came, and an old man with a buzz head with a trouser beard on the road ahead. His eyes were filled with relief, and he looked at Qian Pengzhu with a strong smile on his face. The person who came was Tang Lai, the 7th elder of Haoshan sect. Grandpa 7. Qian Pengzhu also smiled and said politely. His upper body was not wearing any clothes, his body was strong and powerful, his muscles were clearly contoured, and he was full of strength. You have reached the point where you are not inferior to us old men in this chaotic cloak hammering technique. The next step is to start formally learning another unique skill of the sect, the 9 masters of Haoshan. Tang Lai came here in person just to tell him this good news. Haoshan Zhuju is not allowed to teach without the unanimous consent of the elder and the sect leader. Disciple learns. Even the original Haoshan Gemini Tang Xiao and Tang Hao learned this unique skill after completing the sex assessment task. Qian Pengzhu completely used his talents to impress the sect leader and all the elders, and gained the opportunity to learn exceptionally. This child's future is the key to the rise of Haoshan sect, and he is naturally granted privileges by the senior officials of Haoshan sect. Genius! There are some preferential treatments everywhere. Qian Pengzhu showed joy. Grandpa Qi, is this true? Don't you believe me? Tang Lai immediately changed his face, as if he was a little angry. No, I'm just a little too excited. Qian Pengzhu explained immediately. He also knew that Tang Lai was the best for him in the Haoshan sect. It's better than a grandson than a grandson. Your mother is unable to practice because of the mutation of martial soul. I didn't expect that you are better than you. The talent is actually better than your 2 uncles, and my Haoshan sect has a successor. Tang Lai said here, and there was a hint of memory on his face. The Haoshan sect was an existence known to everyone in the world. The state of vitality and all things are still in front of you. It's a pity that after the old sect leader Tang Chen disappeared after he found a breakthrough, the situation in Haoshan sect became worse and worse. The turning point of the rise now lies in the boy in front of you. It can be said that there is no way to go when you hear the sky. Chapter 266, The 9 Sages of Haoshan. Qian Pengzhu wants to make progress too much. The 9 abysses of Haoshan are the second most powerful skill in the Haoshan sect. This is Qian Pengzhu, not Tang Pengzhu. Compared with the hammering method of the chaotic cloak, this unique skill has performed better in actual combat. This unique skill contains 9 unique methods of using Haoshan hammer, and each of them has its own characteristics. As mentioned earlier, even if this unique skill is a direct disciple of the Haoshan sect, it cannot be taught without the common approval of the elders and the sect leader. The 9 characters among the 9 absolutes are empty, seal, penetration, entanglement, shock, break, and collapse. The specific techniques will not be introduced here. Among the current Haoshan sect, the strongest person to use the Haoshan 9 sages is naturally the sect leader Tang Xiao. He seemed to have learned something new in it, and he has been spending his time in seclusion recently. Many things in the sect were left to the elders to deal with. Pengzhu, don't let down the expectations of the sect leader and the old men of us for you. After Tang Lai finished speaking, his eyes looked at Qian Pengzhu with a hint of color. Grandpa Qi, I will definitely practice hard. Qian Pengzhu is very confident about this, and he will definitely be able to get started quickly. Tang Lai nodded with satisfaction and reminded him, you kid, don't be too confident. Just learning one of them is enough for you. The cultivation of the unique skills of Haoshan sect is progressive step by step. From the hard work to the cultivation of skills, to the final unique skills, there is a complete and mature system. Currently, among the direct disciples of Haoshan sect, Qian Pengzhu is the only one who has made the fastest progress. Leading the trend. Qian Pengzhu nodded and summoned his Haoshan hammer. The dark golden pattern gives people a feeling of fear. Its weight is 800 kilograms. In terms of innate weight, it is more than 300 kilograms than Tang San's. He used all his strength to summon the Haoshan hammer to fight. The cultivation level of the level 60 Soul Emperor can support one stick of incense under the hands of the Soul Saint of Haoshan sect. In addition, his Haoshan hammer has its own destructive attribute, which is very powerful to increase it in battle. Your Haoshan hammer is different from other people in the sect. It is born with a destructive force. This is your advantage, but don't show it easily in front of outsiders. Tang Lai reminded again. Judging from the original strength of the Haoshan hammer, without this attribute power bonus, the attacks in combat are still very terrifying. The special attribute power contained in Qinbengzhu Haoshan hammer can be used as a means to save his life. But you must never show this power in front of outsiders in case of being plotted by those who are interested. Qian Pengzhu put away his Haoshan hammer and said seriously in a tone, Grandpa Qi, I remember all the instructions from you, the other grandpas, and my uncle. I will definitely hide my strength before I reach the title Douluo. Only by becoming a real strong man, you don't have to worry about those who are calculating. Qian Yuchen had already explained this principle of steady practice. He himself was steady in that library for 30 years, and finally broke the shackles and soared into the sky. Besides, the fact that Qian Pengzhu is a twin martial soul has been concealed well. Except for the three of them, the others are not sure about it. No one knows stability better than Qian Yuchen. Of course, there is still a certain gap with senior brother Li next door. Tang Lai smiled and said, please sort out your appearance, and I will take you to see the sect leader and other elders. Grandpa Qi, wait a moment. Qian Pengzhu crawled into the woods after saying that. After 3 minutes, change the sect, he walked out in the costumes. He smiled and said, Grandpa Qi, let's go. Then, the two of them headed towards the hall of Haoshan sect. The waterfall is nearly 800 meters away from the Haoshan sect hall. After Tang Lai and Qian Pengzhu arrived, Tang Xiao and the other 6 elders were already waiting for them in the hall. After pushing the door and entering, the voice of the great elder sounded. Lao Qi, hurry up and take your seat. Yes, brother. After Tang Lai responded, he sat in the empty position on the left. At this time, the 7 elders and Tang Xiao's eyes fell on Qian Pengzhu. Qian Pengzhu also saluted to the few people, disciple Tang Pengzhu, I have met all the elders and sect leaders. No need to be polite. Tang Xiao said. He was also extremely satisfied with his nephew, and his talent and character were very consistent with the conditions of the sect's heir. He is only 16 years old now and is already the Soul Emperor. The record of the youngest Soul Emperor announced by the Spirit Hall has been broken. The 7 elders looked at each other and their eyes became serious. The great elder said again, Tang Pengzhu, it is important to announce that he summoned you alone today. Qian Pengzhu knelt on one knee, his face also showed a serious look. Tang Xiao stood up and said, after the unanimous decision of the elders and I agree to teach you the cultivation of the 9 tricks of Haoshan. I hope you practice seriously and exalt my divine power of Haoshan sect. After Tang Xiao finished speaking, Qian Pengzhu's face was very excited. He said firmly, disciples will work hard to practice and live up to the expectations of all the elders and sect leaders. The disciples have to be loyal to the soul hammer of the battle, the towering Haoshan sect, and the power of Haoshan is unavoidable. When Tang Xiao and the 7 elders heard his words, they all smiled with relief. Although it is the passionate words of young people, they believe that Qian Pengzhu can accomplish it very well. Although Tang Xiao misses Tang Hao very much, he wants him to return to the sect. But he was under great pressure, and as a sect, he mainly considered the entire Haoshan sect. Tang Hao has not heard of him for so many years, which shows that the situation is very safe. After passing the resolution of several elders, he gradually let go of his obsession in his heart. There was such a genius disciple in Haoshan sect, and he met the conditions of his heirs in all aspects. Even though he wanted to persist until Tang Hao brought the child back and took over the position of the next sect leader. But the reality does not allow it. Tang Pengzhu's talent has surpassed himself and Tang Hao, and his sister's children. In terms of bloodline, he is also a direct disciple of Haoshan sect, and the child's surname is Tang. Cultivate a good heir and you can get rid of the burden on yourself as soon as possible. Tang Xiao and the 7 elders sat there, and Qian Pengzhu also stood up. The serious atmosphere dissipated, and the elder also showed a kind smile. Pengzhu, I haven't encountered any difficulties in my recent practice, right? Grandpa, my cultivation is quite smooth. I guess I will be level 61 in a few days. Qian Pengzhu also smiled a little, with a little restrainedness. "You kid, why are you still like a big girl?" The sixth elder had a hot temper and couldn't help but complain. The fifth elder also took over the conversation. "Lao Lu, how did you say it? I don't like to listen to this." Then the sect hall became lively for a short time, and Qian Pengzhu and Tang Xiao looked at each other, and both smiled. Chapter 267 Uncle and Nephew Meet in Private. Tang Yuehua brings news about Tang Hao and his son. Leaving the Haoshan sect hall, Qian Pengzhu and Tang Xiao came to the back mountain. Qian Pengzhu was very confused. What was going on when his uncle met him alone? After practicing in Haoshan sect for so long, this is the first time that my uncle and nephew have talked alone. Qian Pengzhu came to the back mountain, and Tang Xiao was already waiting for him there. This location is very good and can overlook the entire Haoshan sect. Hearing the footsteps behind him, Tang Xiao turned around and looked at him with a smile. Qian Pengzhu said, "Uncle, I'm here." "Yet?" Tang Xiao replied. "This is not a place where the sect does its job properly, so there is no need to be competent." The two stood in a row and looked at the Haoshan sect below. "Xiaoju, this is the first time we have communicated privately in so many years after you have been to Haoshan sect. My uncle is really incompetent." Tang Xiao sighed, and there was also a lot of helplessness in his tone. "Uncle, you have worked so hard." Qian Pengzhu shook his head and said, "You have a heavy burden." "In my heart, you are a good uncle." Tang Xiao was stunned, then laughed, smiling brightly. This nephew is actually the one who can understand him. I have deeply understood the greater the ability and the greater the responsibility. When I was a child, I felt that my father was the leader of the sect and was very glorious, so I thought that I could become the leader of the Haoshan sect when I grew up. But I ignored my father's graying temples. Now think about it, it's better to think about how good this sect leader did. At this time, Tang Xiao completely accepted his nephew. "Uncle, you have worked hard for the sect for so many years. When I inherit the Haoshan sect in the future, you can enjoy your life. I still want to see you find an aunt for me." Qian Pengzhu smiled, which was different from his honest look before. "You kid, just open a dyed room with a little look, right?" Tang Xiao looked at him angrily. The heavy atmosphere he created just now, the surroundings were swept away. He did not get married, but adopted a child in the sect. The child's name is Tang Long. In addition to Qian Pengzhu, he is currently a second-generation direct disciple with good talent in Haoshan sect. The current age is also 23, the martial soul Haoshan Hammer, and the level 64 soul Emperor. The reason why he was not married was also related to love triangles. "Uncle, you are in your prime now, and even in 10 years, you will still be in the same style. With your identity as Xiaotian Douluo, isn't it easy to find an aunt? I worked hard for the sect in the first half of my life, and I should let myself enjoy my life in the next time." Although Qian Pengzhu didn't know what Tang Xiao had experienced when he was young, he still felt that he had to find an aunt for him. Qin Yuchen also told him that the harmony of yin and yang are the great way in the world. Only by finding the right partner at the right stage can you take your lead. "What do you know?" Tang Xiao glared at him. Then he said, "My only knot in my heart now is to let your second uncle return to the section. This is also your grandfather's wish before his death. This matter must be completed at this time when I am the leader of the Haoshan sect." Tang Hao caused a big disaster back then, and the sect leader, who was his father, drew a clear line with him for the sake of the whole sect. Under the unanimous resolution of the elders, Tang Hao was moved out of the Haoshan clan genealogy and directly cut off the relationship. His grudges with the Wuhun Palace have nothing to do with Haoshan sect. After that, Haoshan sect blocked the mountain and fled the world and gradually disappeared from the Soul Master realm. It was also after this incident that his father suffered a great blow and eventually died of depression. The last words when I left were, "A Xiao, you will be the sect leader in the future, so you must let A Hao return home. My father is incompetent and has not protected him well. My second uncle has not heard from him for so many years, so he should still be very safe. Maybe in 2 or 3 years, I will return to the sect to take a look. My cousin has grown up, and my second uncle will definitely let him return to the section." Qian Pengzhu said again. Qian Yuchen also mentioned it several times in his ears about Tang San. At the beginning, he originally wanted to join a team of a senior Soul Master Academy in the Xingluo Empire and go to Wuhan City to participate in the elite competition. Since the practice of the Chaos Cloak Hammer technique has reached a critical moment, it has been left alone. Your second uncle's ability is even better than my eldest uncle. If those things had not happened at the beginning, the current leader of Haoshan sect would be his. It's really God's will to fool people. When it comes to Tang Hao, Tang Xiao's face is very proud. The two were originally known as the Gemini stars of Haoshan sect, and they can be regarded as a new star rising on Douluo continent. It's a pity that too many things happened, and in the end the two sides embarked on different paths. He looked at Qian Pengzhi with a serious look. In the next month, I will teach you all the methods of practicing Haoshan Juju. You must not slack your and don't let down my efforts and the elders. Qian Pengzhi nodded seriously, Uncle, I will definitely work hard to practice. In the future, I will want the name of Haoshan sect to resound in the Soul Master world again. At this time, while the two wanted to continue talking, a blue firework lit up at the foot of the mountain. Why is Mom here? Qian Pengzhi is very familiar with this firework signal, and it is a signal that Tang Yuehua returns to the sect and reports something urgent. Go and have a look, she must have something important to report. After Tang Xiao finished speaking, he turned around and headed towards the mountain, and Qian Pengzhi followed closely behind him. 10 minutes later, Tang Xiao and 7 elders gathered again in the sect hall. Tang Yuehua appeared in the hall and showed a serious expression. Qian Pengzhi stood behind her, and wanted to know what emergency happened. Tang Xiao and the 7 elders looked at each other and said, Yuehua, is there something big happening? It is difficult for Haoshan sect to block the mountains and hide from the world, and it is still difficult for external news to be transmitted. Even if a major event occurs outside, it will take 20 days to pass it to the fastest Haoshan sect. The news that Tang Hao appeared in the elite competition finals was blocked by the Spirit Hall. With Jian Yuchen's advice, Tang Yuehua did not pass the news to the sect in time. 2 days ago, I received his instructions and asked her to return to the sect to tell Haoshan sect about this. Tang Yuehua said, after the finals of the elite competition 2 years ago, the second brother appeared. Because the incident involved the child, he had to reveal his whereabouts. After fighting with the Spirit Hall, he lost his trace again. I checked it for a long time to find out the news of the Soul Palace blockade. Brother Hao Tang Xiao showed a hint of excitement on his face. The great elder reminded him, cough cough. Tang Xiao asked, since his child has participated in the elite competition, his talent is definitely not bad. What level does the child have? The child was named Tang San. He was only 14 years old when he participated in the elite competition, and he was the 4th ring soul sect. Tang San soul sect? Tang Xiao asked impatiently, what about his martial soul? Tang Yuehua, the martial soul he showed in the elite competition was not the Haoshan hammer, but the rare ghost vine. 3 elders, I couldn't sit still. What did you say? Ghost vine. That child's martial soul is not Haoshan hammer. He was still quite excited when he couldn't hear Tang San's talent. When I heard that his martial soul was not the Haoshan hammer, I couldn't help it. The word ghost vine evokes Tang Xiao's memories. The woman who made him and Tang Hao fall in love with him was the ghost vine martial soul. You and brother Hao's children. Tang Xiao looked at Tang Yuehua again and asked, Yuehua, things are not that simple, let's talk about them in detail. The configuration of Tang San's martial soul ring is different from that of ordinary people. The soul rings displayed in the elite competition are yellow, purple, and black. The martial soul in his right hand is the ghost vine, but the martial soul in his left hand is the Haoshan hammer. He is also the 3rd twin martial soul owner recorded in the history of Douluo continent. After Tang Yuehua said this, the sect hall was terrible. Twin martial souls Tang Xiao and the 7 elders all understood what this represents. In this way, Tang San's talent is only weaker than Qian Pengzhi, but in terms of upper limit, Tang San is still stronger than him. Of course, this is just the idea of the 8 of them. Qian Pengzhi is actually a twin martial soul, but the second martial soul is temporarily hidden. Although Tang Lai was briefly surprised, he still expressed his thoughts. So what about twin martial souls? This is not the reason to let Tang Hao return to the sect. Chapter 268 Tang Lai's resentment, Yuehua Douluo appears. Tang Lai's words made the other 6 elders and Tang Xiao look at him. The 5th elder said, Lao Qi, what do you mean? Tang Lai said lightly, 5th brother, I understand what I mean. Even if Tang Hao has a good son, his personal mistakes are very serious. When he wants to return to Haoshan sect, it depends on the sincerity of their father and son and my approval. He was full of resentment towards Tang Hao. In the past, Tang Lai actually had very good elder feelings for Tang Hao and Tang Xiao. As the two most outstanding young people in the Haoshan sect in a century, he thought that the glory of Haoshan sect would shine on them again in the future. I never thought that Tang Hao caused such a big trouble after going out for training. The Pope was seriously injured, and the other party was seriously injured and died without treatment. The power of the Wuhun Palace is far beyond what their Haoshan sect can resist. In the first two confrontations, many elite disciples were killed and injured by Haoshan sect. Even his son lost his life in this conflict. No matter what you think, so many elite disciples died in battle, they have nothing to do with him. If he hadn't sincerely repent, I would not agree to his return to the section. After Tang Lai put down his words, he stood up and left the sect hall. The other 6 elders naturally knew what the resentment was in Tang Lai's heart and sighed. The third elder shook his head, Lao Chia. If it weren't for the great blow to Tang Lai, he wouldn't have delayed it for nearly 7 years to break through to the title Douluo. Mom, I'll go see Grandpa Qi. Qian Pengzhi said to Tang Yuehua and ran out of the sect hall. The sect hall calmed down again, and the elder looked at Tang Yuehua again and asked again. Yuehua, is that child Tang San really a twin martial soul? Tang Yuehua looked at the elder and said seriously. Great elder, that child is indeed a twin martial soul. In the elite competition, 7 of his team worked together to display the true body of the pseudo Haoshan. The teacher who taught him was Yu Xiaogang, who was known as the master of theory. The second elder, who had never spoken, also expressed his opinion. Since Tang Hao left Hao Tian sect, we don't know what the situation is. If he really wants to take his children to recognize his ancestors, he must show his sincere repentance and sincerity. And his children must complete the assessment of Haoshan sect and get unanimous approval from several of us old men. His statement was based on the rules of the Haoshan sect, and the other few people could not refute it. Besides, although Tang Hao was the son of the former sect leader, he made an unforgivable mistake. At that time, Haoshan sect also vigorously cultivated him, but in the end, the result of Haoshan sect blocking the mountain and escaping the world was something that all the senior officials of the sect could not accept. He wants to return to the sect, or let his children recognize their ancestors and return to their ancestors. We must strictly abide by the sect regulations and pass the tests that several of their elders have been subjected to. The fourth elder also spoke, who can tell the truth about the future? Our current task is to cultivate Pengzhu, the child. Let him stand alone as soon as possible and help the sect leader share some pressure. Tang Yuehua stood quietly below, secretly looking at the changes in expressions of the 6 elders and his brother. There are many disputes about the section. It's also embarrassing for his elder brother to serve as the sect leader for so many years. The elders still have a lot of opinions on the second brother, it depends on how he solves these problems in the future. Of course, when I came to Haoshan sect this time, there is another important matter announced to the elders and the sect leader. Brother, there is another important thing for Yuehua to come this time. Please testify with brother and several elders. After she finished speaking, she showed her Haoshan hammer. When the martial soul appeared, hers the soul rings are also showing off one by one. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red, red. Qian Pengzhi left the main hall and soon caught up with Tang Lai. Grandpa Qi, don't be too excited. It's not good to make yourself angry. Tang Lai stopped to look at him and shook his head, you boy, why am I excited? Then he sighed slightly. Tang Hao was very optimistic about him back then. Although I was not an elder at that time, I had great expectations for him to inherit the position of sect leader. Qian Pengzhi said in confusion, Grandpa Qi, although you don't like your second uncle, why do you always feel like you praise him very much between the lines? Tang Lai looked at the direction of the Haoshan sect's training ground and said again. At that time, he was also young and energetic, and he had a sense of arrogance that looked down on the world. This tough attitude not only made him successful and hurt him. Let me say this, I saw the shadow of the young old sect leader in him. Tang Chen, the old leader of Haoshan sect, had a tough and domineering attitude when he was young. The Haoshan sect can become famous in the world of soul masters, and it is all made step by step. Tang Lai was still young at that time, and the other party's majesty was deeply imprinted in his heart. Later, Tang Hao's appearance was exactly the same as Tang Chen in terms of talent and behavior, and at least 8 points is highly similar. At that time, he felt that Tang Hao had hope and led the Haoshan sect to rise again. Great-grandfather. Qian Pengzhi said in confusion. Yes, we. Tang Lai was about to say something, but he felt the aura of titled Douluo coming from near the main hall of the sect. Titled Douluo? Could it be? As if he had guessed something, he hurriedly turned around and headed towards the main hall of the sect again. Qian Pengzhu looked at his anxious look and seemed to have guessed what happened in the sect hall. Mom, are you finally named Douluo? A hint of excitement appeared in his heart, and then ran towards Tang Li again. Grandpa Qi, don't run so fast, wait for me. After the two arrived at the main hall of the sect, they saw Tang Yuehua holding the Haoshan hammer in his hand, with 9 soul rings surging on his body. Especially the 2 bright red soul rings, they look particularly dazzling. Titled Douluo. Tang Li said in surprise, "Ni Yuehua, you have really succeeded." His expression was very excited. 7th Elder, I am now also a titled Douluo. Tang Yuehua looked at him with a smile and said. Okay. Okay. Tang Li couldn't stop the smile on his face. By the way, what's your account? Yuehua Douluo. This matter can be included in the major events of the development of Haoshan sect. A new titled Douluo appeared in the sect again, and he also owned 2 100,000-year soul rings. Tianyu Haoshan sect. Qian Pengzhu also showed a look of joy and said. Congratulations to Mom. Compared with the news of Tang Hao's whereabouts, Tang Yuehua's breakthrough to the title-listed Douluo realm is even more inspiring. This also represents the future birth of Haoshan sect and has another mainstay. What happened today should be one of the few happy moments for Tang Xiao. There is news about my younger brother who has been missing for many years, and my younger sister who cannot practice has also broken through to the title Douluo. Double happiness comes. Chapter 269, The Celebration of Haoshan Sect. Haoshan Sect held a celebration meeting in the evening, and the 7 elders and Tang Xiao jointly announced that Tang Yuehua was promoted to the 8th elder. She didn't need to ask about the affairs of the sect, just manage Yuexuan well. This news also greatly inspired the younger generation of disciples of Haoshan sect. Another titled Douluo appeared in the sect, and it was a matter of time before the Haoshan sect returned to the Soul Master realm. It can only be said that the Haoshan sect's luck in this period is still there, and it is the power with the most titled Douluo except the Wuhun Hall. In the original work, their title Douluo is still the most popular among the 3 sects. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family is only one Yuan Zhen, and they are still struggling to support it. In the end, he died in the hunting operation of Bibidong, and the entire Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family was almost massacred. At the sect dinner, Tang Yuehua looked at the excitement on the faces of the second generation of disciples and just sighed in his heart. In the huge Haoshan sect, except for my second brother's children, most of the others are of medium talent, and there are only 3 or 5 people with high talent. Maybe this is what Brother Cheng said to be prosperous and declining. The 3 generations of glory brought by grandfather Tang Chen made Haoshan sect's status in the Soul Master world second only to the existence of the Martial Soul Hall. Unfortunately, Tang Hao's own reasons broke the balance between the Wuhun Palace and the Haoshan sect, and after blocking the mountain and escaping the world, he began to decline. However, I will not let the foundation that my grandfather has worked hard to put into pieces. This child Pengzhu will definitely lead Haoshan sect to a brilliant future. Tang Yuehua refused to admit defeat. Her children could definitely do what his elder brother and second brother did not do. What's more, according to the information disclosed before Kunyuchen, his nephew named Tang San may not be in the Haoshan sect's mind. He had the idea of establishing his own power and would definitely not focus on his focus. On the Haoshan sect. Second brother, you didn't seize the opportunity at that time. Now, this opportunity has come to my son, and I will definitely not let him miss the opportunity. Qian Pengzhu seemed to have noticed that his mother's expression was a little wrong. How to say it, there was a raging fire in her eyes. But when I think of some things my mother has experienced, I feel it is quite normal. I will definitely succeed in inheriting the position of the leader of Haoshan and will not let you down in my father's expectations. His eyes also showed high fighting spirit. As long as he successfully practiced Haoshan Juju and became a candidate for the sect leader, it would be a foregone conclusion. Even though his second uncle took his children to Haoshan sect to recognize his ancestors and return to his hometown, he even wanted to win the position of sect leader for his cousin Tang San. It was too late at that time. Once he reveals his twin martial soul again, it will be a decisive kill. Tang Xiao's mood was also relaxed appropriately at this moment. His sister was promoted to Douluo by luck and adventure, which could have fulfilled a wish in her father's original heart. The 3 brothers and sisters are all titled Douluo, which is also a commendable thing in Douluo continent. 4 seals for each school. He looked at the moon in the sky with a glass of wine and murmured, Brother Hao, where are you? After Tang Hao returned from the capital of killing, he has been with the Ghost Vine Queen. After thinking about it, he was still preparing to return the soul bones he had obtained from the sect. A sinner, I am ashamed of the sect's vigorous cultivation, and it is time for this soul bone to be returned. Hearing his words, the Ghost Vine Queen beside her was extremely anxious. The vine kept shaking, meaning to advise him not to be so impulsive. A trace of tenderness flashed in Tang Hao's eyes and said, I must have returned the soul bones, but not now. When the mistress comes out of that place and washes away the murderous aura, it is the time to do this. Haoshan sect hasn't been back for so many years, it's time to go back. The Ghost Vine Queen also knew his determination and gradually became quiet. She still knows Tang Hao's character very well, and the things she has made up her mind to be completed. The city of killing is the last time I trained with the mistress. The rest of the road depends on him. And you can also see that he has some problems himself, and some things need to be verified by me. Aman, after you recover, the truth hidden in him will surface. Tang Hao sighed again. Tang San's performance is indeed not like a person of his age. Especially the performances in the tavern of the killing capital have shaken his heart. The phantom of the Ghost Vine Queen appeared and slowly spoke, How, and here is me. Aman, you are in a state that is not stable now, so don't show up first. Tang Hao said hurriedly. It was already a great gift for the Ghost Vine Queen to be able to recover to this way. He really owed Douluo a great favor. His original idea was to raise Tang San and die alone with the Ghost Tang Queen. 100,000 years have helped her to restore her human form, and at that time he has long been a dry bone in the tomb. In this magical place, it can accelerate the growth of the Ghost Vine Queen, allowing him to see Aman again in his lifetime. My mission is about to be completed, and my heart is about to be liberated. Suddenly, Tang Hao felt that the burden on him was much more relaxed. The depressed look on his whole body also dissipated a little, and a smile appeared on his face. Hao, if you have time, meet. Aman's phantom looked at his cheering up, and then disappeared. This posture is the familiar Haoshan Douluo. In the city of killing at this time, Tang San had adapted to the rules here. He had just come out of the hell killing field and saw an acquaintance. She held a short sword that was more than a foot long and shining with cold light in her hand. A pair of beautiful contact lenses full of charm flashed with charming light, wearing a black dress, her long hair was neatly combed and tied with a rope behind her back. Tang San was confused, Hulina? Why did she come here too? This person is the female soul master in the golden generation of the Wuhun Hall. Although the two teams have never fought each other, he still remembers the other's appearance. As if he noticed the gaze of an outsider, Hulina also looked at him. With such a young appearance, she is still a newcomer. This person should be Tang San, who was reborn from the teacher. In her eyes, Tang San was like a male soul master with a bit of evil charm. He has a tall and strong figure, and his face is a bit evil, and his temperament has also undergone earth-shaking changes. If you are in the outside world, it will attract the attention of many opposite sexes, or even courtship. Hulina just glanced at him, nodded and walked into the hell-killing field. Try to survive here. She spoke very lightly, but Tang San still couldn't say a word and heard it. He did not answer, but walked towards his residence. I not only want to live, but I will also use the rules to go out openly. Tang San was full of confidence in this. Chapter 270 Shura King Amp Hell Messenger, the focus of the King of Killing. Hell Killing Field, Hulina the opponent this time is a strong man. The opponent's weapon was a mace with blood and slags remaining on it. Looking at his fierce face, Hulina knew that this was a completely degenerate. This is her fourth challenge, and she has already set up an offensive posture. She held the short knife tightly in her right hand, and her eyes were always staring at the strong man. The strong man licked his tongue, his eyes showing a scarlet color, and he kept scanning Hulina's body. What a perfect figure! If the mace in my hand is smashed, it should form a beautiful picture. Don't worry, it won't be very painful, it's done in 1 second. Hulina looked at the other party's disgusting appearance, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. What level do you say these disgusting words in front of me? Arrogant! She shouted sweetly and rushed towards the strong man. He. The strong man was not polite and began to wave the mace in his hand. When Hulina was about to approach the strong man, she also felt the oncoming storm. His brows frowned slightly, and then a red light emanated from his eyes. The strong man's movement of waving the big stick was obviously slower, and it was this pause that made Hulina find an opportunity. One of them bent back and then tilted the short knife in his hand behind the other party, quickly swung it out. Swish! A red line appeared on the strong man's neck and fell to the ground. After his blood flowed out, it was absorbed by the patterns on the ring. That's it. Strong outside and do it at the same time. Hulina curled her lips and left the ring. Those who watched the game saw Hulina's eyes with a hint of fear. Of course, there are also a few people with fighting spirit in their eyes, wanting to kill this powerful opponent. A month has passed, and Tang San and Hulina have become famous in the hell-killing field. There are fewer and fewer people who want to attack them. The two of them fought in a simple and clear style, and they were killed in one blow in the hell-killing field without any drag. Although life here is boring, Tang San has long been used to it. Under the influence of the skull and Xian Gong, he still maintained the rationality of a normal person. The same is true for Hulina. Before coming to the slaying capital, Bibi Dong personally found a skull produced by a fox soul beast of 10,000 years of quality. On the surface, the temperament of the two has become cold and ruthless, but in fact, under this coat, they still maintain their rationality. After a year, the two of them have become celebrities in the hell-killing field. Hulina participated in a total of 72 games and won all of them. People in the City of Slaughter are given the title of Hell Messenger. Tang Sanyi participated in a total of 69 games and won all of them. People who have been killed are named Shura King. The two can rank among the top 10 since their establishment. In a year, Tang San's expression changed even more. There was a layer of coldness in his expression, and even a faint smell of blood was emitted on his body. He also understood a truth: here, he can defeat his opponent if he has strong soul power. In Tang San's hands, several opponents with soul power of more than 80 have died. A soul master without soul skills is like a tiger that has lost his minions, and Tang San himself is a terrifying killing machine. These threats were nothing to him. Hulina relies on her spiritual charm and is always in the killing arena. The short knife in her hand has been dyed a slight red layer. Her temperament is similar to that of Tang San, like a cold female killer. She was also very concerned about Tang San, and this man had a perseverance that ordinary people could not possess. You should know that anyone who comes to the capital of killing will struggle on the brink of death every day and will fall into depravity at any time. Especially men, under tremendous pressure, they need a way to relieve them. But Tang San is an exception. After coming out of the killing hell field, he will return to his hut. When he came out of the hut, his only place to go to kill hell. Many girls with good figures and appearances wanted to throw themselves into his arms, but only the cold murderous aura was greeted. The only difference is that she only admires Tang San. In the original work, Hulina was attracted by Tang San, and then her heart was filled with spring. She always remembers her mission, to cooperate with Tang San and pass the final trial of the City of Killing. At this time, Hulina was sitting on the platform, watching Tang San's ring game. 9 opponents surrounded him with a fierce look. Tang San's hands moved quickly, and the hidden weapon in his hand instantly ejaculated. 6 people fell down instantly, and the 3 living people used the bodies of others to block the hidden weapon. Do you think this will block my hidden weapon? Tang San looked at the 3 people with cold eyes, ready to give them a fatal blow. You already have a way to die. His body rotated rapidly for a week and no one could see clearly how he took action. 9 invisible flying knives as thin as willow leaves flew out of him. The Tangman secret system ranks 8th, and the Phoenix attracts Ju-Chu. The 3 of them fell on the way to Tang San. After the battle, Tang San did not rush to leave, but walked to each opponent and stomped down. Then he took back hidden weapons from the enemy and put them into his soul guide. There are no hidden weapons to replenish here, he must cherish his life-saving means. I won another game, and Tang San is about to catch up with me, interesting. Hulina was not afraid that Tang San would surpass her in victory, but instead aroused a trace of fighting spirit. At the same time, the City of Killing is in a dark and wide room. A huge chair was placed in the middle with blue and purple crystals embedded on it. These crystals are outlined in an ancient costume form. Except for this chair, the others are all dark red. King Shura won another game. A cold female voice rang out in the darkness. I know. A tall figure sat down on a huge chair. His appearance cannot be seen in the darkness, but only vaguely can this person's slim figure. Great King, should we start to contact him? It has been a long time since the real strong man has joined in the City of Killing. The woman's voice sounded again, asking about the figure in the dark. The tall man sitting upright on the chair asked, "Do you think he is a real strong man?" The woman pondered for 3 seconds, and then said again. "At least in terms of skill, he is like being born for the capital of killing. His soul power is not particularly strong, but his various skills are terrible. I guess there is at least one soul bone on his body." The king of killing was silent for a moment when he heard this. "Then do you think he can complete 100 challenges to the road to hell?" The woman replied, "It's only a matter of time to complete the white scene, but he may not be able to walk on the road of hell." The king of killing said coldly, "Don't touch him. Why did we have an agreement with the spirit hall 1,000 years ago, but who knows when they will tear the agreement? The Wuhun Palace has no time to care about us now, but a guest came a year ago. Do you know?" "Guest?" "He was one of the only 2 remaining killing gods at that time." The woman's voice trembled a little. "Is King Shura related to that god of killing?" "It's not just him, but another hell messenger who won more than 70 victories, too. She was sent by another god of killing, do you understand?" The voice of the king of killing sounded again, and a hint of helplessness appeared in the cold voice. These words also dispelled the woman's idea of arranging the confrontation between the Shura king and the hell envoy. She knew that the god of killing was in the midst of killing. Once 2 gods of killing are really provoked, the capital of killing may suffer a devastating blow. "I just hope that under normal circumstances, they can't hold on to 100 games, let alone pass the road of hell. Otherwise, if the 2 killing gods appear at the same time, the disaster of the killing capital may also come." The king of killing murmured to himself, and his big hand waved a stream of rich dark red liquid flying out. In the darkness, there was a huge pool of blood, filled with sticky blood. In the dim light, the king of killing faintly revealed his 2 fangs. Chapter 271 The Golden Crocodile becomes a god at a level 100, and he is self-proclaimed. In a year, not only Tang San and Hulina have changed a lot in the city of killing. There have also been many changes in the outside world, especially in the Wuhan Hall. The martial arts taught by Qin were the first to cause a new round of competition by the second offering of the Golden Crocodile Douluo. He had originally practiced the martial arts taught by Qin and reached the level 99 Extreme Douluo realm. It was only one step away from breaking through level 100, because he had already seen the barrier blocking his way forward. The Golden Crocodile Douluo, who had practiced the Nirvana Golden Body, noticed the changes in his martial soul. His martial soul is the Golden Crocodile King, one of the top beast martial souls. Under the influence of the Nirvana Golden Body, lines similar to those in the martial arts appeared on the Golden Crocodile King. When this pattern covered the entire body of the Golden Crocodile King, his own aura also quickly expanded. The whole person entered a very magical state. He seemed to see the origin of Douluo world in a daze, and life alternated back and forth in repeated destruction and rebirth. At a certain moment, he also understood the ultimate mystery of the Nirvana Golden Body. If the spirit is immortal, I will last forever. If I live to death, I will be in peace. No matter what happens, as long as his spiritual existence can be reborn again. This also made him realize the power of Nirvana, and his whole body underwent earth-shaking changes. Qin, who noticed the fluctuations of divine power, came to the place where the Golden Crocodile Douluo was in seclusion. Following closely behind are Bibidong and Ling Yuan. The 2 looked at the position of the Golden Crocodile Douluo, and their faces showed a look of surprise. Bibidong said, "I thought the Great Venerables would be the first to break through, but I didn't expect it to be the second Venerable." Ling Yuan couldn't help but praise, "The second offering has actually broken the limit, and the feeling of oppression exudes is so strong." Qian Yuchen glanced at the 2 of them and smiled. The second worshipper was also a genius in his era. Okay, he is just old, not useless. The Golden Crocodile Douluo is older than Qian Daoliu, and is a genius who emerged 150 years ago. It is a small soul master cultivation family, and the martial soul inherited by the family is the Iron Mouth Crocodile. Straight by his appearance, the top beast martial soul Golden Crocodile King was awakened. On the road of soul masters, it was out of control. It took only 70 years to become the ceiling and Douluo's combat power. At the age of 100, I met Qian Daoliu, one of the 3 newly risen peerless ones. After the 2 of them had a chance to compete, the Golden Crocodile Douluo was impressed by Qian Daoliu's leadership temperament. Finally, he led his family to join the Wu Soul Hall. An old genius is also a genius. As long as the opportunity comes, he can still continue his legendary journey. In retreat, the golden crocodile Douluo felt the changes in his body, and his decaying qi and blood were quickly revitalizing. And a power that is stronger and more accurate than soul power, swims quickly in your body. He clearly felt that the cells in his body emitted a phantom color, and his body seemed to be undergoing some strange change. Is this power the divine power mentioned by His Majesty the Pope? His mind moved slightly, and then continued to control the power to move throughout his body. Then he felt that the power in his body was getting stronger and stronger, and that this small retreat room could no longer stay. Qian Yuchen felt the powerful power contained in the retreat room, and knew that he was about to take the last step. With one hand, a passage appeared above the golden crocodile Douluo's head. Whoosh! He stood up and flew out. The golden crocodile Douluo was floating in the air, and his martial soul and soul ring couldn't help but reveal it. The golden crocodile king. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. Golden power continued to gush out of his body, and these powers were absorbed by his soul ring. His eyes slowly opened, but a golden light flashed. The golden crocodile Douluo said slowly, I am the second worship of the martial soul hall. Today I realize nirvana, break the extreme of the mainland's cultivation, and break through the 100 levels. Although the sound was not loud, it spread all over the mainland. As long as you are a soul master, this sentence will ring in your ears. As his words fell, thunder clouds appeared in the sky. It seems that his power is not allowed to appear on Douluo continent. The golden crocodile Douluo looked up at the sky, with no fear in his eyes. I have been practicing for nearly 200 years, and I have long been indifferent to life and death. I'm going to break the limit this time today, even if I fail, I will have no regrets. Qian Yuchen was surprised to see the fierce thunder tribulation. The law of the golden crocodile Douluo's perception seems to be an existence that is not allowed in this world. Once you successfully overcome the thunder tribulation, it will open up a new path to becoming a god at a level 100. Life to death, break out of the cocoon and become a butterfly. The titled Douluo elders in the martial soul hall who were in seclusion felt this power that ruined the world and walked out of the retreat room one after another. Looking at the golden crocodile Douluo in the air, his face was filled with surprise. The second offering is actually the second person to break the limit of level 100. Qian Daoliu frowned very tightly, worried about the golden crocodile Douluo. You should know that even a powerful 100,000-year soul beast will die without death when encountering a thunder catastrophe again. A human body, not a martial soul related to thunder attributes, how can we resist the thunder tribulation? Crazy. A lightning as thick as a bucket slashed straight at the golden crocodile Douluo, and he didn't do much. Lightning struck him, and a numb feeling made his cells feel a little excited. Haha! It's really satisfying. He suddenly burst into laughter and felt the divine power in his body merge into his bones. Come on, I'm fearless. The thunder clouds in the sky sounded two loud noises again, and two thick lightnings struck the golden crocodile Douluo again. The result is that the golden crocodile Douluo has become dark. It seems like I have been digging a coal mine for 10 years. His martial soul and soul ring are still showing off. The power of thunder tempers one's body, and the second offering, you are really brave. Qian Yuchen couldn't help but admire the golden crocodile Douluo. This strong man who follows the six-winged angel lineage has already tried his best. The golden crocodile Douluo ignored the thunder and lightning struck by the thunder clouds, but instead quickly operated the nirvana body and mind method with some sense of his mind. The body was surrounded by divine power again, and the soul ring was also quickly absorbing the divine power condensed. At this time, the thunder clouds in the sky seemed to be angry, and thick lightning struck down one after another. The figure of the golden crocodile Douluo is no longer visible, and only one figure can be vaguely seen in the lightning in the sky. Guyuina, who was reading books in the library, looked out the window and murmured, Golden crocodile Douluo, you are a respectable human being. The thunder tribulation in the divine realm is to prevent the appearance of the taboo god. If you want to break the blockade of this thunder tribulation and resist 9081 thunder, it means you are a peerless strong man. After gaining the recognition of the god realm, the thunder tribulation has washed away your sins and can ascend to the god realm. Even soul beasts cannot withstand so many thunders intact, let alone humans. Are you Thunder 981? Qian Yuchen muttered. You should know that even steel can withstand so much lightning and probably turn into toner. The second worshipper has realized the divine power related to death and life. Your thunder tribulation has helped him. When the thunder clouds dissipated, a powerful divine power emanated. The 4 black and 5 red 9 soul rings flashed, and the 10th soul ring was already formed. Red and golden. The second place in my martial soul hall enshrines the golden crocodile, and today it has exceeded 100 levels. Prince of the God, Crocodile. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge phantom of the golden crocodile king appeared in the sky. At the same time, a crocodile logo appeared in the second level divine area of the divine realm center. This also means that the golden crocodile has successfully proved himself to the position of God and has been recognized by the divine world. Chapter 272 The golden crocodile becomes a god, and all parties react. Golden crocodile Douluo, have you become a god? In the 9 treasures glazed lilac sect, the old sect leader Ning Xingdao looked in the direction of the Wuhun Hall, and his face showed a look of shock. He still had a deep impression of this old man from the loyal martial soul hall. This powerful titled Douluo is not famous in the current soul master world. His glazed body purification art has been practiced to the level of great perfection and has also realized a new power. A faint 9-colored light, like a seed, took root and sprouted in his body. I am also a genius from the 7 treasures glazed pieces sect over the years. The old man Jin Crocodile is okay, and I can do it too. A raging fire flashed in his eyes, revealing his unyielding look. In the hall of the 9 treasures glazed Li sect, Ning Fengzi, Chen Xin, and Ancient Banyan gathered together. Chen Xin took the lead and said, the golden crocodile Douluo has actually broken through level 100. This old man from the spirit hall is considered a dead tree. Gurong, it must be that boy who helped him, otherwise how could he have broken through level 100? And it was in front of that great worshipper. After all, the eldest brother is the Pope of the spirit hall, so he is naturally mainly based on his own family, but what exactly does he want to do? I always feel that his purpose seems to be not to end the fragmentation situation in the mainland and enter a new era. Ning Fengzi did not have much thought about the golden crocodile Douluo breaking through level 100, but instead guessed what Qin wanted to do. If you simply want to end the situation of the mainland and the split for thousands of years, the Pope can suppress everything by taking action. Chen Xin guessed that Qin should have bigger plans, but he didn't know what he wanted to do. Over the years, there have been several powerful people who have reached the god level in Douluo continent. Qin, Chenexin, Ling Chuan, Ice God, and Golden Crocodile. But no one knows how many strong people are preparing to break through level 100. In 3 years, I also saw that barrier. However, the power of space I realized is not enough to break the barrier inside. Gurong said again that he had reached level 99. Level 99 level title sealed Douluo is already the top combat power on the continent. But he also found that he could not go any further, and a very powerful barrier blocked the front. It's like a natural chasm, insurmountable. Old Bone, you have to work hard. I believe that I can't stop you even if I have the last barrier. Chen Xin couldn't help but want to stimulate him and arouse his desire to win and lose. Humph, what are you proud of? I will definitely catch up with you. Gurong snorted coldly, obviously a little annoyed by his arrogant behavior. Uncle Jian and Uncle Gu have also reached level 99. The simple soul cultivation power cannot be further improved. The last barrier needs a brand new force to break it. I think this is also the reason why many level 99 level Douluo on the mainland cannot go further. I believe that the eldest brother has discovered this problem a long time ago. Ning Fengzi's talent is pretty good, even stronger than his father. He also discovered the clues after breaking through level 99. After reaching this level, the soul power will not undergo substantial changes. Soul power will accumulate slowly and there will be no changes in essence. That kid must have discovered something amazing, so find some time for him to reveal it. The classics of the Wuhun Palace that have been passed down for many years have definitely inspired him, and thus discovered a way to break the limit of level 99. There is still a lot of understanding of the foundation of Chenexin Wuhun Palace, and many secrets on the mainland are recorded. Based on my elder brother's personality, we will tell us if the time is right. What we need to do now is to cultivate the next generation, and the inheritance of the Jubeo glazed lilac sect still depends on the younger generation to take over. Ning Fengzi attaches great importance to the inheritance of the sect, and there are also many outstanding disciples among the younger generation. In addition to Ning Rongrong and Ning, there are also other disciples who are very good. Chen Xin and Gurong looked at each other and said, well, we 2 old men are staring at each other. Haoshan sect, Tang Xiao and 7 elders gathered together with a serious expression. After Tang Xiao glanced at the 7 elders, he said in a deep voice, what do the elders think about the golden crocodile Douluo breaking through the 100th level? Alas, the Wuhun Palace is worthy of being the strongest soul master organization on the continent. Two powerful people who have become gods at level 100 have appeared. Although the great elder did not want to accept this reality, he had to admit the power of the Wuhun Hall. Especially under the leadership of the new Pope Qinyu City, its influence has spread throughout the continent. His Haoshan sect has had 9 titled Douluo for so many years, so there are probably more Wuhun Palace. Even if the top 3 sects united, the number of titled Douluo was not as large as that of the other party. No matter what, Haoshan sect is currently blocking the mountain and escaping the world. No matter how big the change occurs in the Soul Master world, it will not affect us. We secretly accumulate strength and wait until Pengju takes his sect alone and leads his sect to be born. Even if his spirit hall wants to unify the continent, he has to balance the forces of all parties. The second elder said that he still has a clear understanding of the general situation in the Soul Master world. Whatever the spirit hall wants to do, they can do it without interfering. The situation is stronger than that of others. Even if it is compromised, it is to preserve the foundation and inheritance of Haoshan sect. The talent of the older men is already at the upper limit, and the qi and blood are gradually declining, so it is really difficult to go further. Sect Master, we just need to deal with the affairs of the sects in the future. You can retreat with peace of mind and reach the final realm. The third elder thought about it and expressed his thoughts. If the Haoshan sect has a level 99 level titled Douluo in charge, many things will be much easier. The most promising person in the sect at present is Tang Xiao, who is currently a 96 level titled Douluo. Before, because of trivial matters in the sect, there were not many things to concentrate on practicing. If he is given enough time, it will not be difficult to break through to level 99. This Tang Xiao hesitated a little. Sect Master, Haoshan sect now needs a stronger pillar. We old men are not good enough. You can go into seclusion with peace of mind. The other elders also agreed and suspended the advice of the third elder. The Haoshan hammer reaches level 99, and its combat effectiveness is stronger than that of the same level. Cooperating with the unique skills of Haoshan sect, fighting at the same level is basically a sure win. Since that's the case, I'll go into seclusion with peace of mind. Tang Xiao did not refuse and made plans to go to retreat and practice for a long time. On the island of the sea god, Posezi and the 7 holy pillars gathered in the temple of the sea god. High Priest, there is another god-level powerhouse on the mainland. Our sea god island, should we be vigilant? The strongest Heilong Douluo among the 7 holy pillars said. The golden crocodile Douluo is a worshipper in the Wuhun Hall, and its status is second only to the angel Douluo Qiandaoliu. He lives in simplicity and will not participate in secular disputes. Bo Sixi said that she still has some understanding of the Spirit Hall. Qiandaoliu told her about the significance of the existence of the Spirit Hall, mainly to maintain peace on the mainland and the stability of the Soul Master world. We have no conflict with the Spirit Hall, so there is no need to worry. Just as long as you 7 people abide by their respective responsibilities, I will deal with other things. The Sea God Island is far away from the mainland, and is basically inseparable from the world and has the protection of the Sea God, so you don't have to worry about the inland storms. You guys retreat first, I'll try to communicate with Lord Sea God. Yes, follow the order of the High Priest. After saluting respectfully, the 7 saint pillars left the Sea God temple. Posezi came to the statue of the Sea God and began to pray. As for the 2 empires and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, they ordered their subordinates to act low-key and avoid provoking the Spirit Hall. Otherwise, severe punishment will not be punished. At Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaogong's face became ugly. A god-level strong man is an existence that surpasses the title Douluo. Can he really let Tang San defeat the other party? For a moment, he fell into deep thought. In the Wuhun Palace, after the golden crocodile Douluo became a god, a celebration banquet was held for him. As the Pope, Qinyu stood up first, picked up his wine glass and said, "Second worshippers, congratulations on breaking to level 100. Chapter 273, Golden Crocodile Douluo's Gratitude, Tang who wants to cooperate." After a banquet, the Golden Crocodile Douluo met Qinyu alone. "Second worship, do you have anything else to tell me separately?" Qinyu looked at the joy on the face of the Golden Crocodile Douluo, and he didn't quite understand his actions. "His Majesty, please accept my worship." After saying that, the golden crocodile Douluo knelt on one knee and put his hands together to pay a gift to Qianyu. "Oh, what are you doing? Qian Yuchen hurried to him and helped him up. You should know that in the Hall of War Spirits, the honorary status of the 7 worshippers is actually on the same level as that of the Pope. The 7 great worshippers can see the Pope not worshipping, and even have the authority to dismiss the Pope. He always respected the 7 worshippers and always regarded them as elders. The golden crocodile Douluo saluted, which was beyond his expectations. After today, I will have no regrets even if I die in battle. A hint of emotion appeared on the face of the golden crocodile Douluo. He had already broken through the peak of this world in this life, and there was no regret. But he also had a hint of doubt. The world after level 100 is indeed very magical. There seemed to be a sound in the sky that I wanted to summon me up. What you sense is the guidance from the divine realm. If you agree to the call of this voice, you will ascend to the divine realm soon. It is equivalent to breaking away from the world and entering a whole new world. Qian Yuchen explained. However, he was also a little confused. The power of the golden crocodile Douluo's breakthrough was even greater than that of Ling Yuan's original movement. He suffered 91 thunder tribulations, but his overall strength seemed to be less powerful than the divine power fluctuations he would rather emit. The level of the golden crocodile Douluo should be a second-level god, but with Nirvana's golden body continue to practice and you will definitely become stronger. After listening to his explanation, the golden crocodile Douluo thought about it and still did not plan to ascend to the divine realm. Akin, I can't ascend to the divine realm yet. I haven't seen the most glorious moment in the martial soul palace yet, and I will not ascend to the upper realm. His eyes looked straight at Qian Yuchen, as if he knew what he was planning in his heart. Qian Yuchen smiled and said, since that's the case, how can I help the second priest adjust to Elder Ling Yuan? The golden crocodile Douluo nodded, it's so good. Then Qian Yuchen waved his right hand and 3 rays of light fell on the eyebrows, chest and knees of the golden crocodile Douluo. Then the 3 rays of light connected into a line, and the golden crocodile Douluo felt that the mystery in his body had changed back to his soul power. The strength is in the state of a level 99 level title sealed Douluo. This is the divine power seal I set. You are now at level 99 extreme Douluo. The configuration of the soul ring is the kind of combination you have after you break through. Qian Yuchen said again. The divine power seal he exerted on the other party was improved. After limiting his divine power in the 10th soul ring, he could maximize his combat power of the ultimate Douluo. Indeed, I can sense that my own strength is a little stronger than before. The golden crocodile Douluo empathized with his statement. His strength was stronger than before. If before breaking through the god level, his ultimate Douluo's combat power was 6,000, then the combat power after the divine power was sealed is 10,000. The other elders are basically at a critical moment now, and there are some things that need to be paid tribute to the second offering. It's no wonder Qian Yuchen said this. Recently, the evil soul masters on the mainland seem to have started to stir up storms again. Many elite troops in the Wuhan Hall have been sent out, which is also a test of Qinyu City's vigorous training over the years. You can rest assured that the worship hall is the last guarantee of the spirit hall. The golden crocodile Douluo also noticed that something might have happened and made his own guarantee. After talking about some more things, the golden crocodile Douluo left. After he left, Ling Yuan walked out of the darkness. Qian Yuchen turned around and looked at her, wonderingly, it's so late, haven't you rested yet? Ling Yuan gave him a blank look, meaning that he asked knowingly. Okay, let's go back early to rest. Qian Yuchen took her hand and walked towards the residence. Everyone is so obvious, he is not a piece of wood. On this side of the capital of killing, Tang San returned to his hut and sat cross-legged and used the Xiantian gong. After about half an hour, he let out a long breath. His face became very serious. There is indeed a problem with the murderous aura here. He was surrounded by a huge murderous aura, but it also affected his rationality. After 2 years in the capital of killing, there were thousands of fallen people who died at his hands. But every time he kills someone, he will feel that the murderous aura on his body is increasing and constantly affecting him invisibly. There was nothing at the beginning of these murderous auras, but when Tang San killed more than 100 here, he found that these murderous auras began to affect his mind. At the beginning, only bloodthirsty emotions would appear occasionally, and as time goes by, the aura of killing became more and more obvious. Let's put it this way, when he saw any creature, he wanted to kill it. Killing a fallen person at will is as simple as crushing an ant. So in the future, except for participating in the competition, his cultivation direction is no longer to improve his own strength, but to suppress the increasingly stronger murderous aura. In addition to Xian Gong, he was not controlled by the idea of killing because of the help of the authentic internal skills of Suanman and the skull. At the same time, Tang San also regarded the killing during the game as a way of venting. Until a week ago, when he completed the 99 Hell Killing Field game, he felt that he could hardly control the murderous aura in his body. He also understood why Hulina won 99 games and did not participate in 100 games. Bang! Bang! The knock on the door sounded, and Tang San became alert in an instant. The murderous aura on his body is also being released invisibly. Who? It's me. Hulina's voice came from outside the door, and Tang San's frown gradually relaxed. He waved his hand casually, and a stream of air opened the door bolt. Come in. After Tang San finished speaking, Hulina, dressed in black, opened the door and walked in. Unlike the original work, Hulina did not hold the Bloody Mary in her hand. Although Bloody Mary is the living habit of killing the strong man in the capital, Tang San did not do so. This also made her discover the weirdness. The Bloody Mary she obtained was mostly used to moisten her throat. I'm here to find you this time because I hope we can join forces. Hulina looked at Tang San and directly expressed her purpose. Joining. Tang San's eyes were filled with doubt. Don't you know the rules of the Hell Killing Field? How do we join forces if we encounter it? Hulina shook her head and said again, what I mean by joining forces is to join forces when you are rushing to the road of hell. Neither you nor me are truly fallen people. There is only one way to go out, that is, to break through the road of hell. Seeing that Hulina discovered her abnormal identity, Tang San did not show any abnormality. Dash. Is this road to hell dangerous? After Tang San asked this, Hulina understood what he was thinking. She said in a serious tone, it's very dangerous. Even if you are from the hidden Haoshan sect, you have magical abilities. If you travel through the road of hell alone, you will still die in it. If we join forces to break through the road of hell, we will gain the opportunity left by that great powerhouse, the realm of the god of killing. Tang San also understood why his father asked him to come here for training. In addition to training your mind in the darkest places, you also want to obtain the realm of the god of killing. There have been some delays recently, resulting in unstable updates during the day. I am really sorry, thank you again for your support. Chapter 274 Yum, Opening the Road to Hell. Domain skills are very rare in Douluo continent. As Yu Xiaogong's disciple, Tang San naturally knew some of the mysteries. But at this moment he could only pretend not to understand. He said in a plain tone, are domain skills valuable? Hulina glanced at him and said again. Generally speaking, only when the domain skills are reached by the soul master, the titled Douluo realm, can appear when the 9th soul skill is reached, and the probability is only 1/10. It is an existence called the best soul skill. Apart from the level of title Douluo, it only has the talent field of martial souls. In this field of your own, your strength will be magnified, and your opponent's strength will be suppressed. She paused and continued. The talent field will continue to change as your strength increases. Take the killing god realm mentioned earlier, which will become stronger as the murderous aura increases. As for why I know, this was told by a strong man with the realm of the god of killing. After she finished speaking, Tang San nodded in cooperation. No wonder it will be set to win 100 games in killing hell field before opening the hell road. Only those who have enough murderous aura and luck are eligible to obtain the killing field. Hulina also agreed with his words. She asked again, by the way, have you also discovered that this Bloody Mary is strange? When Tang San heard this, he looked at her in surprise and nodded. Yes, there is indeed a problem with this Bloody Mary. To be precise, there is a very strange poison in this city of killing. Poison? Hulina looked at him in confusion. I greatly reduced my intake after I noticed something was wrong. At most, I used it to quench my thirst. How did you find out? Tang San looked at some things in his introduction to him, and also became a good person for a while and explained. This poison is a chronic poison hidden in the blood. The more Bloody Mary drinks, the deeper the poisoning will be. I don't know what the consequences will be if I break the first route and leave here, but this poison should be affected by the first. 8 people have only left here for more than 1,000 years. This is not just the horror of the road of hell itself, but this poison should have played a big role. This toxin is not in the blood, but in the air. Influenced by the toxins in the air and their own murderous aura, blood is needed to calm the restlessness. Over time, you will become addicted. You reacted very promptly, reducing your intake of Bloody Mary, and not being affected too much by this toxin. Otherwise, if you and I join forces to break through the road of hell, it will only cause me trouble. Hu Lina did not refute Tang San, what he said made some sense. If you drink a lot of Bloody Mary, you don't know what unexpected happens on the road to hell. Tang San took out a pill from his Ruyi treasure bag and threw it into Hu Lina's hand. If you can trust me, I will take this medicine. Within 3 days, you will have some diarrhea and gradually empty the toxins in your body. If you don't believe me, then we don't need to cooperate on Hell Road. Although I don't know the degree of poisoning you, I don't want an uncertain factor to be around me. Hu Lina picked up the pill in her hand and took it, then took it directly and turned around and left. The moment before she closed the door, her voice reached Tang San's ears, I believe in you, please believe me, because we all need to leave alive. After returning to her hut, Hu Lina began to use her soul power to force out the toxins in her body. Tang San, my mission is about to be completed. In the hell killing field, Tang San's opponent was shot in the head under his heavy blow from the Haoshan hammer. This is his victory over the last opponent, and it also means that he successfully completed 100 victories in the hell killing field. The almost substantial murderous aura formed a huge vortex in the air. A large number of fallen people watching the battle were affected by the murderous aura released by him, and at this moment it was already silent. Only one thought flashed through their minds, it is worthy of being the king of Shura, it is really terrifying. Anyway, he is an opponent in the city of killing and no one wants to face. Congratulations, the young Shura king. A low and sharp voice suddenly came from all directions. The murderous aura released by Tang San's body instantly poured back into his body after the sound was heard. Suddenly, his face turned pale. In the air, a blood-colored figure was falling from the sky. Killing King! King of Killing! The cry of the fallen one sounded, and even though his voice was hoarse, there was no intention of stopping. Tang San felt awe-inspiring in his heart, and his eyes looked at the bloody red figure in the air. It was a tall man, his whole body wrapped in a huge scarlet cloak. A pale face and a pair of completely blood-red eyes. The body slowly descended from the air, as if it was not limited by gravity. He secretly guessed that the king of killing who fell from the sky was definitely a strong man of the title Douluo level. The king of kill stopped descending when he was still 5 meters away from the ground. He looked down at Tang San, and then the voice rang out again. I'll invite the messenger of hell. After the words came, the door at the other end of the hell killing field opened, and Hu Lina, dressed in black, walked slowly over. She and Tang San looked at each other and then looked elsewhere. After saying something to the viewing platform, the king of killing set his eyes on Tang San and Hu Lina. King Shura, the messenger of hell, thank you for letting me feel the existence of passion again. Yuan, very good. In order to praise your achievements, I decided to award you the title of God of Killing. From now on, you can all go to and from the capital of Killing by yourself and be hired as the guest minister of the capital of Killing under me. Tang San and Hu Lina looked at each other, and both of them were puzzled. What is this king of killing doing? Grant the title of killing god without passing through the road of hell? But soon, they all understood the intention of the king of killing. It is very dangerous to walk in hell, but behind the danger, there is such a huge temptation as the realm of the god of killing. The king of killing did this obviously because he did not want them to obtain the realm of the god of killing. Hu Lina took a little forward and said, Great king of killing, you cannot break the rules of the killing system because of us. I am willing to pass the test of the first way and get your reward. I hope to rely on my own strength to get out of here and become a true god of killing. The king of killing froze, Hell messenger, you may not know the horror of the road to hell. Are you really ready? Hu Lina's eyes were firm, I have long put my life and death aside. The king of killing then looked at Tang San, what about you, Shura king? Are you willing to accept my reward and become a guest minister in the capital of killing? Tang San showed a smile and shook his head. Thank you, king of killing, for your kindness, and thank you for your respect for me so much. The purpose of my coming here is to walk the road of hell. Please open the entrance to Hell Road, I am willing to pass this test with the Hell Messenger. What? The king of killing's face changed, you want to join forces to pass the road of hell? Hu Lina was not much patient anymore, and said again, in this world, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. The king of killing, please open the road to hell. A red light flashed in the eyes of the king of killing, but considering the forces behind the two, he gave up his plan to kill them. If you take action rashly, it will bring a catastrophe to the city of killing. Since that's the case, then you can walk on this road of hell. Being companion on the road to hell is also a good trip. If you have successfully passed the test of Hell Road, please say hello to your elders on my behalf. As the words fell, thick red mist suddenly bloomed from the King of Killing. The red ripples filled with evil aura slowly dispersed, and in the blink of an eye, it had already spread throughout the audience. At the same time, the fallen people sitting in the audience were surprisingly excited. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the King of Killing, and he said coldly, "The road to hell, open." Chapter 275, Impacting on the Road to Hell, Tang San's first self-suspect. The way to open the road to hell was something that neither Tang San nor Hu Lina thought of. It turned out that the blood of everyone except the two of them in the sacrificial ground opened the passage. Blood spilled on the ground and began to condense a large amount of blood, like a stream, flowing down the inconspicuous tiny pipes under the audience to the center of the hell-killing field. Countless winding red liquids flowed into the intestines like a small snake. Blood flowed into the field and did not spread straight to the ground. I don't know when grooves appeared, blood was injected into it, forming a huge blood-red pattern on it. Tang San and Hu Lina looked at each other, and their eyes were full of murderous aura. It is worthy of being a paradise for becoming a fallen man. Even if you live you will never expect death, the time when it really comes. Tang San had already had the idea of destroying the place by the King of Killing. Fortunately, under the influence of the Skull of Wisdom, he did not lose his mind. The two of them were in this pattern at this moment and could not find the full picture of it. But because of the skull, they closed their eyes at the same time and released their mental power to observe the surrounding situation in the air. Under the observation of mental power, the two found that the pattern turned out to be a creature similar to a bird. But from the perspective of the pattern, it is not as simple as an ordinary bird. There is definitely something weird. When he was puzzled, the bird's eyes lit up. XXX. The spiritual interests of him and Hu Lina were instantly crushed, and a huge red light soared into the sky, instantly washing the two of them. All perceptions around him became blurred, and only the low and sharp voice of the King of Killing echoed in his ears. "I wish you good luck on the road to hell." At the moment when the spiritual interests were shattered, Tang San finally knew what the bird's pattern was. Bat, that is the pattern of a bat. The blood-red aura that filled the hell-killing field quickly wrapped the two of them, and everything around them gradually became illusory. If the murderous aura on their bodies had not gathered into a layer of faint white ripples to protect their bodies, the blood-red mist would have really swallowed them. I don't know how long it took, accompanied by a violent shock. Tang San and Hu Lina felt their five senses return, and the blood around them gradually faded. When the two of them woke up completely, they found themselves on a circular platform. The platform is about 5 meters in diameter and is not big. Both of them are lying on it. The two looked at each other, and their eyes were clear. After readjusting their breath, the two stood up tacitly. After careful observation, both of them couldn't help but take a breath of air conditioning. The surrounding situation is very sinister. Everything around was a faint red, and except for the platform under your feet, there were a deep abyss around. In front is a slender path less than half a foot wide, only accommodates feet standing at the same time, and the width leads to unknown darkness. This road is where the two are located, is a road leading to the outside world. Hu Lina's gaze moved downward and she said in confusion, "The strong fishy smell, what is below?" Her sense of smell is very sensitive, and she always feels that what is under the abyss makes people feel uncomfortable. Hearing this, Tang San's heart moved. The current situation is indeed very serious, but he is not worried that much. Although the path ahead was hanging high in the air, he could guarantee that he would not fall if he relied on his martial soul, flying divine claws and 8 spider spears. However, the premise of all this is based on the fact that this path will not break. Let me see. Tang San crawled on the ground, and he drew his head outside the round platform and looked down towards the abyss. Although it was dark and hazy below, it could not help him, and the dark blue light flashed from his eyes. Just a quick glance, he noticed the situation below, and his face looked a little strange after getting up. Hu Lina asked, "How is it? Have you seen it clearly?" Tang San nodded and said, "There is blood or a pool of blood below. If I guess correctly, the blood pool should be the human blood of the city of killing machine for many years, which is what they call Bloody Mary and the offering to this hell road." Hu Lina thought about it and said, "It seems that this first path not only leaves the capital of killing, but also the core of the entire capital of killing. Then the two seemed to think of something and said at the same time. This is still the source of energy in the strange realm of the city of killing. Tang San felt that he had discovered a big secret, but Hu Lina raised another question. Why do the rulers of the city of killing always use blood? Just to add a sense of mystery. He thought for a while and said, my thoughts are the same as you, but it is certain that if you lose the source of blood, it will be a huge blow to the entire city of killing, and it may even be devastating. I think the existence of such a place should have destroyed him long ago. Hu Lina's face changed. Before coming to the capital of killing, Bibi Dong told her about the function here. The spirit hall has been established for so many years and has been committed to combating evil soul masters and other depraved people. But the Douluo continent is so extensive that it is undoubtedly very expensive to arrest those fallen people and establish a so-called prison. Even though the Wuhun Palace discussed with the two empires many times, this matter has been left unresolved. Later, the capital of killing was discovered and used as a place to imprison these fallen people. It can be said that using 1/10,000th of the area to protect the areas where humans live on the mainland is very cost-effective. Once the capital of killing is destroyed, a large number of fallen people here will flee to the outside world. This is a huge hidden danger for Douluo continent. Destroying the capital of killing is an extremely unfavorable practice to the stability of the mainland in the long run. Tang San, do you know how much chaos will arise on the continent once this place is destroyed? How many civilians and weak soul masters will die under the butcher's knife? You can hate this place, but you can't ignore its important role in the stability of the mainland. No matter how you say it, from a long-term perspective, destroying the killing is an unwise choice. Hu Lina directly refuted Tang San and expressed her own point of view. Tang San didn't know what to say, but he couldn't give a refutation. The fallen people in the city of killing were kept at about 30,000. Even if they destroyed this place, 1/10 of them escaped by chance, and the consequences were unimaginable. Even a huge organization like the Spirit Hall cannot completely eliminate these fallen people, the two empires and others, not to mention the power of the country. This is the first time Tang San doubts himself, whether the just act he believes is really just. It's useless for us to discuss this. It's important to get out of hell first. Seeing that Tang San was unstable, Hu Lina pulled his thoughts back. Then prepare to take action. Tang San shook off the chaotic thoughts in his mind and looked at the path leading to darkness. On this side of the Wuhun Palace, Qinyu City seemed to have sensed something. He said to the outside, go and call His Highness over. The guard's voice came, yes, Lord Pope. Soon, Bibi Dong came to the Pope's house. I'm so anxious to call me to come. Is Nana about to come out of seclusion? Not bad. Qian Yuchen nodded. 2 years have passed in the city of killing. According to my estimate, she should be exploring the road of hell with Tang San. Bibi Dong understood what he meant and said, okay, I'll go to the city of killing to pick her up. No matter who you meet, don't expose your identity and cause conflict. Pick her back to the spirit hall safely, and then continue with the next plan. Qian Yuchen still reminded him worriedly, so there is more than one exit to kill him. If there is a deviation from the original work, Tang San and Hu Lina will come out at the same exit, and Tang Hao and Bibi Dong will be a little embarrassed to collide. I understand. Bibi Dong smiled, then turned around and left. Qian Yuchen put down the documents in his hand and walked outside the Pope's hall. The city of killing wash all the dew. Tang San, come on. My game with the God Realm is about to begin. Chapter 276 Hu Lina, the three-headed Bat King of Dark Gold, the times have changed. Tang San and Hu Lina cooperated, leaving the circular platform along the path one after the other. After walking for a while, they felt that the surroundings were getting hotter and hotter. Hu Lina asked in confusion, what's going on? The air around her has become very hot. Tang San's face became very serious. We walked 364 steps, and the surrounding environment was no longer quiet, there was a faint sound, and the distance was very far, but it felt like their target was us. Be careful. Hearing Tang San's reminder, Hu Lina's face also became solemn. She knew clearly that Tang San's observation ability was particularly terrifying, and believed that he was not joking. Such a careful observation shows that his mental power has exceeded his own. Hu Lina flipped her hands and each of her hands had a short sword. Tang San did not summon the Haoshan hammer, but had something more in his hand, and a faint light flashed in the dark red surroundings. Here you come. After Tang San finished speaking, Hu Lina also heard those subtle voices. The sound is not strong, but the frequency is very fast and it is approaching quickly towards them. Suddenly, a hint of inspiration flashed through her and Tang San's minds. Blood pool, we are getting closer and closer to the blood pool. Now I figured it out, as they moved forward, the distance from the blood pool was closer. Therefore, the temperature changes can be felt. Of course, the blood pool may not be blood, but it may also be magma. If you continue to move forward, the temperature will continue to increase. The last section of the two of them was most likely to be in the submerged blood pool, and it was also the last difficult section of the road to hell. But the most important thing at the moment is to resolve the current crisis. The restless voice became louder and louder, and Tang San used his purple demonic eyes to look at the object. He said in a deep voice, "It's bats, a group of large numbers of bats." That's right, the very fast sound just now was composed of these bats. It is not a dozen or hundreds, but a group of thousands. As they approached, Tang San and Hulina also saw clearly what each other looked like. Blood-red bats are like the reduced version of the blood-colored patterns left on the ground of the regional business ground before. Each bat is about 1 foot long, but its largest wings are spread more than 1 meter. Such a huge group of bats was like a red cloud, flying towards Tang San and Hulina. This is a tough battle. We will fight back to back when the soldiers come and the generals come and the water comes and the soil comes. We will fight back to back. Tang San and Hulina immediately formed a battle formation, and the two looked around with their back to back. The group of blood-colored bats saw the two of them and made a rattle, revealing their sharp fangs. The group of bats flew over and generated a lot of wind, but Tang San had the Haoshan hammer in his hand, and his weight was enough to keep them in a towering posture. The bats did not attack immediately, but hovered around them. This means that there are blood-colored bats ready to attack in every direction of Tang San and Hulina's body. Don't rush to attack, I'll test them. After Tang San said that, he twisted his fingers, and a cold light shot out and flew towards the nearest blood bat. Whoosh! But the body of the blood bat flashed slightly in the air, dodging the flying needle that Tang San ejected. Bats are no more than other birds. They distinguish directions and targets based on sound waves and can hear us humans. Voices that cannot be heard in the class. Hulina reminded. Tang San nodded and said, I understand. When they start attacking, take good care of themselves. The two of them were ready to fight back. If the area under their feet was not too small, otherwise these bats would not be enough for them to kill. Maybe the flying needle that Tang San just popped up was furious to the group of bats. A group of bats screamed and rushed towards them. The number is about 50. The battle between the two began. The two of them no longer knew how many bats they killed, and the temperature around them was getting higher and higher, which was what made them more vigilant. Suddenly, a larger bat screamed. Immediately afterwards, other bats began to make sharp screams, with extremely harsh sounds. Tang San frowned, always feeling that things were not simple. Hulina said, we probably have trouble. Tang San looked forward, and then couldn't help but take a deep breath of air conditioning. Just in front of their narrow road, a huge guy was hanging upside down. Under the cover of the dark red light around it, a dark golden light was released. This guy is about 4 meters long, and his 2 huge claws are buckled on the narrow road. The sharp claws are tightly clasped in the stone, and each claw is more than 1 meter in size. It emits a dark golden light and has 3 heads. The terrifying fangs make people afraid to look at them. That's the king of the blood-colored bat. Hulina stared at the front seriously, a little uncertain. Tang San sighed helplessly, I beat the young and the old one, and it's another new trouble. This scene was very similar to the scene where he beat Talon and then the father and son and grandson joined forces. At this time, Hulina remembered Bibidong's advice to her. Nana, if you encounter a 3-headed monster and the situation is urgent, use the weapon in the storage soul guide. You have also learned how to use it. Her mind gradually calmed down and she had already figured out how to deal with this dark gold 3-headed bat at the most dangerous time. But after glanced down, Hulina felt something was wrong in an instant. That guy's goal is under our feet. Once this guy destroys the past path, we have no hope of going out. Tang San also guessed this and was ready to attack immediately. I'll go first. After saying that, he jumped up and smashed the Haoshan hammer in his hand towards the 3-headed dark gold bats. Hulina didn't care about so much. The dark gold bat destroyed the narrow road was the most dangerous time for her. Without any hesitation, he took out the big killing weapon Bibidong gave her from the storage soul guide. Hot Martial Soul Guide, Holy Light Judgment Cannon. The shape of this gun is similar to that of an RPG rocket launcher, and it has thermal imaging function. Hulina opened the scope and injected soul power, and the function of the soul guide was activated. Through the scope, she discovered hot images of Tang San and the three-headed Bat King of Dark Gold. Hehe, the poor Dark Gold three-headed Bat King. Times have changed. At the same time, the huge hammer in Tang San's hand hit the Dark Gold Bat King. Good opportunity. A cold light flashed in Hulina's eyes, and then she pulled the trigger. Swish! A ray similar to a laser cannon was shot out, and she did not feel any reaction force. Before the three-headed Dark Gold Bat could react, the three heads were instantly blown to pieces, and the huge body instantly lost its vitality. Tang San's eyes flashed with purple light and found something on the Dark Golden Bat. After landing quickly, he put away the other party's body. Hulina also put away the hot martial soul guide in her hand, but he also noticed Tang San's movements. Now is not the time to talk about this, so you have to hurry up and leave. The blood-red bats were also scared because their boss was instantly killed and did not attack them for the time being. Tang San would not miss such a good opportunity. He shouted softly, "Let's go." Hulina quickly moved forward and came to him, and the two continued to move forward. Chapter 277 10 Fiery Sun Snakes, Bird the Eastling Kid to the exit. After Tang San and Hulina advanced for another time, the air around them became hotter and hotter. Gradually, both of them could sense the dark red flowing under the abysses of both sides. The air that began to burn, making it uncomfortable to breathe, as if the lungs were burning. The two seemed to understand that their path forward was spiral as they rose because the arc was relatively small and it was not so easy to feel it. Otherwise, they would have left the capital of killing. It's too hot here, I think we're going to stop and take a break. The physical loss is too serious and needs to be recovered. Hulina spoke. Okay. After Tang San's simple answer, a grey light enveloped the two of them. Suddenly, Hulina felt a sense of coolness. Not only does the surrounding temperature drop a lot, but it can not only make the scorching and turbid air a little purer. She couldn't help but exclaim in her heart, domain skills, Tang San's progress is so fast. The two of them replenished their food and water in time, and then continued to move forward after their physical strength was recovered. As we walked, a rustling sound came from the front. Tang San and Hulina both stopped and looked forward with serious eyes. Tang San walking in front of Hulina made a gesture, and her reaction was very quick, and she took out the two daggers again. The purple demon eyes made Tang San's eyesight very strong. He had already seen clearly the enemy blocking the front. A dark red body crawled there, and a simple observation revealed that it should be a snake. His eyes were not very big, but Tang San felt that the brilliance in his eyes was even more terrifying than the previous three-headed Bat King of Dark Gold. Tang San was also prepared for the snake. He took out a piece of realgar from his storage soul guide and prepared for battle. The rustling sounded again, and the dark red snake began to approach the two of them. As the distance approached, Tang San also discovered the overall appearance of this snake. There are 9 bulges on its head and back, each bulge is like a red mushroom, as if blood is flowing inside. The snake's abdomen is particularly large and bulged on a narrow road. The length of the snake's body is at least 10 meters. 10 Fiery Sun Snakes. A trace of horror flashed in Tang San's eyes. This snake is a legendary existence, how could it appear in this world? But he was confident of defeating this snake and thus obtaining the precious inner alchemy. Hulina also recognized this snake. She had seen it in the book Rare Soul Beast picture collection of the Wuhun Palace. At this time it was a rare soul beast, named the 10 Fierce Sun Snakes. Tang Yin, this guy is not easy to deal with. Hearing her reminder, Tang San just nodded. Stand still, don't move, leave the battle to me. After saying that, he rushed forward and Haoshan hammer appeared in his hands. Then his hands were waving, and his whole body was blown out with a hammer. His hammering action was not to quickly hit the giant snake, but to blast from bottom to top into the air. Immediately afterwards, a rich black light sprinkled from Tang San's Haoshan hammer. His body rotated rapidly like a gyro, and every time he rotated, the Haoshan hammer in his hand would bombard him. He is accumulating strength through some special method and then forming a fatal blow. Hulina looked at her movements secretly, and there was a vague guess in her heart. The 10-headed rays have very flexible bodies, and Tang San's attack did not fall on it. But as Tang San's attacks continued to fire, it also sensed a dangerous aura. So he placed the target of the attack on Hulina. But how could Tang San make him get what he wants? The continuous waving Haoshan hammer had formed a powerful cyclone above, covering him and 10 fiery sun snakes in a range. Just as the 10 fiery suns wanted to pass by his feet and attack Hulina, its huge body was pulled back to the narrow road by a huge force. It was ready to disrupt Tang San's offensive rhythm when he realized something was wrong, but how could Tang San, who had been trained, let it succeed? No matter how the 10 guarded snake thought of interfering with Tang San's offensive rhythm, they ended in failure without exception. It was so angry that it was arched, and 9 sarcomas were completely aimed at the direction where Tang San was. Suddenly, the 9 sarcomas broke at the same time, and 9 golden red liquids suddenly shot out. Before arriving at Tang San, all the liquid merged into one in the air, and then formed a small golden ball the size of a fist. That's the inner elixir of the 10 fiery sun snakes. A cold light flashed in Tang San's eyes. He had already waved his 9,981 hammers and was ready for the final attack. At the moment when the new model stopped, I held the Haoshan hammer with both hands and maintained a slanted forward position. Then he swung out with a hammer, and in Hulina's sight, a huge black dragon seemed to burst out from the Haoshan hammer. Immediately afterwards, the black dragon bombarded the golden red bead, bounced it away, and continued to head towards the 10 rays of sun snakes. The 10 fiery sun snakes had no way out, so they could only watch the black dragon swallow it. Then his huge body, all the part above the narrow road, disappeared into fine powder. The body below lost its support and broke into several sections and fell towards the abyss. After finishing the battle, Tang San pulled his left hand into the air, and a small golden ball fell into his hand. It was the golden ball left by the 10 fiery sun snakes. Hulina did not ask much, but continued to move forward and walk to him. Is it okay? It's okay, keep moving forward. For Tang San, the battle just now did not consume much of his power. Unlike the original work, Hulina did not ask Tang San about the specific situation of the 10 fiery sun snakes this time. She had seen relevant information, and her curiosity was not as great as before. However, before the last level, she must ask what the dark gold 3-headed Bat King picked up. After all, she completed the kill. According to his guess, there must be soul bones in the corpse, and it is impossible for Tang San to take it down in vain. If he just accepts it for himself temporarily and is ready to return it, then it will be another matter. However, this also made Hulina even more vigilant towards Haoshan sect. The best battle soul hammer, the majestic Haoshan sect. This sentence is truly well deserved. Both are weapons, and weapons this soul's strong attack type soul master, the power and explosion of the Haoshan hammer are incomparable to other martial souls. According to her estimate, the hammer in Tang San's hand should be more than 300 kilograms. Tang San. She finally understood why before coming to the capital of killing, Bibi Dong would ask her to cooperate with the other party. Only in this way can we understand his talent and strength more closely. No wonder he repeatedly reminded himself not to have too deep interactions with him. If he had been other female soul masters, he might not be able to withstand this charm. Outside, Bibi Dong and Ling Yuan came to a passage entrance in the slaying capital. The capital of killing is not built underground, but in a mountain. In the words of Qin Yuchen, killing is a mountain-like fallen city built on a semi-dead volcano. After Ling Yuan came here, her brows frowned slightly. What a strong bloody smell. She didn't like this aura. Bibi Dong explained, this is the inheritance place left by a god-level powerful man, and special rules have created this place. In order to punish those fallen soul masters and the fallen ones, the martial soul palace reached an agreement with the rulers of the slaying city, and locked them up here. There are indeed traces of divine power. Ling Yuan felt it carefully and found that there was indeed a strange place. But then she noticed something was wrong and said, I feel that there is a very powerful killing force in this mountain. Once he is truly condensed and formed, he may understand the killing rules and break the shackles of level 99. What? Hearing this, Bibi Dong felt it carefully and his face became solemn. This is the power of Shura. The two looked at each other and felt incredible. There is actually a miracle inheritance in the capital of killing. Then who has obtained this miracle inheritance? A brand new mystery arose in Ling Yuan and Bibi Dong's hearts. Chapter 278 Tang San wants to destroy the capital of killing, but Hulina strongly opposes. After walking for a long time, the burning heat that Tang San and Hulina suffered began to gradually increase. What made them unable to adapt was that there seemed to be something special in the air. The feeling of depression created is becoming more and more obvious in their hearts, thus releasing their murderous aura more unscrupulously. A hint of anxiety flashed across both of them. Strange, why does the murderous intent in this heart have an impulse that cannot be suppressed? Tang San instantly felt something was wrong and kept his mind alert. How to say it? The scorching aura around seemed to seduce the murderous aura in their bodies, but they could not stop the murderous aura from being released. Once the murderous aura stops being released, the evil aura in the road to hell will swallow them. He looked back and found that Hulina was nothing unusual. Tang San breathed a sigh of relief. If you want to solve this abnormal state, you must hurry up and leave here. There is a weird breath here, and we must speed up our passage here. Hulina's voice came from behind him, her tone was a bit cold. Although our murderous aura can stop the strange aura, it cannot completely stop it. Be careful. After saying that, Tang San rose up and quickly rushed forward. Hulina followed closely behind him, with the two being one body apart. Their speed of movement also means that they are getting closer and closer to the abyss. The air around him became hotter and hotter, and his vision became blurry. The light red mist was filled with severe interference from the two of them. At the same time, the murderous intent in the two of them became stronger and stronger. Even though they each have their own methods of suppressing, it is not clear how long it can last. Tang San's Xiantian Gong is the authentic internal martial arts of Taoism, and it has the effect of abandoning distracting thoughts. Hulina silently recited a mantra, if your heart is clear, the sky will not be shocked. That's right, it's Bing Xinju. This is the last method of saving her life that Bibi Dong taught her before sending her to the capital of killing. Of course, these were all arranged by Qin. Bibi Dong only arranged a special training plan for Hulina according to Qin's instructions. So hot. Hulina had the urge to take off her clothes. The temperature around her was getting higher and higher, making a red look on her face. She could feel that her clothes were already wet with sweat. The white murderous aura formed a barrier in front of her. This can only stop the invasion of that evil aura and cannot stop the hot high temperature. The dark red liquid on both sides is only about 50 meters away from the narrow road where they are located. The two continued to move forward, and the clothes on their bodies emitted a faint burnt smell. Sweat evaporated as soon as it came out of the body's surface. The two of them consumed a lot of physical strength, but they didn't have time to stop and rest. The temperature is getting higher and higher, can you still hold on? Tang San gave a rare greeting of concern. Hulina nodded, no problem, you can keep moving forward. When he asked this, he had actually figured out what the test of this last level was. Mind and nature. The reason why this level is difficult to pass is that it is considering the nature of the person who passes. Those evil auras are constantly affecting the mentality of the tester. The longer you stay here, the deeper the impact of washing your headphones. Once you are confused, you will never be able to get out of here. At the same time, Tang San also confirmed that these plasma contained highly toxicity. If you take too much Bloody Mary, you cannot resist the erosion of this evil aura. You will be lost in this road to hell. And these plasma should be concentrated by the evil blood of countless fallen people over the past 1,000 years. This has become the foundation of the capital of killing. He had a strong desire to destroy this place. Tang San walked slowly while taking out a snow-white herb from Ruyi treasure bag. This herb is crystal white and snow-white. Each blade of grass seems to drip out of water. It is slender and curved like a swan's neck. The snow-colored swan kiss has the properties of toxicity. If you get a little bit of it, any virus will grow thousands of times when you touch it. Tang San was still a little scared when he used Xuanyu's hand to hold it. Once the blood in the blood pool comes into contact with the blood-colored swan kiss, the toxicity contained in it will increase thousands of times. Those fallen people in the city of killing, after taking the Bloody Mary. Hulina naturally saw his movements and found something was wrong. She immediately asked, "What is the thing on your hand? How do you give me a very dangerous feeling?" When Tang San saw Hulina discovering her actions, he did not hide it. "I have been thinking about it, but I still don't plan to let this evil and dark place exist. The poisonous gas that can be put into the Bloody Mary will completely destroy those fallen people." "What?" Hulina didn't expect that Tang San was so persistent. Her face became solemn, and she said, "Do you know what consequences will be caused by this? Do you want to clear this filthy land just for the so-called justice in your heart? This place cannot be destroyed by Tang San anyway, otherwise it would be a sinner from the mainland." A nameless fire also rose in Tang San's heart, and he asked, "What do you mean? Did I still do something wrong? What else?" Hu Lina sighed and said again, "With this place, those despaired depraved people will be trapped here forever and will not threaten the security of the mainland. But once this place is gone, do you know how many civilians and soul masters will die under their butcher knives on the entire continent? Tell me, have you ever thought about this question?" As he said that, Hu Lina was also a little angry, and her tone became a little heavier. "Yu Haoshan sect blocked the mountain and could not escape the world. You can ignore the chaos in the Soul Master world, but my Soul Palace cannot do it. There has never been real light in this world. Even in the place where the sun is shrouded, there will be shadows. Don't you understand this simple truth? Tell me, have you thought about the consequences of doing this from the perspective of the whole mainland?" Tang San said this and said something. He had never considered what Hu Lina said. In his opinion, these fallen people themselves had the way to die, and destroyed this place, but just let them go where they should go. In this way, there will be a dark and fallen land missing on the continent. Seeing that he was silent, Hu Lina guessed what he was thinking. "Do you think that if you destroy the capital of killing, there will be no such dark places on the continent? I'm telling you a big mistake." She didn't expect that Tang San was such a narrow-minded person, and she had a little overestimated him before. Justice and evil have always been opposite. You destroyed a city of killing today, and there will be another place tomorrow. Even this newly emerging place is even more evil than the capital of killing and is more harmful to the mainland. The Spirit Hall has the responsibility to protect the entire continent and the Soul Master world, but this does not mean that the sacrifice of all Soul Masters in the Spirit Hall to fight against the evil Soul Masters and the fallen ones is natural. The two empires and other sects enjoy the stability brought by the Spirit Hall, but they slander everywhere, and even hope that the Spirit Hall will be destroyed. Then can you answer me who is just and who is evil? After a new set of punches, Tang San could not refute Hu Lina. She was right. There was never absolute justice or evil. It was just that she had different perspectives. But thinking about it from the situation of the entire continent is really an unwise choice to destroy and kill, and the consequences will be unpredictable. Tang Yin, I admit that you have a strong talent and are a rare soul master genius, but you cannot become a qualified leader. A true leader must be visionary and know how to grasp the way of balance. Your ideas are too limited. Even if you make a career, it is impossible to pass on the legacy of the Spirit Hall. Hu Lina gave her evaluation of Tang San and pointed out his shortcomings very accurately. In fact, this is true. The Tang sect established by Tang San in the original work was not a force established with martial souls as the inheritance. The hidden weapons in this world are just external objects, and the martial soul is the foundation for people to settle down, but Tang San ignored this. Low-level hidden weapons are convenient to make, but have limited lethality. Top hidden weapon powerful, but difficult to make. Once new technologies are produced, the impact on hidden weapons will be very huge. Among the peerless Tang sect, the hidden weapons of the Tang sect are no longer as glory as before, and their heritage can no longer keep up with the times. On the contrary, although the 9 treasures glazed tower martial soul did not give birth to the 9 treasures glazed tower martial soul, it still maintains a great reputation in the Soul Master world. Tang San's mood began to become complicated at this time. Chapter 279 The Final Cooperation, Past the Level of the Killing Capital. After thinking about it, Tang San still put away the snow-colored swan kiss in his hand. What Hu Lina said makes sense. From a long-term perspective, destroying the capital of killing is indeed not a wise choice. It really destroyed the gathering places of these fallen people, and the consequences brought about were also very serious. This also reminded him that he had to plan and act after doing anything. Seeing that Tang San put away the things in his hand, Hu Lina also breathed a sigh of relief. Once the city of killing really no longer exists, the continuous damage caused to the mainland will be very serious. You finally made the right choice. Tang San said lightly, let's go. After about 500 steps, the two of them saw the exit ahead. But both of them stopped at the same time because there was no way ahead. In front of them is a piece of blood-red ocean plasma, which gathers into a small lake. The place where they stand is still a kilometer away from the exit. This blood-colored lake blocked them like an insurmountable gap. In addition, the evil aura here is also particularly strong, and the two of them gradually became confused. Hu Lina frowned and looked at Tang San. The distance is too far, what are you going to do? Tang San observed carefully, especially above the exit. After roughly measuring, the height is about 200 meters away from the exit. In other words, there is no road ahead of them, but they can pass through this blood lake through the top of the cave. Although there is no road ahead of us, there is one above. The height of the bottom of the cave is about 200 meters away from us. As long as we can get up, we can leave. Tang San said and pointed to the top of his head, and was also ready to expose the 8-spider spear. After hearing him, Hu Lina also observed carefully. Tang San's statement has some truth. Even at the top of the cave, we don't have the ability like spiders or geckos, how can we? Speaking of this, Hu Lina seemed to remember something. Bibi Dong seemed to have given her a special backpack and told herself that if she faced a cliff, this backpack could help her solve the problem. Immediately afterwards, Hu Lina took out the backpack from her storage soul guide. Dark purple style, and a manual. She opened the instruction manual and read it, then was stunned, and finally showed a happy expression. It turns out that this backpack is a bionic rock climbing device secretly studied by the Wuhun Palace. This one in her hand was designed to imitate the principle of spider walking. Just put on the backpack and enter soul power to activate it, and the bionic spider legs will stretch out from both sides of the backpack. Hu Lina quickly put the backpack on her backpack, then entered her soul power and tried to activate it. With a click, 4 holes appeared on each side of the backpack, and then the bionic spider legs stretched out from it. What is this? Tang San was shocked and looked at her curiously. Tang Yin, I know that your ability is amazing. There must be a way to get to the top of the cave. I'll send you up first, and then you pull me up. I exploded and jumped with all my strength, and I could reach an altitude of 100 meters. Hu Lina's worries disappeared and she expressed her thoughts. It was to use her as a springboard to send Tang San up, touch the top of the cave, and then let the other party pull himself up. Hu Lina knew that Tang San had an external soul bone and could firmly absorb herself to the wall. Tang San heard her suggestion and thought it was feasible. His ghost vine could reach 150 meters in length after awakening. As a rope, it is absolutely fine to pull Hyuna up. Moreover, she couldn't notice that her ghost vine could be disguised as a hemp rope. Good. With Hu Lina's help, he leaped up with all his strength in the Xiantian technique, and with the Fanfiction divine claw, he could easily touch the top of the cave. Hu Lina leaned forward slightly, her palms and fingers intertwined, maintaining an open and closed state, as the support point for Tang San to lower her feet. No need to go, let's start. Tang San did not hesitate and took 10 steps back. While retreating, he accumulated the power of Xiantian Gong and took out the flying divine claws to tie it to the ghost vine. Then he looked at Hu Lina with a serious expression, I'm starting to sprint. Okay. Hu Lina's power quickly condensed and was ready. Swish! Tang San rushed towards Hu Lina quickly and stepped on the fulcrum formed by her hands. It slightly sank, and then a huge thrust came from under my feet. Rise! Hu Lina shouted sweetly, exerted force all over her body, and raised all her strength. Tang San was like an arrow ready to go, flying towards the sky. He focused all his energy and stared at the top. Under the perception of mental power, he soon saw the top of the cave in front of him. It's now. His right hand suddenly swung, and Gui Tang quickly extended forward. When he reached his limit, the Fanfiction divine claw also fired out. Click. The flying divine claws were tightly stuck on the rock wall. Tang San, who felt the focus, hurriedly contracted the ghost vine. At the same time, the flying divine claws are also shrinking rapidly. When he was about 1 meter away from the top of the cave, he summoned the 8-spider spear. The sharp hair tip pierced into the rock wall like cutting tofu, and Tang San firmly attached to the rock wall like a spider. I succeeded! He shouted to the bottom. Hu Lina, who heard the sound, showed a smile on her face, just like she succeeded. Tang San summoned the ghost vine and continued to extend downwards. After reaching the longest limit distance, it is disguised as a hemp rope. In order to allow Hu Lina to observe, he sprinkled phosphor at a length of 1 meter at the end. He shouted to the bottom again, the rope has been put on it, with phosphor powder on it. With the assistance of the 8-spider spear, he was not worried that he could not bear the weight. After hearing this voice, Hu Lina stared at the direction that came. She also took 10 steps back, then rushed quickly, bursting out all her soul power and jumped upwards. After she leaped, the narrow road under her feet shattered. The whole person was like an arrow leaving the string, coming quickly towards the top of the cave. After rising to about 80 meters, she saw a fluorescent rope in front of her. The power to push her was not dissipated, and then she easily grabbed the rope. After sensing the pulling force, Tang San quickly retracted the ghost vine. Hulina, who was holding the hemp rope, was also moving upwards little by little. There were 2 meters left, and Tang San's voice came. You are ready to activate that backpack, I'll throw you up. Good. She felt her figure start to shake. After inputting soul power into the backpack, the bionic spider legs appeared again. At this time, Tang San happened to throw her upwards, and the bionic pig legs pierced firmly into the rock wall, fixing her body. Thank you, let's keep moving forward. You're welcome, go. Then, the 2 of them quickly advanced towards the entrance of the cave. As the distance between the entrance of the cave became closer, they felt that the murderous aura on their bodies was attracted by the entrance of the cave. When they were 1 meter away from the entrance of the cave, the 2 of them looked at each other and jumped straight in. Tang San and Hulina suddenly felt their bodies as if they had entered a special world. In this white world, I can't use any strength in my whole body, and the only feeling is coldness. In an instant, they felt that this was not a change in temperature, but a chill brought by murderous aura. This pure killing aura quickly eroded the bodies of the 2 of them. Even though Tang San and Hulina were determined, their bodies still couldn't stop trembling. Then they felt the darkness in front of their eyes and lost consciousness. When Hulina woke up, she found that Tang San was still in a coma not far away. She subconsciously summoned the martial soul and a pink 9-tailed fox appeared. There are some white patterns on the pink fox's forehead, the same as the blood pattern in the hell killing field. When she tried to feel the white pattern, a surging white light quietly spread, and her sense of the surrounding world immediately became different. Is this what the teacher calls the realm of killing gods? Then he put it away and walked slowly to Tang San. Tang San, see you next time, we will be the real enemies. Looking at his evil face, Hulina just sighed and turned around and left. After she passed through the dark passage, she found herself in a forest. 2 familiar figures appeared in her eyes, and Hulina hurriedly walked over. Teacher. Hearing this call full of longing, Bibi Dong smiled. Nana, you succeeded. Feeling the murderous aura on her body, Ling Yuan frowned and quickly returned to normal. Bibi Dong gave Hulina a hug and said. Let's go back to the spirit hall first. You are still 1 important step away from completing the final training. The Pope has already arranged it, just waiting for you to go back. Hulina smiled, okay, go home. As soon as the 3 of them left, Tang San, who was in a coma, also woke up. Chapter 280 Wash all the dew, Tang San Lin Yuexuan. After waking up, Tang San immediately bounced up. After observing around, I found that Hulina was gone. Have you left? He let go of his guard and sighed. But I was also grateful that Hulina didn't attack him. In the future, we will become mortal enemies, and I will save your life. Young Master Tang San took away the chaotic emotions in his heart and walked forward strode. Without taking 2 steps, a hoarse and thick voice was heard. Misery. He looked up and found that his father Tang Hao was already standing there. After not seeing each other for 2 years, Tang San found that his father seemed to be older. Dad. Tang San quickly stepped forward and came to Tang Hao's side. His eyes were still cold, which was the sequelae of practicing in the city of killing. Tang Hao smiled and reached out to pat his shoulder. Misery, you have done a good job in the past 2 years, but you haven't let me down. After saying that, he turned around and walked forward, and Tang San immediately followed him. The father and son were chatting while walking. Tang San answered Tang Hao's question very well. But he couldn't help asking, Dad, where are you going to take me? Tang Hao stopped, turned to look at him, and asked. Do you think you can hide yourself in the Soul Master realm in your current state? Tang San was stunned, and then felt his murderous accident exposed. Such a state would definitely not be able to hide himself. He shook his head, no. Tang Hao said again, it's good that you know. The place I will take you to is a place that can help you wash away all the dew. When you complete it, you will meet my requirements. After saying that, he continued to move forward, and Tang San followed him silently. 10 days passed, and the father and son came to Tiandu city. During these 10 days, Tang San still did not recover from the atmosphere of the city of killing. 2 years of vigilant life made him develop the habit of doubting everything. Even though his murderous aura turned into the realm of the god of killing, Tang San still maintained a high state of tension, and a cold look flashed in his eyes. He also understood that this state was not good, but he just couldn't adjust. At the same time, it was roughly clear why my father said the so-called washing all the bad. Seeing Tiandu City again, Tang San's cold gaze eased a little. What puzzled him was why his father brought him here. Fortunately, his bloodline activation caused a lot of changes in appearance. Even if he met an acquaintance in Tianluo City, the other party could not recognize him. The father and son entered the city and formed a strange combination. My father was depressed and decadent. The son had evil charm on his face, and he looked like an iceberg, full of danger. Tang Hao took Tang San across the street and came to the most prosperous area in the center of Tiandu City. Finally, I stopped in front of a tall building. Tang San looked forward. This was a 5-story building, which gave people a very elegant feeling. The overall architectural style is slightly quaint, with only 2 simple words on the plaque. Yuexuan. There are not many people coming and going here, but the people entering and leaving here are all dressed in luxurious clothes or have excellent temperaments, both men and women. At the same time, Tang Yuehua, who was talking to her son on the top floor, changed his face. There was a very strong murderous aura in front of Yuexuan's gate, but the person who exuded this murderous aura was very immature. Second brother, mistress, she whispered softly. Qian Pengzhu looked at her in confusion. What's wrong? Mom. Tang Yuehua stood up and smiled and said, your uncle and cousin are here. Ah. Qian Pengzhu felt quite suddenly. Let's go, with your second uncle's temperament, maybe something will happen. After Tang Yuehua finished speaking, she turned around and walked downstairs quickly. Qian Peng raised his eyes and hurriedly followed her. In front of Yuexuan's gate, Tang San looked at Tang Hao and asked. Dad, what's this place? I'll wash away all the bad luck for you. Of course, Tang Hao finished speaking and prepared to walk inside Yuexuan. However, as soon as the 2 of them walked to the door, they were blocked by the guards. I'm sorry, please stay, 2 of you, Yuexuan will not accept people who are not dressed in disheveled. Tang San looked up at them, and the murderous aura on his body locked the 2 of them directly. Just as he was about to take action, a soft female voice came. Don't be rude, they are my guests. Tang Hao heard this familiar voice and looked up slightly. Tang San also looked at the person who came with curious eyes. I saw a noble lady wearing luxurious clothes walking slowly towards herself with graceful steps. She was surrounded by a child of the same age as hers. The child seemed to be thin, but he could feel the power of an explosion. Tang Yuehua slowly approached and stopped 1 meter away from Tang Hao and his son. This is not a place to talk, come with me. Qian Pengzhu looked at them curiously, and finally set his eyes on Tang San. What a strong murderous aura! What has my cousin experienced? Afterwards, Tang Yuehua brought Tang Hao and his son to the top floor of Yuexuan. Along the way, everyone else in Yuexuan was very curious about why the strange father and son were asked to be received by the pavilion master in person. After taking care of Tang Hao and his son, Tang Yuehua spoke. She sighed, second brother, I haven't seen you for many years, you have changed so much. Looking at Tang Hao, there were regrets, feelings, and regrets. Tang Hao's eyes flashed with golden light and said. Little sister, when did you reach the titled Douluo? As soon as this statement came out, a hint of surprise flashed in Tang San's eyes. Auntie, is it a titled Douluo? Tang Yuehua smiled and nodded. 2 years ago, I successfully reached the level of banning the account and told the eldest brother this news. After saying that, she walked to Qian Pengzhu and introduced to the 2 of them. This is my son Tang Pengzhu, who is 16 years old this year, Wuhun Haoshan Hammer, and now he is a level 66 Soul Emperor. That's right, in the past 2 years, Qian Pengzhu's soul power has reached level 66. The 9 essences of Haoshan have already reached the Great Perfection realm, and can be said to be invincible in the same realm. Tang Hao he stood up and looked at Qian Pengzhu in shock. This kid! There is no way, Qian Pengzhu's talent is so evil. Originally, he thought that Tang San was already very strong at the age of 18, but he didn't expect that there was someone more evil than him. Qian Pengzhu smiled shyly at the 2 of them, second uncle, cousin. Tang Hao looked at Tang Yuehua and said, can you see the child's martial soul? Tang Yuehua nodded and said, Pengzhu, let your martial soul show you to my uncle. Okay, Mom. Qian Pengzhu stretched out his right hand after saying that. A small dark golden hammer floated in his palm. Tang San had sharp eyes and found that the hammer had a pattern similar to the killing god realm on his Haoshan hammer. Qian Pengzhu's Haoshan hammer exuded a strong destructive aura, and it also seemed more domineering than other Haoshan hammers. Tang Hao seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but praise him. Okay, Haoshan sect has produced an amazing genius. Although Tang San's Haoshan hammer received blessings from the killing field, it was obtained after all. He is still slightly inferior to his nephew's innate martial soul field. At Tang Yuehua's instructions, Qian Pengzhu quickly put away his martial soul. Sit down and talk if you have anything to do. She asked Tang Hao to sit down again. Second brother, you bring the mistress here this time. If you have any places you need my help, just speak up. We are brother and sister, you need to be polite. Tang Yuehua looked at Tang Hao and asked without knowing. Tang Hao, I'm here this time. On the side of the Wuhan Hall, Hulina was arranged to rest and adjust after she came back. Her situation is the same as that of Tang San, with a strong sense of vigilance. During these 10 days, as long as someone approaches her residence, he will be locked by a strong murderous intent. However, the rich fragrance of flowers around it gradually relaxes. At least, she can sleep with peace of mind at night. At this time, Hulina was sitting in the pavilion in the garden, staring at the colorful sea of flowers in front of her. Then there was a slight sound of footsteps in her ears, and she became tense. Suddenly, he turned around and found that it was Bibi Dong and a woman he was not very familiar with. She breathed a sigh of relief, then stood up and said respectfully. Teacher. Bibi Dong did not blame her, but said. This is Elder Yongxiu, the chief musician of the Wuhan Hall. The next time, all you need to do is listen quietly to the music he plays. If you want to dance with the rhythm, it's okay. Ah. Hulina was a little puzzled when she heard her say this. Bibi Dong smiled gently and said again. Silly kid, we are trying to help you wash away the sequelae of the city of killing as soon as possible. Do you understand? Chapter 281, Cultivating the Heart, the new news about the Shrek 7 monsters. Under Tang Hao's arrangement, Tang San began to learn etiquette instruments in Yuexuan. Qian Pengzhu really has no interest in these things. After all, he has been exposed to them when he was a child, which is really boring. Shortly after Tang Hao left, he also returned to Haoshan sect. During this period, Tang Yuehua also clearly conveyed his elder brother's meaning, return to the sect. Tang Hao was naturally very moved, and his elder brother still believed in his younger brother who made a big mistake. But for so many years, he has never been able to overcome the hurdle in his heart. Returning to Haoshan sect is at least not the time. Especially when he learned that Tang Xiao had not married for so many years, his guilt became deeper. His elder brother used this method to miss the feelings in his heart. In the end, Tang Hao left Tang San with a sentence a year later, the old poison drug came to me, and quickly left Yuexuan. Tang Yuehua did not cry and let him stay like the original work, but just stood quietly, watching his departure gradually disappear. Later, she formulated a plan for Tang San to study etiquette and other Lexin courses. At the same time, she also answered Tang San's doubts. What is the meaning of Tang Hao sending him here? Sometimes the Soul Master world does not necessarily fight and kill, there are other ways to resolve conflicts and conflicts. Just like what happened to his father and something, it does not mean that a forceful struggle must be resolved. This kind of dispute between the two sides was relatively involved and the method of force finally affected many people. More importantly, what Tang San needs now is not cultivation, but to make everything he has stable. Cultivating the mind is also the most critical part of the cultivation journey. No matter how wind comes from all directions, I will remain unmoved. She also told Tang San something. Haoshan sect never forgot about him, the second-generation Haoshan Douluo who was wandering in the Soul Master world. What surprised Tang Yuehua was that Tang San had a very strong learning ability. In theory, the courses he had arranged would take 3 months to complete. Generally, students who work hard need 2 months, and students with good talent need 1.5 months. So far, no student has spent a month mastering these courses. Tang Sanhua after 20 days, I learned all these techniques and had my own insights. During the learning process, the murderous aura on his body was gradually being hidden. He understood why his father Tang Hao sent him here. Tang Yuehua looked at Tang San who had just finished playing a song and nodded with satisfaction. Miss, you have completed the course I arranged in just 20 days. Next step, I need you to go and attend classes with other students. When you truly integrate into it, you will have fulfilled my requirements. Tang San stood up, smiled, and performed a etiquette. I understand, Aunt. Tang Yuehua also smiled back, but based on Tang San's current situation, there is still a long way to go to take on the responsibility of Haoshan Douluo. Hu Lina, who was also in a state of adjustment, was dancing in the garden at this time. The dance she danced was not a dance of appreciation, but a sword dance. The charming figure and elegant dancing posture, coupled with the hidden murderous aura of the body, made the flowers around them dimly eclipse. In the pavilion behind her, Qian Rongxiu's mother Yongxiu was playing a familiar song. The Smiling, Proud Wanderer. As for the origin of the song, I believe there is no need to explain too much. Who can do this job except Qin Yuchen? When Hu Lina heard this song, she couldn't help but take out two long swords and began to wield. Her moves did not hurt any flowers, and the sword blades elegantly passed through the gaps between the flowers. Yun Shui also observed her changes from time to time. During this period, under King Ian's washing, the murderous aura on her body gradually restrained. What did this kid encounter? Such a strong murderous aura appeared on a flowery girl. She was a little curious about where Bibi Dong sent Hu Lina to where to experience her experience. How can you be cruel? Moreover, the training place that Hu Lina went to seemed to have been specially arranged by her brother-in-law. Pope, what are you planning? Yongxiu always felt that things were not that simple, and all this seemed to be about the people around him. Qin Yuchen also received reports from his subordinates about Tang San's latest situation and other Shrek 7 monsters. I am worthy of being the protagonist, Tang San. These courses of Yuexuan are indeed easy for you to get started. He smiled faintly. The courses arranged by Tang Yuehua for Tang San were like junior high school students doing addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division operations in elementary school. 1 year has been enough to completely transform Tang San and wash away the murderous aura on his body. He put down Tang San's information and picked up another one. The information on it was about Oscar's. Oscar joined a soul hunting team in the past few years. He was very good at hiding himself and soon became a part of him. With the assistance of him as a food soul master, the reputation of this soul hunting team has increased a lot. But what Oscar didn't know was that this soul hunting team was someone Qin Yuchen had prepared for a long time. Moreover, his face was not disfigured like the original work. Under Qin Yuchen's arrangement, Oscar suffered almost no harm in the team. In this soul hunting group squadron, he felt a purer feeling than the Shrek 7 monsters. The love between comrades. It is the kind of feeling that you can leave behind the scenes to each other with confidence. Of course, the most important thing is that he still hasn't forgotten Ning. He joined the soul hunting group to inquire about the kind of soul beast that can allow auxiliary soul masters to gain extremely powerful combat power. In the end, he locked in an extremely rare special soul beast. Mirror Shadow Beast. At this time, Oscar had already gone to the extreme north to hunt this soul beast with the soul hunting team. After reading the news about the Oscars, Qin Yuchen picked up the next copy to watch. The above news is about Ma Hongzhen. During his travels to the mainland, he met a girl who is also a martial soul of a bird and beast. The girl's name is Sayaka, the martial soul of Tianxiang bird, is the second only to the sharp-tailed swift. She has good talent and becomes the soul king at the age of 20. The soul ring configuration is also a standard ratio, yellow, purple, purple and black. Because the coxcomb phoenix Kuei continues to transform his body, Ma Hongzhen is now a veritable handsome guy. The two have a very good relationship, even surpassing the combination of interests involving Bai Chenxiang in the original work. One night, the two of them got together naturally. A year has passed and the child has been born. The red hairstyle is no exaggeration, it is a reduced version of the young Ma Hongzhen. As for Ma Hongzhen himself, his soul power level has also reached level 62. Soul rings are also standard configurations, yellow, purple, purple, black and black. Their family of 3 is now very happy. Ma Hongzhen always remembered the 5-year agreement they made. While taking care of the children, she did not forget to practice and return to Shrek Academy a year later. Ma Hongzhen, who became his father, has also become much more mature. All the bad habits in the past have been corrected one by one, and they have become a good man at home and a qualified husband. This change in Ma Hongzhen is quite surprising, and it's not in vain that I'll arrange this marriage. Qian Yuchen smiled and picked up the next piece of information. The information in my hand is about Daimyo Bai. During these 4 years, he has been in the dive practice the mind. He finally completely digested the medicinal effect of Tongdianju, opened up the meridians throughout the body, and his soul power level was rapidly improved in a short period of time. He is now at the level 67 Soul Emperor. In terms of strength, he has completely surpassed his brother Davis. However, he was not interested in the throne, otherwise he would definitely be in existence beyond the star Luo Emperor. Not to mention Zhu Zuqing, under the dual cultivation of Zhu Lingyun and Qin Yuchen. Her soul power level is currently the highest among the Shrek 7 monsters, reaching level 72. The seventh soul ring was obtained by Zhu Lingyun himself and killed a deep-sea swordfish for 100,000 years. At the same time, she also harvested a 100,000-year-old trunk bone. From a practical perspective, Zhu Zuqing is not even weaker than Flander. As a disciple of the Nine Treasures glazed liquor sect, Ning Fengzi also began to practice the glazed liquor physician under Ning Fengzi's arrangement. In the past 4 years, she has successfully broken through to the Soul Emperor. Whenever the night is late, she always sits quietly by the window and misses the Oscars. As for Xiaohu, who was rescued back to the Stardew Forest by the two Ming Mings, his soul power also reached level 64, which also means that he has entered the maturity stage. Besides, women change every time they grow up, and it is not easy to be discovered when they sneak into human society. What Xiaohu is most looking forward to is the moment when Tang San meets again. Of course, her relationship with the Ming Erming has also become very good in recent years. One day, the three soul beasts became sworn brothers and sisters in a different surname. She is now also the third sister and Xiaohu's sister mentioned in front of the people. Qin Yuchen read all the strange information about Shrek, and wanted to see if they would part ways again after the 5-year agreement expired. He has intervened in the plot, and the rest depends on the direction of the follow-up. Chapter 282 Tang San Yuexuan graduated, Hu Lina officially became the heir of the saint. Time flies, and a year has passed in a flash. Today, Yuexuan seemed particularly lively, and many princes and nobles here seemed to have anticipation on their faces. Nothing else, today is Yuexuan's annual graduation ceremony. Another group of students are about to graduate, and the parents and elders of these students are invited. These people are all important figures in the city of the Tiandu Empire. Yuexuan recruits extremely limited students every year. In the huge Tiandu Empire, he only recruits 100 people. For these 100 places, the nobles of the Tiandu Empire were thrust into the head. Everyone knows that being able to graduate from Yuexuan smoothly is equivalent to a layer of gold. The graduates here are known as real nobles. But these people certainly don't know that Yu Xian, the wife of Master Xian who seems to be in a chicken-bound force, is a titled Douluo. At the same time, she is also from the Haoshan sect, which is known as the world's #1 soul master sect. What's more secret is that she is one of the wives of the current Pope Qin Yuchen. Yuexuan's graduation ceremony was held on the 3rd floor, and many great officials and nobles had already sat down in the arranged venue. They all hoped to see how their children have improved through Yuexuan's cultivation. Tang Yuehua was wearing a silver palace outfit and stood on one side of the hall with a smile on her face. After her subordinates told everyone that they were all here, she nodded and signaled. She slowly said, "I announce that the graduation ceremony has officially begun." After the words came, a group of young men and girls in silver began to enter the venue through the doors on both sides, but the number of hundreds of people did not bring any noise to the hall. Everyone showed the same elegant smile on their faces, and their steps were so harmonious. The faint nobility in every move does not give people a sense of pride, but it can also make people look at it. At this time, the door on one side of the hall opened. A young man in white and walked out slowly with an exquisite and graceful golden harp in his arms. The grey-black eyes are as clear as water, and the long grey-silver hair is draped over the shoulders, which will not give people a feeling of rudeness at all. The evil-looking smile on her face also gives people a very close feeling at this moment. When he walked out of the side door, he became the focus of the audience in an instant. Yes, that's right. This is Tang San after studying in Yuexuan for a year. Now Tang San seems to be unable to find any problems with him. After he was ready, he began to play slowly. The hall suddenly became quiet, and the wonderful sound of the piano was refreshing. Tang Yuehua stood there quietly listening to the wonderful sound of the piano in his ears. The sound of the piano sounded different from others. She was listening to the sound of the piano. Was she as calm as the boy in white? In the Wuhan Hall, Qin Yuchen asked Bibi Dong to call the 3 Golden Generation to the Pope Hall. After a year of precipitation, Hu Lina's changes have been very big. The whole person's temperament has become much quieter, and his charm has been greatly restrained. But if you look closely, you will find that her charm is a bit unstoppable. Especially if you stare at her eyes for a long time, you will be attracted unconsciously. Her soul power level also surpassed Xiaoyu and reached level 74. The soul power of Yan and Xiaoyu is currently the same, and is the 71st level soul saint. Sitting in the Pope's exclusive position, Qinyu Castle looked at the three of them faintly. As the strongest representatives of the young soul masters in the martial soul hall, you have indeed lived up to your own talents and our expectations. You have invisibly inspired others to catch up, which is worth encouraging. After Qian Yuchen said this, it means that the three of them will be rewarded. His eyes first fell on Xiaoyu and said, Xiaoyu, given your good performance, this is a reward for you. I hope you can continue to work hard. While speaking, a jade box was suspended in front of Xiaoyu. Thank you, Your Majesty, I have no choice but to continue working hard. Qian Yuchen smiled and nodded, open and take a look. Xiaoyu opened the jade box and turned out to be a pair of arm bones. This is a pair of 100,000-year-old ice bear king's left and right arm bones, which can enhance your strength, speed and defense. This soul bone is second only to the four-limb soul bones produced by the dark gold terror claw bear. Hearing Qian Yuchen's introduction, Xiaoyu felt a trance. This is too unreal. Yan and Hulina were also a little surprised. The Pope was too generous. A pair of 100,000-year-old arm bones is so scary. At the same time, the two of them were also looking forward to the gifts the Pope prepared for themselves. Xiaoyu suppressed her excitement and put her soul bones into the soul guide. He still expressed his excitement in his tone, Thank you, Lord Pope. Qian Yuchen nodded and then set his eyes on Yan. This child was basically in the offline state in the later stage of the original work. He was originally a stolen figure, but disappeared from behind. Yan, you are also very good. This is a reward for you. Similarly, a jade box was also suspended in front of him. Yan also immediately said, I will definitely not let down the Pope's expectations. I will practice hard and reach the titled Douluo as soon as possible. Qian Yuchen smiled without saying a word, and signaled him to open the box and take a look. With excited hands, Yan opened the jade box, which turned out to be a rare trunk bone and skull. This is the soul bone produced by the deep-sea soul beast 100,000-year-old iron coral king. It lives near the undersea volcano and is suitable for your martial soul. It's another 100,000-year-old soul bone, or a rare skull and trunk bone. Yan didn't know how to use words to describe his mood. If he knew the terms of the internet, he would definitely say, Lord Pope, coin. He put away his soul bones, and his body was still trembling. This is a sign of excitement. Hulina has also been excited at the beginning to calm now. It can only be said that the Pope has great supernatural powers and can obtain so many 100,000-year soul bones. It is a great gift to be able to reward these soul bones to them. Qian Yuchen's eyes fell on Hulina, and he also planned to train him to become Bibidong's successor. The Saint of the Spirit Hall is also the deputy of the next Pope. Hulina is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate, so he gives a little extra reward. Qian Yuchen's eyes fell on her, and there was more of a satisfied look of appreciation. Hulina, you enter that terrifying place to experience, and you are fully qualified to become the heir to the next generation of the Saint of the Spirit Hall. I am very optimistic about you. I hope you can surpass your teacher and let the glory of the Wuhan Hall be spread farther away. After saying that, he waved his right hand and 5 soul bones emitting pink light were suspended in front of her. These 5 soul bones were produced by 500,000-year-old soft bone charm rabbits, and they have charming attributes. It has a strong increase in your martial soul, and this is also a gift for you as the next saint. Even though Hulina has experienced the test of life and death, she still showed shock. Sir Pope, She felt like she was dreaming, and all this was too unreal. Inheriting the position of teacher and becoming the next saint of the martial spirit hall? 500,000-year-old soul bones or a complete set? Bibidong looked at her in a daze and said. This is the result of unanimous discussion among the elders of the Wuhun Palace. Nana, please accept it with peace of mind. She is very optimistic about this disciple. She has a mature mind and is in an orderly manner. She is a qualified heir to the saint. After a little training, she threw off the burden of the saint and returned to life with peace of mind. After completing the godly exam, you still need to take care of your children. Thank you for your trust and cultivation, I have no choice but to define it. Hu Lina's words were very concise, but her tone was very firm. She has made a decision, to devote her life to the Spirit Hall. Chapter 283 Tang San sees Xue Qinghe goodbye. Yuexuan, the music in the hall is still continuing. A year has passed, and Tang San's changes are really too big. Tang Yuehua also had to be amazed at his performance, which could be described as perfect. He also realized that a true strong man must first know how to control everything about himself, especially his emotions and breath. You should know that in Yuexuan, Tang Yuehua did not give special preferential treatment because Tang San was his nephew. On the contrary, she was very harsh on Tang San's conditions. Even so, the courses you arranged were completed very well. It has always been Yuexuan's tradition to be able to play harp on behalf of graduates, and only the best students of this class can win this honor. Tang San took the stage because of his performance that he was recognized by all Yuexuan graduates. It can be seen how good he performed. But for Tang San, although they were very curious about him, when he first came here, no one was willing to approach him, and no one was optimistic about his transfer student. As for the handsome appearance, the students who can enter Yuexuan are all very outstanding. But Tang San's super strong learning ability quickly conquered them. And during this learning process, the faint coldness on his body gradually disappeared. The only thing that has not changed is that he rarely communicates with people, even less talks, just studying alone there. There is a young man in the audience, who is the most prominent among the nobles. In terms of age, he is about 28 years old. This person is Xue Qinghe, the prince of the Tiandu Empire. This time he came to Yuexuan to attend his sister's graduation ceremony. Originally, his sister was sitting in Tang San's position and played the harp as a representative of outstanding graduates. Not long ago, my sister told him that the candidate had changed. He is a male student named Tang Yin, very awesome. By the way, his sister is Princess Xueke, the favorite daughter of Emperor Xueyat. Regarding the candidates being further away, Xueke did not feel any upset when he told him, but instead admired the young man very much. Getting his sister's recognition is enough to show his excellence. When he actually met this young man, he was also shocked by a small amount. There was no flaw in him. Such an excellent man will definitely help the empire in the future. You must make friends with him, and you can't miss this opportunity. Xue Qinghe is already preparing to have a chat with this young man named Tang Yin after the graduation ceremony. Tang San, who was playing, had already perfectly demonstrated his state. This is very different from his newly learned attitude. Gradually I realized that this was also a training for him. Killing is all about cultivating the mind, and in Yuexuan it is also cultivating the mind. Each movement and the other stillness complement each other. After understanding this truth, his Xiantian technique once again improved. Originally, only the Du meridians in the whole body have not been opened yet, but now they have loosened. The soul power level has completely reached level 60. Without obtaining the soul ring, it is impossible to continue to improve the level. The 20-year-old Soul Emperor is also a rare genius on Douluo continent. However, Jian Pengzhu is even more outrageous. The 16-year-old Soul Emperor is unique in history. This kind of genius can only be compared with 3 peerless powerful men including Mun in the second part of the original work. If Tang Hao was not expelled from the sect, then Tang San and Jian Pengzhu would be the new generation of Haoshan Gemini. But reality won't tell you if. What can cause Tang San's mood to fluctuate at present is missing Tang Hao and Xiaowu. The end of the playing also means that the graduation ceremony of this year's Yuexuan is over. Every student took his graduation certificate from Tang Yuehua and happily threw himself into the arms of his relatives. When Tang Yuehua completed her work, she came to Tang San. She smiled, "I performed very well today, and I was consistent in my appearance." "Thank you." Tang San also responded to a polite smile. At this moment, a sound came. "Auntie Yuehua, can you introduce it to me?" Tang Yuehua turned around and found that it was Xue Qinghe who came over with Xueke. "Your Highness the Crown Prince." Tang Yuehua bowed slightly, after all, the courtesy cannot be abolished. Xue Qinghe hurriedly returned the greeting and said, "Auntie Yuehua, what are you doing? You can't bear it." Tang Yuehua smiled and said, "Don't always call me by my aunt. Am I very old?" Xue Qinghe. To be honest, Tang Yuehua, who has practiced Minjiahu skills, still cannot see the traces of time even after giving birth to a child. Shueke smiled playfully, hee, of course the teacher is not old, just like my sister. Tang Yuehua looked at her with a smile, you girl can talk. While speaking, he gave in half of his body so that the brother and sister could see Tang San clearly. She introduced, I will introduce you to you, this is my nephew Tang Yin. Shui Qinghe's eyes flashed, Tang Yin, his nephew. For a moment, he seemed to have thought of something. Tang San was also observing the crown prince, and the changes were also very big. 5 years have passed, and the prince has become more calm. The face has not changed much, and the restrained and elegant temperament still gives people a very intimate feeling. Their every move is similar to the sect master Ning Fengzi, but I don't know if it is a deliberate imitation. Tang Yuehua also introduced Shui Qinghe's identity, Tang Yin, this is the current crown prince of the Tiandu Empire. Tang San smiled and saluted slightly to Shui Qinghe, hello, your highness the crown prince. He also smiled and nodded to Shui Qinghe next to Shui Qinghe, as if he had said hello. After all, the two are classmates, so there is no need to be polite. If it were Tang San in the past, a girl who didn't want to get close to her in subjects would definitely not be able to make a fuss. But after teaching, he already understood how to bury his emotions deeply. This the prince must have other purposes when he sees him. At this time, Jian Pengzhu was competing with Tang Long. Tang Long has a good talent, because of his age, his soul power level is greater than his. Tang Long is already 27 years old and is currently a level 68 soul emperor. The two of them collided with each other and burst into a powerful aura in the air. This kid is simply a freak. Tang Long felt the sourness and numbness from his arms, and couldn't help but complain in his heart. Jian Pengzhu's Haoshan hammer is too powerful, and that domineering force will always produce a strong recoil force on himself. Even though I have undergone physical intensity training, I still can't stand it. Jian Pengzhu smiled, hee, cousin, you should be able to hold on for 3 minutes this time, right? Tang Long showed a hint of anger on his face, you kid, can't you say something good? Because of his own strength, he did not practice the 9 great masters of Haoshan. The cloak hammer technique is perfect in practice. He cannot practice the great Zumuru hammer before he reaches the soul saint. The consequence of using the chaos cloak hammer method is that they are all taught by the same master to be unable to break the trick. The two of them completed the power to launch an attack at the same time, and the 2 black golden dragons collided. Not far away, Tang Xiao and Tang Lai were watching their movements. I learned from the Pengzhu of Haoshan Juju, and my careful control of Haoshan hammer has become stronger. It is obviously impossible for Aaron to defeat him with his soul power level. Tang Lai turned his head to look at Tang Xiao and said with a smile. Uncle Qi, you and I know Pengzhu's perverted talent. Even if he doesn't use the 9 legends of Haoshan, Along's actual combat is still a little weaker than him. The battle beyond level is the usual style of my Haoshan sect. Tang Xiao said in a plain tone, his eyes calmly watching Jian Pengzhu and Tang Long's exchange. Tang Lai asked, aren't you going to send him to that place to practice? Tang Xiao shook his head, it's completely unnecessary. Xiao Ju's trip to that place is a waste of time. Only Tang Hao has been to that dangerous place, and his personality is different from that of Tang Hao, so he didn't go there. As for Jian Pengzhu, he is very kind to his own people, but he is never kind to his enemies. There is no need to add icing on the cake when you are kind and killing. Tang Lai also said again, that's right, he is just a little younger. When he arrives at Douluo, he will talk about inheriting the position of the sect leader. While they were talking, the exchange between Jian Pengzhu and Tang Long was about to end. Both of them successfully swung their 9,981 hammers, and 2 black golden dragons flew towards each other. The 2 scattered forces collided together, and the powerful airflow generated made both of them unable to help but close their eyes. The 2 of them had only 3 minutes to decide the winner. Chapter 284 Tang San's Urgent Longing, the 9 Extreme Douluo in the Martial Soul Palace. Facing Tang San, Shui Qinghe still offered an invitation. I heard that Yuexuan has produced another young talent, and it turns out to be well known when I see it today. Brother Tang Yin, how about we sit together when we have time? However, the prince's honor communicated with Tang San in a civil tone, and he was already considered a polite person. Shui Ke also echoed on the side, brother, you will call me then. I also want to ask Tang Yin for more knowledge about the harp. Tang San said with a smile on his face, I'm afraid His Royal Highness will disappoint him. I just graduated and I'm going to go out for a long trip. If I have the chance, I will definitely visit me when I come back. This answer was obviously something that Xue Qinghe didn't expect. The young man actually rejected him without hesitation. When he saw Tang San's sincere gaze, he understood that the other party was not ruling, that there was something really wrong. Xue Qinghe smiled slightly, then I'm waiting for you to come back. I won't bother my little sister. It's time for us to go back. While speaking, he took the initiative to raise his hand to Tang San. Handshake gifts are the simplest and most casual etiquette among nobles. Tang San raised his hand and held Xue Qinghe immediately. A trace of soft soul power came from his palm. Judging from the opponent's soul power, as the crown prince, he is probably as strong as the soul king or above. Tang San said intimately, this prince is not weak. Xue Qinghe was also shocked. The soul power he had introduced into Tang San's palm was very soft, but it disappeared silently when he entered the other person's body. Suddenly, he realized that the young man in front of him should be a genius from Haoshan sect. I came to Yuexuan just to complete some kind of sect trial. When Xue Qinghe left, she still had a reluctant gaze in her big eyes. If I hadn't known Tang San's identity as a civilian for a long time, I'd probably have expressed my love to him at all costs. No girl can resist Tang San's evil and free temperament. After all the guests left, Tang Yuehua also felt a little relieved. She smiled at Tang San and said, that girl Xue Qinghe is really in love with you. You guys are so lucky. Last time she came to ask me what level of noble status a civilian has to be able to unite with a princess. This is self-evident. Tang San looked up and saw the gossiping smile on his aunt's face, and he was a little lost. I said, Aunt, you know, I won't think about these things at all now. A trace of cunning flashed in Tang Yuehua's eyes. Does there be a confidant? Tang San hesitated for a moment, but nodded. After all, Xiaowu is the person he chose, although they have not truly expressed their feelings for each other. You kid, really surprised my aunt. You two are not classmates, are you? Tang Yuehua was surprised at first, and then felt that it was normal. We met on the day we entered the Advanced Soul Master Academy, but we haven't seen each other in the past 5 years. After Tang San smiled and shook his head again. As a noble lady, it is very rude to inquire about other people's privacy. Tang Yuehua snorted, obviously a little dissatisfied. I'm your dear aunt, can that be the same? Your father is not here, I am your elder. However, when she saw the longing on Tang San's face, she didn't ask any more questions. After all, when a child grows up, it is normal for him to have some privacy. Tang San asked again, Aunt, can I graduate now? Tang Yuehua looked at Tang San carefully, looking at him with relief. Although it is 1 point worse than his son, it is also very good. Misery, you are the best students I have ever taught. Now that I have completed the training in Yuexuan, just do what you want to do. But remember that no matter what you do, your own safety is the most important thing. Tang Yuehua also knew the reason why Tang San wanted to leave urgently, and did not stop him. You go back and clean up, and you'll leave tomorrow. As for me, I plan to go back to the sect and tell your uncle about your situation. Thank you, aunt. Tang San was still very moved. It felt great to have relatives around him. You are so kind to me, hurry up and pack up your things. After Tang Yuehua said that, she headed towards her room, and Tang San was also ready to pack up his own things. In the spirit hall, 9 title elders gathered in the Pope Hall and sat left and right. Left, Yuegwen, Gaimei, Shalong, Bloodthorn. Right, Niang Phoenix, Demon Bear, Ghost Leopard, Holy Dragon, and Lion, 2nd generation. 5 years have passed, and the 9 of them have reached the ceiling level of the mainland from the original level of 91 to 94. Extreme Douluo. That's right, in 5 years, they took the elixir and 10,000-year-old ice marrow rewarded by Qunyuchen, and their soul power had reached level 99. The worship of Qunyu City in the hearts of the 9 people can be said to be like the surging river, endless. Moreover, their soul power is very solid, and there are no so-called sluggishness or strong sequelae after using soul skills. Sitting in a high position, Qunyuchen looked back and forth at the 9 of them. The performance of the 9 of them was indeed beyond his expectations. In fact, it took only less than 5 years to reach the extreme Douluo realm. The next 6 months will be spent consolidating one's own cultivation. What's more interesting is that after Yuegwen took Tong Tianzhu to level 99, the feminine aura on his body disappeared. Instead, a gentle masculinity makes the whole person look very confident. It is said that many female soul masters of the right age in the martial soul hall secretly sent him a secret message. For a moment, Yue Guang was at a loss and hurriedly asked him about this question in private. Considering that Yue Guan has always been loyal to the Wuhun Palace, he acted as Yu Lao and led him a red thread. When the Pope came forward to find a marriage for him, he naturally got every step of it. Now he is living a small life of two people, and his behavior makes ghosts feel a little uncomfortable. Elders, I'll call you here this time. First, to test your cultivation achievements, and second, to prepare to let you go further in the future. Qian Yuchen didn't say nonsense, and directly pointed out the reason for calling them over. Yueguan and 9 others were delighted, and they also understood the current situation of the 7 elders who worshipped the hall. Especially after the golden crocodile Douluo became a god, the 9 people were also envious. Although the worship hall and the elders hall both contribute to the spirit hall, their strength is more helpful to their contributions. 9 elders, His Majesty, I want to make progress too much. Now that one worshipper has exceeded 100 levels, it is only a matter of time before the remaining 6 worshippers reach this level. As the representative of the 9 people, Yueguan stood up and said, His Majesty the Pope, all 9 of us have reached the level of 99, and have consolidated our own realm. Okay, elders, you are worthy of being the pillar of my martial spirit hall. Qian Yuchen nodded with satisfaction, looking very happy. Then let's get to the point of the second thing, so that the elders can go further. After saying that, he waved his right hand and 9 balls of light floated in front of the 9 of them. Qian Yuchen looked at the 9 people with a smile and said, Sir, let's take a look. Chapter 285 Qian Yuchen wants to strengthen the Angel Legion, Tang San meets the broken body Tang Hao. After Qian Yuchen finished speaking, the light ball revealed what was inside. The 9 gate mind methods floated in front of them one by one, and a strong attraction came from them. Yueguan took the lead in picking up the mental method in front of him and looked at the cover. MOK's Golden Body Strategy. After turning a page, the exercises are transformed into one. The light flew into his eyebrows. He immediately sat on the chair, his eyes closed and began to slowly digest the contents of the exercises. Seeing this, the other 8 people also looked at the mental methods in front of them. Ghost, 9 Nether Soul Devouring Art. Shilong, the art of the snake turning to dragon. Bloodthorn, Bibo Bloodthorning Sutra. Nifeng, the legend of the phoenix and nirvana. Demon Bear Battle with Heaven. Ghost Leopard, the phantom of the 10 directions. Holy Dragon Heart Method. The Lion, the crazy lion's skill. These mental methods are enough to break the shackles of level 99 and reach a level 100 to become a god. Looking at the 9 people with their eyes closed, Qian Yuchen showed a look of satisfaction. The passing of the martial arts means that the Spirit Hall will add 9 god-level powerhouses in the future. So far, the number of titled Douluo in the Wuhun Palace is the largest in the continent. But it is not enough, no one will dislike the large number of titled Douluo. The next step is to help those young confusers in the Martial Soul Hall who are above level 85 will be promoted to titled Douluo as soon as possible. Join forces with other forces and see how Tang San breaks the deadlock. With such a large number of titled Douluo, the 2 empires probably lost their desire to resist when they saw it. By the way, there is also the strongest combat force legion in the Martial Soul Hall, the Angel Legion. The martial soul they inherited was a bewinged angel, a branch belonging to the 6-winged angel lineage. Although it is only about 3,000 people, the bursting power is enough to resist the heavy armored legion of 10,000 people. The commander of the Angel Legion is a level 87 Conrat. The 10 team leaders are all level 80 to 83 Contras, and they can also use battle formations in combination. The members of the Legion are all above level 60, and can be said to be the most powerful and secret guard force in the Spirit Hall. This Legion will not be dispatched in a non-life and death situation. Qian Yuchen thought about it carefully and was about to improve the strength of this Legion. Weapons and armor must be equipped with the latest hot martial soul guides and armor. The next day, after Tang San habitually practiced the purple demon eyes, he quietly left Yuexuan without disturbing anyone. At this time, the genius was just dawning. The window on the top floor was open, and Tang Yuehua stood quietly, watching the white figure gradually leaving. Miss Third and Second Brother, we are waiting for you in Haoshan Sect. Tang San walked relatively quickly and left Tiandu City in 30 minutes. After leaving Tiandu City, he no longer suppressed his own speed. He moved the ghostly ghost and quickly headed towards the Sunset Forest. Douluo and Douluo's family stood up and went to the window and looked at the sunset forest. He murmured, "Is it Tang-san?" After taking an hour and a half, he rushed to the front of Binghuo Lianji again. This familiar poison gas barrier could no longer stop him. He took a poison-avoiding pill and quickly walked into the poison gas barrier. Along the familiar road, Tang-san soon met Tang Hao. A trace of anger flashed across his face, and the murderous aura on his body could no longer be suppressed. "Miss, you are here." "Dad, you are." Tang-san quickly walked to Tang Hao. Although he was sitting on a huge rock, his body was incomplete. At this time, Tang Hao had only one leg left, and his entire left leg was broken. The same thing disappeared was his right arm. The person sitting on the rock was a one-armed old man, and his scattered hair seemed to be rendered by snow whiteness. "Dad!" Tang-san immediately hugged him, and the practice of Yuexuan for a year seemed to have lost its effect at this moment. Losing one arm and one leg, Tang-san seemed very calm, and the expression on his face was not as serious and stiff as before. The ghost vine queen on the side, the growing vines shaking constantly. Tang Hao smiled and said, "It's good that I'm here, I've been waiting for you." "Who hurt you like this, Dad?" After Tang-san finished speaking, the killing god realm forced to activate, and the surrounding air instantly became cold. At this moment, he had entered a state of extreme anger. Tang Hao shook his head, "What do you look like? Did you learn from your aunt for nothing?" Tang-san really couldn't believe that this was like an old man in his twilight years, his father. It is the youngest Haoshan Douluo who is intimidating the Soul Master world. "No one took action, I did it myself. When I came back here a year ago, I showed off my right arm and left leg." Tang Hao put away his smile and said in a plain tone. "What?" Tang-san was stunned, very puzzled. Why did Tang Hao do this? Tang Hao patted the stone beside him and signaled Tang-san to sit down. Tang-san nodded and sat next to him. A trace of remembrance flashed in Tang Hao's eyes, and then he said slowly. "This soul bone is the three most important inherited soul bones of Haoshan sect. I got my first place when I was 20 years old. At that time, I was hailed as the #1 person in the younger generation in the sect. This was a unanimous resolution between the sect leader and the elder. The second soul bone was to go down the mountain to experience it. 10 years later, I returned to the sect. The sect leader at that time was also your grandfather and all the elders who rewarded me with the second one." After listening to his story, Tang-san also understood his own my father was already confirmed as the candidate for the next sect leader of Haoshan sect at that time. There is no need to talk about what happened later, Tang Hao has talked about it before. Uncle Tang Xiao left and returned to the sect alone. His father and mother continued to travel on the mainland, and later met the Wu Soul Hall. Then a series of things happened. Tang-san was puzzled. "Dad, then why do you want? Didn't you notice that my injuries have healed a lot? I injected all the blood from my body into the limbs of these two soul bones, and then cut them off. And if you did something wrong back then, you have to take responsibility for it yourself. I'm sorry for the sect for so many years, and you always have to give an explanation. It can be said that you can return these two soul bones to them." Tang Hao patiently explained the reason for doing this. He waited for this moment for many years. Aren't the soul bones inseparable after the appearance? They will be separated from the body unless they die. Tang-san was also more confused. That's for ordinary people. When they reach the title ceiling realm, in addition to the skull and trunk bones, the soul bones of the limbs can be cut, and the price is that every piece of soul bone will be cut, the soul power will be reduced forever 10 levels. I cut off 2 soul bones, but the soul power level has dropped by level 20. Now level 75 is enough to protect yourself. After listening to Tang Hao's story, he had recovered from the pain of his father's disability. He also truly felt that his father was really different from the past. The whole person became relaxed and the pain gradually faded away. Tang Hao's face also became serious. Tang-san understood that he had something to remind him. After returning to the sect, you must go back and worship your grandfather for me and take me to kneel in front of his tomb for 3 days. I will return to the sect to recognize my ancestors and return to my ancestors, and everything will be followed by your uncle. As for your grudge against the spirit hall, you can do it yourself, after all, the original owner is dead. I understand. Tang-san said seriously. Tang Hao pointed to the back of the huge rock with his finger. There is a box there, you can open it and take a look. Tang-san stood up and took the black box over. The box was actually made of lead. He opened it before and after he got Tang Hao's body. There are actually 3 soul bones inside, which are still very complete. After opening it, Tang San's gaze instantly fell on the right leg bone. This soul bone gave him a very friendly feeling. The remaining 2 soul bones were one right arm bone and the left leg bone. He guessed that these were the 2 soul bones peeled off from his father's body, which was 2 of the 3 soul bones inherited by Haoshan sect. This. Tang San didn't know what to say. These 3 complete soul bones were placed outside, but countless soul masters scrambled to grab. Tang Hao said, "That right leg bone is a gift for you. Your mother has given me the most precious soul ring. I can't take this soul bone." When the ghost vine queen heard this, the vines swayed. Tang San looked at Gui Teng and seemed to see his mother urging him. Good. He didn't hesitate, picked up the soul bone and pressed it to his right leg. Chapter 286 Tang San leaves. Jian Yuchen appears to meet Tang Hao and his wife. It took Tang San 3 days to absorb this complete 100,000-year soul bone. After waking up, he collected the medicinal materials here and treated Tang Hao with 2 elixirs. After feeling that his qi and blood deficiency disappeared due to the broken limbs, Tang San was also ready to leave. He didn't have to worry about his parents' affairs, but the responsibility on his father's shoulders was transferred to him. Tang Hao looked at the sun in front of him with relief and said, "Misery, are you ready to set off?" Tang San nodded and said, "Well, I have to complete what you told me as soon as possible." After pausing, he said again, "Then I want to go and see Xiaowu." Tang Hao had no objection to Tang San's arrangement. "Your soul power is now at level 60. You have obtained the 6th soul ring. Go to the sect again. You go and find the Ghost Vine King, it will help you solve this problem." Tang San originally planned to do this for Tang Hao's suggestion. After absorbing the 6th soul ring, his strength will be further improved, and his chances of introductory assessment against Haoshan sect will be greater. Besides, his soul rings are all provided by the single soul beast of Ghost Vine, which can allow him to burst out stronger power in battles of the same level. That little rabbit may have to reach the Soul Emperor, and after she is level 60, outsiders can't see her true identity. But you must be careful not to contact the spirit hall with her. Tang Hao reminded that he has experience in this regard. "Well, I know, Dad." After Tang San said this, he turned around and left. After he completely left the Ice and Fire Eye, the Ghost Vine Queen growing in the center of the Ice and Fire Eye directly turned into a human form. "Amon, do you see that? Well, he is a child who lacks love." That's right, the cultivation level of the Ghost Vine Queen has long reached 100,000 years, and can be normalized into a human form. During the period when Tang San absorbed his soul bones, she kept observing them secretly. She could be sure that Tang San's body was 20 years old, but her soul was not. Therefore, the child in front of him is not the real biological son of the couple. However, the Ghost Vine Queen could feel that the mature soul in Tang San's body lacked the care of her parents. What he revealed to Tang Hao feelings are all real and from the heart. Tang Hao asked in confusion, "Didn't the mistress be reborn after being reborn with her body? I think you should also know the power of the outbreak of that battle. With the baby's weak body, you cannot withstand the internal impact force. Maybe at that time, the child's soul was accidentally integrated with the mistress." The Ghost Vine Queen expressed her guess. When she said this, Tang Hao instantly understood something. "You mean the mistress?" Looking back on all the life in the Holy Soul Village, he finally understood it now. From the first day of taking care of the child has been very sensible. "I will only cry when I am hungry and want to urinate and defecate, and the rest of the time will be very quiet. Either you are sleeping or you are lying quietly and obediently on the bed." He was very decadent at that time, so it was naturally impossible to find these unusual details. "I said, why did that child have been very sensible since childhood? It turned out that there is a mature soul in his body." Tang Hao sighed, but then he thought of a new question. "Who can have this magical method? Even a strong man as strong as my grandfather, and my experience of traveling to the mainland for many years, no one can do this." The Ghost Vine Queen seemed to have thought of something terrible and her face turned pale. "Amon, what's wrong with you?" Tang Hao said with concern, thinking that her cultivation was not stable enough. The Ghost Vine Queen calmed down and said in an uncertain tone. "Ordinary people may not be able to do it, but what if it is a legendary god?" "What?" Tang Hao's face showed shock. "God, Only a few people in Haoshan sect know this secret. Tang Hao, as the successor of the sect leader, naturally knew this secret. This is also the reason why his grandfather Tang Chen left the sect for many years. Looking for miracles, break through the limit of the titled Douluo level 99, and reach a brand new realm. Doesn't that mean that our family is all targeted by God? Then your identity was discovered by the Spirit Hall, and then we had a conflict with the Spirit Hall. It is terrifying to think carefully. Tang Hao's wisdom is not as rough as his appearance. On the contrary, his intelligence is also very outstanding. How much wisdom can be short of those who can break out of the city of killing? Perhaps the fate of their family has long been under the legendary god's calculations. It is very likely that his son Tang San is the most critical part of their plan. Everything they passed through seemed to be controlled by a ruthless big hand and could not be broken free. But what can you do even if you know God's plan? He is now a broken body. Even if he has recovered to his heyday, he is just an ant in the eyes of God. How, things may not be that bad. The Ghost Vine Queen looked at the powerlessness in Tang Hao's eyes and hurriedly comforted her. My ability to recover my cultivation for 100,000 years so quickly has a lot to do with this place. Below my roots, there is a cold and pure energy that is constantly absorbed by me. But when I turned into a human form to check the place where I took root, I found that there was nothing there. Her words came to an abrupt end because there was no idea when a strange man appeared in front of her. Tang Hao looked along his gaze and showed an incredible look. Qian Sunji, how could you still be alive? Yes, the man in front of him looks so similar to Qian Sunji, who was seriously injured at the time. I'm sorry, you recognized the wrong person, Haoshan Douluo Mian. This Qunyu city is the new pope of the Wuhun Hall. The Qing Sunji in your mouth is my twin brother, he has been dead for many years. Qian Yuchen looked at Tang Hao and his wife and said slowly. As soon as he said this, the vigilance on Tang Hao's face became even deeper. He knew that the young man in front of him was even more dangerous than Chihiroji. He asked vigilantly, what are you doing here? Are you trying to avenge your elder brother? Qian Yuchen shook his head, the conflict between you and my elder brother and your children are just a calculation between the gods. This contradiction is the burial point where my soul palace was destroyed. The Ghost Vine Queen did not feel the malice from Qian Yuchen. Since he came here, it means he was always paying attention to the movements here. She asked directly, Sir Pope, then what is your purpose for coming here? Qian Yuchen did not hide it, and said, unite your power and smash the god's plan. Although your martial spirit hall has god-level combat power, it is probably overestimating your ability to compete with the legendary gods. Tang Hao did not directly express his attitude, but said this. Qian Yuchen knew that they would not believe themselves. He threw another bombshell and said. Your child's soul has not really disappeared. When this mature soul in his body leaves, he will take over the body again. The Ghost Tang Queen asked happily, is Miss San really still there? She feels guilty about her child and always wants to make up for it. The mother's love that children lack. Although she has a soul beast hairstyle, her emotions are no worse than any human. Qian Yuchen nodded and said again, his weak soul is suppressed in a small corner, but if Tang San is exposed to the god inheritance, there will be no chance. The magical inheritance requires a certain amount of soul power strength, and Tang San, the pure soul of the baby, naturally cannot withstand this oppression. The moment Tang San came into contact with the vast sea, the weak soul would completely disappear. Tang San, who was originally on Douluo continent, was completely declared to have disappeared from this world. Chapter 287 Qun Yuchen helps Tang Hao and starts a new plan. Since you mean, will this body of mistress come into contact with the inheritance of God? Tang Hao was puzzled again, this was obviously a bit incredible. Qian Yuchen explained again, yes, the soul in his body has a high degree of compatibility with your son. In other words, Tang San in another world, but his soul is in a mature state. God summoned him from another world, which will definitely give him extremely powerful power, and then change the pattern of Douluo continent for thousands of years. Tang Hao and the Queen of Guitang understand that the couple are tools. The purpose is to help Tang San grow up quickly, then participate in the test of God, and finally gain God-level power. When he comes into contact with God's inheritance, his son's soul will be erased legitimately by God. The mature soul in another world will be completely integrated with his son's body and reach a flawless state. By then, no matter how the couple observes, they will not find any abnormalities. Why did God interfere in the affairs of the mainland? Why did we choose our family? Tang Hao didn't understand, is this a bit too cruel? Could it be that in the eyes of God, the creatures in their Douluo continent are all ants? These gods are just higher-level living bodies, and they also have 7 emotions and 6 desires. But their abilities are beyond our imagination, perhaps because they have noticed some things in the future. Therefore, they will not hesitate to interfere in the lower realm through this method. It must be something on the mainland that will have an extremely adverse impact on the divine realm in the future. Qian Yuchen said in a plain tone, not giving those gods high. Instead, he added, if a man does not punish himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth, and God is no exception. The gods in the divine realm are not all selfless, and there will be conflicts of ideas and conflicts of interests between them. Although they have been limiting the number of people in the divine realm, there are always peerless geniuses who have broken through this restriction and entered the divine realm with their own efforts. Among them, the limitations of Douluo continent are the deepest. After all, this is the place where the dragon god originated. The 5 great gods are not sure whether the dragon god has left any backup plan here. It is simply a delusion to think that a soul beast wants to become a god with millions of cultivation. Once a soul beast reaches this threshold, the heavenly shackles they set will be touched and then killed. However, the appearance of Qunyu City secretly disrupted this arrangement. There are already several god-level powerful people among the soul beasts, and they are all personally blocking the perception of the divine world. The only thing to do now is to strengthen the power around you and give a fatal blow to the divine realm after Tang San becomes a god. Let the god realm usher in a new era. Even in the original work, Tang San successfully entered the divine realm and became the 5 supreme gods. But over the past 10,000 years, the original size of the divine realm has not changed, but the number of gods in the nerves has increased. In the end, because of the different concepts of the god of destruction, a divine war broke out between the two, and the stability and peace of the god world were broken for many years. If he had entered the god realm and became the new master of the god realm, this would naturally not have happened. The Bible has magical creative power. The mysterious voice allowed him to gain this power and gain rebirth. There must be this reason in it. I won't say that much for now. In order to show my sincerity first, I will help Haoshan Crown restore his complete body. Qian Yuchen withdrew his thoughts in his mind and looked at Tang Hao with a smile. Before the other party could react, a golden beam of light enveloped him. Then golden light particles appeared out of thin air and rushed into Tang Hao's body. Tang Hao felt like he was soaking in a hot spring, warm all over. A numb and itchy feeling came from the broken limbs. The light particles pouring into his body gradually condensed from the broken limbs, forming the appearance of arms and thighs. As the light particles continued to condense, Tang Hao's broken leg and arm began to slowly form. The Ghost Vine Queen on the side was shocked by Qian Yuchen's move. This ability to regenerate broken limbs can be called a miracle. 15 minutes passed, and Tang Hao's broken hands and legs returned to their original state. And his overall appearance has also changed, and he looks about 40 years old. This power. Tang Hao felt the vast soul power in his body, which was the wonderful feeling when he broke through the titled Douluo. With his peak strength, he has returned to his peak state. The Ghost Vine Queen hurried to him. How do you feel now? Tang Hao looked at her gently and said, I feel very good now, full of strength. Uncle Haoshan Crown, your soul power should have reached level 95, I'm right. Qian Yuchen interrupted his words. The short-term warmth of the two of them. Thinking about him eating dog food, there is no door. Tang Hao bowed and said gratefully, thank you, the Pope's Crown Prince, for returning to his peak state. Qian Yuchen smiled slightly and did not take this seriously. We need cooperation, so we naturally have to show some sincerity, so there is no need to be so polite. He said again, the Haoshan Crown should have 5 soul bones, but returning the 3 soul bones of Haoshan sect will still have a certain impact on your strength. While speaking, he took out 3 jade boxes from his storage soul guide. Tang Hao instantly understood what he was taking out and immediately refused. The Pope's crown has helped too much, and I really dare not accept this gift. That's right, Qian Yuchen took out 3 soul bones of excellent quality. Still very complete. Qian Yuchen opened the jade box, and from left to right were, right arm bone, left leg bone, and skull. After Tang Hao absorbed these 3 soul bones, he could get a complete soul bone set. This has a huge bonus to his actual combat power, and the power it bursts out is far beyond his previous peak state. Qian Yuchen smiled and said, this is also part of my sincerity, you can accept it with peace of mind. Before Tang Hao could speak, the Ghost Vine Queen said in surprise, this is the soul bone produced by a 100,000-year soul beast. Hearing this, Jian Yuchen nodded and explained. Yes, these 3 soul bones come from the soul beast in the deep sea. I call them sea soul beasts, and the 3 soul bones were produced after the death of 3 evil tigers and demon whales for 100,000 years. This answer can also refresh a little understanding of Tang Hao. He knew the existence of the sea god island, but he didn't know much about the sea soul beast. The 100,000-year-old soul beasts are extremely rare in the star-fighting forest, and perhaps only the vast and unknown oceans are not that rare. When Tang Hao heard him say this, he never refused. Tang Hao thanked the Pope here. After saying that, he began to absorb the soul bones. On the other hand, Tang San successfully obtained the 6th soul ring with the help of the Ghost Vine King. His soul power also broke through from level 60 to level 63. Haoshan Sectai, Tang San, are here. With a soft whisper, he quickly advanced towards the map left by Tang Hao. Chapter 288 Tang San goes up the mountain, Tang Hao goes further. According to the instructions from the map, Tang San came 300 miles east of Tiandu City, the capital of Tiandu Empire. Surrounded by mountains, what appears before Tang San is a small village about the same size as Holy Soul Village. He looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. This is Haoshan Sect. Smoke curling up from all over the village, looking at the time when it was ready for lunch. There were a few children at the school gate playing there, and there were many people in the fields next to them packing up farm tools and preparing to go back to the village for dinner. Tang San, who did not believe in evil, spread out the sheepskin map in his hand again and carefully identified it. It is hard for him to believe that the world's #1 sect was once the way he was, and that he had become what he saw. In fact, what he didn't know was that the Haoshan sect had moved directly after it was announced to be closed. For the sake of the concealment of the sect, Haoshan sect improved the original sect address. After so many years, it is normal for locations on the map to change. Let's go and have a look first. After calming down, Tang San still walked towards the inconspicuous small mountain village in front of him. Tang San also understood how serious the past was. The first sect in the Soul Master world actually fell into what it is now. Can anyone tell whether right or wrong? As Tang Hao's son, he naturally tends to be biased towards his father. But in the eyes of other people in the sect, Tang Hao made an unforgivable mistake. Times have changed, and now is no longer the time to hold people accountable, but the sect should be revitalized. As my thoughts flashed, Tang Shan had already walked to the entrance of the mountain village. Please stop, we do not welcome outsiders here. A strong middle-aged male villager stopped Tang San, and looked at him up and down while saying that his eyes were a little confused. Tang San said politely, I am not an outsider, I'm just going home. Go home. The villagers were stunned by his statement, we don't have any nobles like you here, they are all rural people. What home are you going to? At the same time, other villagers around showed a hint of alert, and their hands holding the farm tools were obviously tightened. The atmosphere between the two sides became vaguely tense. It seems that proof of identity is needed. Tang San thought for a while and slowly raised his right hand, and a black light surged from his palm. The Haoshan hammer quietly emerged, with a solemn and intimidating aura. Holding Haoshan hammer in his hand, he smiled slightly, how about it, can this prove my identity? The middle-aged villager who spoke before said again, I dare to ask which family you belong to, why do I seem to have never seen you? Tang San said again, my aunt is Tang Yuehua, and she asked me to come back. Upon hearing this, the villagers brought Tang San into the village. This village is actually the outpost of Haoshan sect, and everyone living in the village it is an affiliated branch of Haoshan sect. After arranging Tang San in an empty house in the village, they sent someone to the sect to inform him. About an hour passed, and there were rapid footsteps outside the door. Tang San raised his eyes, the door opened, and several men in grey appeared at the door. The person in charge has wide shoulders and wide back, straight nose and square mouth. Her short hair is like a steel needle, about 30 years old, and she looks like a lion ready to go. Looking at the slightly bulging grey gown, Tang San knew that his strong body contained terrifying power. Are you Tang San? The strong man asked. He looked at Tang San, and there was also some hostility besides being curious. Tang San stood up and nodded, I am. He didn't know this person and was puzzled where the other party's hostility came from. Follow us. The strong man in grey had no extra words, waved his hand to his other two companions and turned around and left. Tang San did not care about their rude actions and followed them tightly. It seems that these people are direct disciples of Haoshan sect. He could feel that the three of them were very strong, and their soul power levels were above the Soul King. Especially the man in the lead, at least the level of the Soul Emperor. After the three Haoshan sect disciples left the house, they spread their bodies at the same time and rushed towards the back of the village. Compared with speed, Tang San smiled slightly, started his feet, and his figure suddenly became illusory. After practicing Xian Gong for many years, his ghost fans have long reached the point of perfection. Coupled with the right leg bone absorbed not long ago, it has greatly increased his growth. His speed is comparable to that of Agile Attack Soul Master. The three people ahead had the fastest speed, but he followed quietly like walking in the garden without falling behind. After a brief competition, the man in grey in the lead was convinced by Tang San. The four of them stood in front of a mountain. The peak was not high, but extremely steep. The entire mountain wall is almost perpendicular to the ground, and is extremely smooth, without any plants, and is a stone mountain. The man in grey in the lead had no intention of ending the competition, but instead rose up and rushed straight to the mountain wall. Tang San carefully observed his movements and soon discovered clues. It turned out that this mirror-smooth mountain wall was sunken every 10 meters away, just like the one who took advantage of the force to go up. However, if the soul power level is not level 40, it is impossible to climb up. In addition, you need enough courage. The other two men in grey also rose up. They did not borrow force once every 20 meters like the former, and the standard 10 meters. Tang San did not deliberately show his strength, and followed them to improve every 10 meters. On the other hand, Tang Hao quickly completed the absorption of his soul bones. He, who was named Douluo, absorbed soul bones faster than other soul masters. He felt that he was connected into a whole, and his powerful soul power quickly wandered in his body. Absorbing 3 soul bones, his soul power broke through again. Set 96. After the soul power level reaches level 95, it is very difficult to break through. Even if you practice quietly, you can only improve one level in at least 10 years. The Ghost Vine Queen naturally discovered his changes and said happily, "How, your soul power level has been increased by 1 level." Tang Hao nodded and smiled, "Yes, the remaining soul power in the soul bones has increased me by 1 level." However, he also discovered an abnormal point. After collecting the soul bone set, he felt that it was not that difficult to improve the level. Qian Yuchen noticed the doubt in his eyes and explained, "The soul master has basically exhausted his potential after he has practiced to level 95. If you want to go further, you must improve your physical fitness, so you need to rely on the power of your soul bone. Absorbing a complete set of soul bones is equivalent to being reborn, and the potential of the body is naturally not the same as that of the past." Tang Hao thought about it carefully and it seemed that his grandfather Tang Chen had collected a set of soul bones. "My father also said that if you want to become stronger, you need the help of your soul bones." Now he finally understood this truth. Qian Yuchen concealed one thing, that is, he could improve his potential by practicing special skills. This is true for Yuegwen and others, but he didn't say it. Tang Hao is not from the Wuhan Hall, so there is no need to tell him. "What are your plans now?" Seeing that Tang Hao was in a good mood, the Ghost Tang Queen asked. Tang Hao thought about it, a trace of struggle flashed across his eyes, and then he said firmly, "I want to see my father in person when I go back to the sect." The Ghost Vine Queen said softly, "Okay, I'll accompany you." Tang Hao is now a level 96 level titled Douluo. As long as the elders of Haoshan sect are not fools, they will naturally not make things difficult for him. This combat power is already the strongest in Haoshan sect. Tang Yuehua's level is currently at level 93. Looking at the couple's deep love, Qian Yuchen couldn't help but remind him. As the saying goes, what you come is not as good as the best of you. You are the biggest help to Tang San when you appear at a critical moment. That's right, Tang Hao has special blessings when saving the scene in the original work. After he appeared, he was able to successfully repel the enemy who wanted to threaten his son. The Yuegwen, Ghost, and Golden Crocodile Douluo in the original work have all been deeply experienced. Tang Hao thought about it again and said that this was right. "Well, then I'll have lunch and set off." Chapter 289 Tang San enters Haoshan sect. His purpose has been achieved, and Qian Yuchen is not ready to stay here. "Uncle Haoshan, I will say goodbye first. I wish you all the best in your actions." After saying this, Jian Yuchen's body fluctuated and disappeared into the eyes of the ice and fire Lianji. Tang Hao and his wife flashed a hint of surprise, but they soon returned to normal. The strength of this Pope is indeed unfathomable. Queen Ghostvine exclaimed. Well, I'll make a fire and cook now. After dinner, let's go back to the sect to take a look. Tang Hao naturally understood that the Pope's strength had surpassed him. What he has to do now is his own business and use his strength to return to Haoshan sect. Tang San's side had arrived at the end of the mountain shortly after moving forward. The height of the mountain is 500 meters, and there is already clouds and mist. What surprised him was that the man in grey in front actually rose up and jumped directly towards the deep ravine in front. He disappeared into the clouds and mist, and the two men in grey who were following Tang San pointed at the feet in front of him, and then jumped out of the deep ravine. Tang San looked carefully and understood the reason. At the end of this mountain there is an iron chain as thick as an arm extending all the way to the distance. The clouds and mists are floating here, so it is easy to hide it in it. If you don't look carefully, it will be really difficult to find its existence. The iron chain will sway in the air, but as long as you have a little strength and can stabilize your body, you will naturally be able to walk over easily. This can be easily done by a level 30 soul master. But soon, he understood the purpose of this level. If an enemy attacks, you can withdraw from the iron chain to the second mountain when the first pass cannot stop the enemy and then cut off the iron chain. In this way, not only can we have time to buffer, but we can also continue to act as a barrier to defend against the enemy. Tang San couldn't help but exclaim, it's worthy of being the Haoshan sect. This arrangement is indeed amazing. After taking a look at the chain of iron chains, he once again carried the ghostly ghosts and landed them easily on the chains. The iron chain extends diagonally upward, and it is obvious that the peak ahead is higher than the previous one. This is simply a slight meaning to him who has traveled through the road to hell. Keep moving forward, the next road is basically in a cycle. But the depth between the mountains became deeper and deeper. When we came to the fourth peak through the iron chain, the changes had already occurred on the iron chain. Due to the cold and moisture, a layer of ice ridges formed on the iron chain connecting the fourth and fifth peaks. The slimming iron chain makes the difficulty of moving forward greatly. This Haoshan sect's escape is really hidden. Tang San has changed his previous view at this moment and is becoming more and more curious about Haoshan sect. This time, the three people in front did not rush forward, but stopped. He took out a rope sleeve from his arms, tied it to his waist on one side, and tied it to the iron rope in front on the other side. Give it to you. The man in grey in the lead threw a rope and gave it to Tang San. After Tang San took it, he tied the rope cover according to their methods. Although Gui Tang helped him, he did not intend to reveal it. After they moved forward for a while, Tang San felt a sense of crisis. Be careful! He hurriedly reminded loudly. He moved up the purple demonic eyes and found a huge strange bird coming towards the iron chain. At such a low temperature, the hardness of the iron cable becomes very brittle. Unfortunately, he was still one step slower, so he released the purple divine light in time, but he still did not stop the big bird from colliding. Click! The iron chain broke from the middle, and the two people walking in front fell directly towards the abyss below. Tang San took action in time, and the ghost vine wrapped around the other end of the iron lock in 3 seconds. The broken state quickly stabilized, and at this time he had formed a bridge across the middle. Now I can only use the power of the iron chain to go to the other side of the mountain. After thinking about a solution, Tang San said to the other two. Stay calm down and we are ready to go. Then he let go of the ghost vine on his side and a huge pulling force knocked him towards the opposite mountain wall. Fortunately, with the assistance of the right leg bone, he removed the huge impact force in time. The man in black, who was in black, saw that the three of them were stabilizing, grabbed the iron chain with both hands and pulled it up. Such terrifying power surprised Tang San. After pulling the three of them up again, the man in black lead finally became kind. He laughed and punched Tang San on the shoulder. Good brother, thank you. Tang San grinned and said, Brother, can you be gentle? Your fist is very heavy. If you miss this, it is clear that your bones hurt my hands. My name is Tang Long, and I am the biggest in my life. You are right to call me elder brother. The man in grey introduced himself. Tang Long introduced the two people around him again. They are Tang Tian and Tang Yu, and we are also our direct brothers. This time you saved their lives. Tang Tian and Tang Yu said at the same time, Brother, I will never thank you for your kindness. Tang San smiled and said, "It's all my family, so there's no need to be so polite." At the same time, a figure appeared above the sky. It is Qunya City. After he left Tang Hao, he planned to come to Haoshan sect to take a look. Tang San, your body returns to the sect, but your soul still needs time. He smiled and looked at the four Tang brothers talking and laughing below. Soon, under the leadership of Tang Long, Tang San arrived at the real residence of Haoshan sect. The huge stone building is like a fortress, with the main entrance as high as 5 meters. It is incomparable to the Pope Hall that Tang San saw, but it seems particularly solid. The 3 big words above the front door are vigorous and powerful. Haoshan sect. In front of the main entrance, 2 young men in grey clothes bowed to each other when they saw the 4 of them coming. The young man on the left blocked Tang San's way and said, "Please show the token of this section." Tang San was not a strange face, he had never seen it before, and this was his duty. Token. Tang San was stunned for a moment, and then he immediately understood something. He raised his left hand and showed the martial soul Haoshan hammer. The 2 young men eliminated their vigilance and gave up. But Tang San showed his martial soul but did not show his soul ring, although the 2 of them looked down on him in their hearts. Tang Long naturally noticed that the 2 of them had a look wrong, so he was about to warn him, "This is..." Before he finished speaking, another young voice came from the door. "Tang Qing and Tang Qing, this strange disciple of Haoshan sect is the child of my second uncle. He is a twin martial soul. Don't think that his Haoshan hammer doesn't have an additional soul ring and thinks he is weak." After the words came, Jian Pengzhi suddenly walked out of the main gate. He walked to Tang Long and his group of people and said, "Brother, cousin, uncle and elders have been waiting for a long time." Tang Long laughed, looked at Tang San and said, "Xiaoju came here in person, so he must have been waiting. Let's go, don't let the sect leader and the elders be anxious." After saying that, he hurriedly walked into the sect with Tang San. Tang Tian and Tang Yu hurriedly followed Tang Long. Jian Pengzhi glared at Tang Qing and Tang Qing, and turned around and walked into the sect. Tang San was a little nervous and excited, and he was about to meet his uncle and the elders of the sect. I just don't know if the next thing can continue smoothly. Chapter 290 Tang San returns the soul bone, Tang Xiao's grief. Before entering the building of the Master Haoshan, Tang Long said to Tang Yu beside him, "Tang Yu, go and tell the 4th uncle about the iron cable bridge today, this cannot be delayed." "Okay." Tang Yu turned around and left. Tang San observed the architecture of Haoshan sect without any luxury. The biggest feature of the whole is its heaviness. Enter the main building of the sect, which is like a castle. On the way, Tang San saw many disciples of Haoshan sect, all of whom were dressed in grey. Before coming to the sect's convention hall, Jian Pengzhi, Tang Long and Tang Tian stopped one after another. Tang San carefully looked at the door plaque in front of him, with the words Directorial Hall. This time Jian Pengzhi came out to invite them in person, so he would naturally report the situation. This voice is at least 80 small like his father Tang Hao. "I asked you to, Tang Long," his father left Tang San's young man. "What's the point of returning to Tang San today?" That was the secret launch of the Ghost Vine domain and the Killing God domain to share the pressure for Tang Long. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the conference hall suddenly became quiet. "But that occasion is okay and you must be qualified." Jian Pengzhi turned around and looked at them, and said softly, "Go in." An elder looked at each other, and was silent for a short time, and the words were bad. "Why am I so determined and ruining my hope of taking a step back?" Except for Tang Yuehua, one of my elders was secretly looking at Tang Long. Tang Long knelt on one knee before Ma, who looked at the sitting people, and said respectfully, "Shi Cheng meets the sect leader and elders." His eyes were bright and depressed, his eyes were like torch, and he had a bit of majestic and domineering momentum. Tang Yonghua's face also changed slightly, so he naturally understood what the sect did. I looked at the people sitting and showed respect. Walking into the conference hall, a long table made of fine iron came into view. When dealing with elders, you must naturally express respect. While saying that, I showed off my martial soul and soul ring. Tang Lai and Tang Tian in front looked at Tang Long in surprise as if they had seen a ghost. Jian Pengzhi looked wonderful. Did that kind of plant-based martial soul pose any threat to me? The low and thick voice was very friendly in Tang San's ears. Tang Hao's face changed instantly, and he immediately stood up and came to Tang Long. A hint of happiness and helplessness flashed under Tang Long's face, and his eyes were weak and he held back tears and explained. "Thank you, sect master." Tang Long stood up and broke down. He held his hands firmly and handed them backwards. Yellow, yellow, purple, white, white, white. Because of Tang Yuehua's delay, we know that Tang Long is a twin martial soul. Tang Hao nodded and then closed the white box. Those two inherited soul bones exclusive to Haoshan sect have returned to Tang San today. The little elder immediately stood up with a slight anger under his face. "What is my sect trying to do?" Tang Long's wonderful tone was introduced. "My younger generation Shi Cheng, 20 years old, martial soul ghost vine, level 88 control soul emperor." Tang Long said again, "Sect master, when you complete my instructions, you will find a way to heal your father's injuries." Tang Long, let's introduce yourself in a complicated way. That is also the strange thing for all the elders. What should Shi Cheng do when he returns to Haoshan sect? But in the last moment, Tang Long felt a tangible pressure coming towards him. He took the lead and walked into the conference hall, followed by Tang Long, Tang Tian and Tang San was the last one to enter. Like the 8 elders of me, he also recognized Shi Cheng's strength and nodded in agreement. "My father was seriously injured before this battle, and the old wounds are still being dealt with. Perhaps it is a long time since then. There are some disciples of Haoshan sect, and I came to that place outside of the younger generation. My figure is still standing upright, and there is no change in my expression. I sat quietly outside, giving people a very heavy sense of danger. I have to do that. 1 is to give myself less time to spend with my mother, and 7 is to feel guilty about Shi Cheng." Another talk. "Tang Pengju is a pseudonym, and for the convenience of writing, I will continue to use Jian Pengju. It is an exaggeration to say that the father and son are like 2 people. Get up." The middle-aged woman's voice sounded, and the huge pressure also dissipated. Although Tang Xiao had no resentment towards the sect, he still recognized Tang Long's talent very much. Ghost vines appeared in the left hand, and 8 soul rings lit up all over the body. The unconventional configuration surprised an elder. Tang Xiao looked at Tang Long, and Yuda's appearance was far from that of the sect. "Bad, I'm sorry for my child." Tang Hao showed praise. "This domineering pressure has not yet dissipated. If my body had not been tempered by ice and fire, it would have been able to really hold on. There is no record of the cultivation of twin martial souls in our Tang San Middle School." Tang Hao was not determined, so he directly ended up retreating to the topic. Tang Hao put the white box under the table and opened the 2 soul bones lying quietly outside. "Shi Cheng really wants to tell Tang Long, call you uncle." The middle-aged woman's aura was more majestic than her father's sect, and she was like a very thick wall. Sitting in the center was a middle-aged woman with a tiger's back, a knife and axe, and a short grey hair. Fortunately, my upper plate was stable, but at the moment when the pressure was dissipated, I was stable and I was calm. The first person is naturally Jian Pengju. After listening to Tang Long's explanation, Tang Hao immediately turned around and asked, "7th brother, I am now." I looked at an elder and said, "Elders, I have nothing to say. Sect master and elders, Tang San has brought it." His voice came in, and Tang Xiao's voice came immediately. "On the surface of my skin, a grey and white ray of 7 colors hangs under it. I'm not your uncle." A trace of sadness flashed in my eyes, but I took the white box without trembling. My performance was actually qualified. Right leg bone and left arm bone. That kind of martial soul configuration simply subverts cognition. We were all vague in our hearts. Even if the sect left Haoshan sect, it was still loyal to Tang San. Tang Hao looked at the elders and said hurriedly. "Therefore, it seems that whether Shi Cheng showed the Haoshan hammer or not seemed to be at all. There was also a grey tablecloth on it, and there were 10 chairs on the left and right sides, and people were already full of people. Among those 7 generations of disciples, I am the 7th one who can persist in my pressure for so long." Tang Long observed this person's figure and his body should be no 2 meters low. "My nephew is indeed as talented as my sister said." Shi Cheng looked at Tang Long, and a hint of relief flashed in his eyes. The source of the pressure was the middle-aged woman sitting in the center. Several elders were also amazed. They are ashamed of being a child of the sect, not as good as I was in my senior year. I got it through my own efforts. You have never blamed me for that matter. Tang Long's expression also became serious and he said, "The first thing, my father told you that I am ashamed of Shi Cheng's cultivation and have the beauty to face Tang San, so you will return the rewards from Tang San." Is there any problem with that kind of ritual? I also made my junior's attitude very well. Come in. Is that a test for you? After saying that, I took out a white box from my storage soul guide. The 8 elders, including Tang Xiao, also had a trace of tolerance for the sect. Tang Long's heart moved slightly, but his face was still calm. Chapter 291 The Decision of the Elder of Haoshan Sect, the excited Tang Xiao. After a while, the great elder took the lead in speaking. As the elder with the highest seniority in the clan, he is second only to the leader of Tang Xiao in terms of speaking. Tang Hao's return of his soul bones means that his loyalty to the Haoshan sect is understandable. No matter your attitude, I, as a great elder, recognize him. I have not lost the sense of responsibility and belonging that a disciple of Haoshan sect should have. After saying this, he turned to Tang San. Your father asked you to come to Haoshan sect this time, probably because he wanted you to recognize your ancestors, right? Facing the big Wen, the elder asked, Tang San also said. Great elder, this is my father's only request. He doesn't ask the sect to forgive the mistakes he made, but this harshness should not fall on the children, so I. The great elder nodded to show his understanding, looked around the other 7 elders, and said again. I support the ritual of Tang San's return to the sect, but the sect rules cannot be broken, and he still needs to pass the assessment. Although the elder is old, it does not mean that his thoughts are pedantic. On the contrary, he hoped that Haoshan sect could have an additional outstanding disciple like Qian Pengju and Tang San. In his early years, Haoshan sect blocked the mountain and escaped the world because of Tang Hao's affairs, and his life was indeed very poor. But after Tang Yuehua met Qin Yuchen, Yuexuan became bigger and bigger, bringing considerable economic benefits to the sect. Then there are the agricultural production knowledge taught by the Wuhun Palace and new agricultural tools. Let Haoshan sect ensure the normal living standards of the disciples of the sect under the self-sufficiency model. Coupled with the news that Tang Yuehua has been spreading over the years, most of the elders in the sect don't have that much resentment towards Tang Hao. After all, Tang Yuehua was worried that Tang Hao, the second brother, had done his part in the sect. But this is also the biggest concession she can make. It is impossible for her to make Qian Pengju inherit the position of sect leader because of this incident. For the elders of the sect, Tang Hao lost his arms and became a useless person, which was considered as accepting the punishment he deserved. After the great elder's voice ended, Tang Lai stood up and introduced himself first. I am the 7th elder, and I am the title of Lai Yang. He looked at Tang San and said, your father made a big mistake at the beginning. If there is no grudge against him within the Haoshan sect, it would be false. If you want to accept the recognition of Haoshan sect, you must show your strength that satisfies us. The assessment of Haoshan sect will not reduce the difficulty because of its own people. So, I hope you are mentally prepared. Tang San bowed to him and said firmly, I will do my best. After Tang Lai finished speaking, he sat down. The other elders looked at each other and seemed to have agreed to something. Tang Xiao looked at several elders again and found that they didn't want to say anything, so he said again. Then please ask all elders to prepare for the assessment. Tang San comes from afar and needs a good rest to deal with tomorrow's assessment. This is also his compromise with the elders as the leader of a sect. The assessment matters are arranged by these elders. Even if it is difficult, it is all because you are feeling a little emotional about the original matter. It is already the greatest limit for him to make such concessions. Tang Yuehua naturally would not participate in this kind of thing. Her main responsibility is to help the sect obtain financial resources. Okay, let's leave this matter to us old men. The elder agreed to Tang Xiao's suggestion and then stood up and left. The other elders also stood up one after another and left the chamber. In the huge conference hall, only Tang Xiao and his wife were left. Tang Xiao's tense face also relaxed, revealing the posture that his elders should have. This is not a place to talk, come with me. After saying that, he also turned around and walked out. Tang Yuehua said, Miss, why are you still standing there? Keep up with your uncle's footsteps. He smiled and pulled Qian Pengju to follow Tang Xiao. Third brother, let's go. Tang Long greeted and took Tang Tian out. Tang San smiled and followed closely behind them. Qian Yuchen, who was observing secretly, was a little surprised. These old stubborn people in Haoshan sect did not implicate Tang Hao's resentment on Tang San. But in an instant, he seemed to think of something. Yuehua, alas, it's also an embarrassment for you, the one who is a sister. Under the leadership of Tang Xiao, Tang San, and others came to his residence. However, there was only one less person with Tang Tian, so it was obviously inappropriate for him to stay here on such occasions. Looking at the simple courtyard, it was hard for Tang San to imagine that this was the residence of the sect leader and uncle. The humble house is simple, don't mind the mistress. Tang Xiao chuckled. Uncle, you are joking. Tang San shook his head. He does not have very high requirements for material life, and he can just have a shelter from the wind and rain. After the 5 people walked into the house, Tang Xiao invited Tang San, Tang Yuehua and Qian Pengzhi to sit down and asked Tang Long to make tea for them. He sat opposite Tang San and asked him about some of his past events. Misery, where was your father raised when you were a child? I grew up in a remote small village called Holy Soul Village. Tang San slowly talked about his life in Holy Soul Village. After listening to his story, Tang Xiao sighed. Who would have thought that Haoshan Douluo, who was so powerful in the world in the past, actually fell into a small village to make a living? With his understanding of Tang Hao, in such a decadent state, probably also has resentment towards Tang San. Taking care of the child, it's really embarrassing him. The part he guessed was the part that Tang San disappeared. Don't blame your father, he loves your mother too deeply. Sinking. Tang Xiao could only say this, and he felt a little helpless on his face. What is the situation with your father's body? I have heard of that war back then. If it were me, I might not be able to escape. Tang San listened to this key issue and did not hide it as much as he did in the conference hall. My father's body has reached the point where he has exhausted the oil and the lamp has dried up. His meridians are complicated and his internal organs are also showing signs of displacement. If he hadn't reached the level of tidal ban, he would have been unable to hold on. Hearing this, Tang Xiao frowned. He also gave his own opinion and said, if you want to completely heal his injuries, you must be a soul master with the Juxin Haitang martial soul and reaching the soul saint. In his understanding, only Juxin Haitang, known as the first martial soul to heal the mainland, can help Tang Hao fully recover. There are records in the Haoshan sect that Tang Chen was seriously injured and found the Juxin Haitang martial soul master for help, and finally recovered. Uncle, I will find a way to cure his father's injuries. And I want him to wait until the day when his mother is resurrected, and our family will be reunited. Tang San said with a smile. Tang Xiao was a little excited. What? Can your mother be resurrected again? Tang San didn't understand his behavior. Why was his uncle so excited when he heard the news about his mother? Tang Yuehua just sighed. Why did her family's view of love when she was young so speechless? Chapter 292 Discussion before the assessment. During the brief greetings, Tang Xiao's impression of Tang San became better and better. In his opinion, this nephew is an outstanding second-generation disciple second only to Qian Pengzhi. Miss San, can you let me see the martial soul again? Tang Xiao asked. He really wanted to confirm whether Tang San's martial soul was the ghost vine he knew. Tang San raised his right hand and showed off his martial soul. There are blood-colored patterns on the grey-black ghost vine, which is the effect that appears after he completes his bloodline awakening. Tang Xiao looked at the familiar martial soul and recalled the scene where the 3 of them experienced together. He nodded repeatedly, revealing a rare look of gentleness. Look like her, her martial soul is exactly the same as her. Tang San didn't understand why his uncle was so excited, as if he had seen an old friend. He looked at Tang Yuehua for help and wanted to ask for an answer. Tang Yuehua sighed and said, your uncle and father went out to practice at the same time, and met your mother in the sunset forest. She used relatively short language to tell Tang San about the emotional entanglement between Tang Xiao, Tang Hao and Aman. Tang San didn't expect that there was still this story in it, but why didn't my uncle choose to marry? Tang Xiao adjusted his emotions for a moment and said again, you look like your mother and have a more personality like your father. At tomorrow's ceremony, you must not retain your strength. The prestige of Haoshan sect is all achieved with your fists. After saying that, he also looked at Qian Pengzhi. Xiaozhu used the Haoshan hammer in his hand to defeat the best among the younger generation who thought they were geniuses. The only uncertainty is whether he will be selected by the elders as one of the assessment contents. Qian Pengzhi was stunned and said in surprise, Uncle, my cousin's recognizing his ancestors and returning to his hometown should not let me show up. If he appears in the assessment, it can only be said that the other elders have a strong selfish desire. This ceremony of recognizing ancestors and returning to the clan is not only as simple as Tang San's recognition as a disciple of Haoshan sect, but also involves a dispute over the position of candidates for the future sect leader. In his opinion, even if it involves a dispute over the heirs of the next sect leader, it will have to wait for Tang San to become a disciple of Haoshan sect. Brother, the elders shouldn't do such a confused thing. After all, the mistress is not a disciple of Haoshan sect, so there is no need to let him meet Ziju. Tang Yuehua also expressed his thoughts. Based on her understanding of the other elders, she still felt that this would not happen. Tang Xiao shook his head and said, the elders' ideas may be a bit radical, so the content of the assessment may change compared to before. According to his speculation, the 7 elders were really likely to make such a decision. On the contrary, they will not have any objections to Tang San because of this assessment. In fact, I just want to pass this assessment to see if Tang San will threaten the position of Tang Pengzhu, the established candidate. Brother, do you mean they will use this assessment to make a fuss? So hence determine the competition plan for the candidates behind. Tang Yuehua probably understood what he meant, but this is a bit too much worry. She had confidence in her son and was not afraid that Tang San would compete fairly with him for the candidate for the next heir of the sect leader. Tang San, who was standing aside, also understood that his arrival had an impact on the arrangements of some personnel in the sect. He said, I just want to return to the family tree. As for the inheritance of the sect, I have not considered it yet. There are many geniuses in the Haoshan sect. Even if I am the son of Haoshan Douluo, I am not missing one. He never had any idea about the position of the next sect leader of Haoshan sect. The only thing I want to do is to carry forward the honor of the Tang sect in this world. Tang Xiao didn't expect Tang San to say this, and said in a little puzzled manner, Miss San, can you want to build a career yourself? Yes. Tang San nodded seriously. You don't have to say this matter, you still need to get it only by my father's approval. Although Tang Yuehua was a little surprised that this nephew would think so, there were many things that were not as simple as if they wanted to do. It is a good thing to have great ambitions in your heart, but the second brother's temperament is not something that ordinary people can tell him. As the heir of Haoshan sect, he failed to lead Haoshan sect to glory. He will definitely put his hope on Tang San, and this matter will definitely be accomplished by him. A trace of firmness flashed in Tang San's eyes and he said, Uncle, Aunt, Dad, he will definitely support me in doing what I want to do. Since Tang Hao explained these things about returning to the sect, he has no longer interfered in his own ideas. Besides, he is a visitor from another world, with his own form, philosophy, and style. No matter how it is said, it is imperative to let the Tang sect take root in this world. Uncle, Mom, since my cousin said so, then my second uncle will definitely support him. What's more, my second uncle only cares about one thing, that is, whether my cousin can return to the sect and enter the genealogy. Qian Pengzhu didn't think so much about it anyway, and no one could guess what the future would look like. Whether or not my second uncle will support what his cousin Tang San does is his own business. But the most important thing at the moment is to allow her to pass the assessment arranged by the elders. If I really get into the assessment content, I can't just tie my cousin. Qian Pengzhu also expressed his attitude, and he would not have too many opinions if the goal ended with a draw. On the other side, the 7 elders gathered together privately and began to discuss the matter of arranging assessments for Tang San. The overall program remains unchanged, and I think the content of the assessment needs to be changed. Tang Lai took the lead in giving his own opinion, which surprised the other 6 elders. His behavior was too positive and somewhat abnormal. Lao Qi, you don't want to stuff Xiaozhu in, right? The elder suddenly pointed out his thoughts. The second elder, this is a bit incompatible with the regulations, and I don't agree. The other 4 elders also objected, and Tang Lai's approach was indeed inappropriate. I mean, let Ziju test Tang San's true strength. This brat, I can definitely understand that our arrangement is suitable for use. It can also block the verbal conversations of other second-generation disciples and avoid some unnecessary troubles. Tang Lai explained that he just wanted Qian Pengzhu to try Tang San to be of some level. If the two end in a draw, or Tang San can hold on for a long time. Even if the second generation of disciples were dissatisfied with him, they would still recognize his strength. What's more, the Haoshan sect has always regarded the strong as respect, which is also for Tang San's consideration. I understand what you mean, then you are going to add Ziju to the first program? The great elder asked. The second to last. This was what Tang Lai had planned on the way. Are you going to check the last program yourself? The second elder seemed to have guessed something and looked at Tang Lai in surprise. Yes, I'm going to personally test Tang Hao's training results for him. Tang Lai did not hide his purpose, just to see how good Tang San was under Tang Hao's training. The elder sighed, that's it. Tang Lai's son died in a conflict with the Wuhun Palace because of Tang Hao. It is normal for him to vent his negative emotions. Several elders also acquiesced to this matter, so they arranged it like this. Chapter 293 Tang Hao appears in Haoshan sect, the elder of Tang sect who was caught off guard. After the seven elders discussed Tang San's recognizing his ancestors and returning to his ancestors, the alarm bell of the enemy invasion of Haoshan sect sounded. Tang Xiao also stopped talking to Tang San and walked outside the house. This is the highest level of intrusion alarm, why does it sound at this time? He was very confused. If Haoshan sect couldn't escape from the world, there shouldn't be any enemy who forced him to break in. Just as the few people were stunned, a strong voice sounded over the Haoshan sect. Sinner Tang Hao, come and meet with his inner person. Tang Hao's appearance song. Tang San showed a look of joy and subconsciously said, Dad is here. Tang Xiao felt something was wrong. This momentum was not like the soul saint, but the titled Douluo. Miss San, didn't your father remove his soul bone? If you want to come in calmly with the 4 major levels of Haoshan sect, you will reach level 95 or above. Let's take a look at the sect square first. After saying this, he took the lead in using his soul power to leave the yard. Tang Yuehua felt the familiarity of this momentum. No one except the second brother could exude this domineering power. Misery, maybe an adventure happened to your father. Aunt, let's go over and take a look. Tang San flashed a hint of anxiousness, wanting to know what happened. Let's go. Tang Yuehua led the way ahead, and Qian Pengzhu and Tang San followed behind her. When the 7 elders heard this voice, their faces changed slightly. The man's voice has disappeared from Haoshan sect for more than 20 years, but now it has sounded again. Listening to the posture in the voice, it seems to be a little better than the domineering ones he used to be. Let's see if he's back. At the order of the big boss, he took the lead in heading towards the sect square. The other 6 elders used their soul power and followed him one after another. At this time, many guard disciples had gathered in the square of Haoshan sect. They surrounded the square and looked at Tang Hao and his wife in the center with a vigilance. Tang Hao is the Haoshan Douluo of this generation. Even though he has not been in the Haoshan sect for many years, his reputation is still circulating in the hearts of these people. But Tang Hao's image is indeed a bit unsatisfactory, which is far from the image of Haoshan Douluo in their memory. In their opinion, Haoshan Douluo should be a burly, majestic, and domineering man. It is indeed difficult to associate the grey and unkempt middle-aged man in front of him with the identity of Haoshan Douluo. Qinyu City, who was hiding in the sky above Haoshan sect, did not expect Tang Hao to appear so soon. His outfit is indeed quite casual, and he should have rushed to Haoshan sect after dinner. In order to support Tang San so that he can be less targeted in the assessment. Tang Hao stood there calmly, and the momentum on his body naturally emanated, making the disciples of Haoshan sect dare not approach it. Swish! A domineering aura that did not belong to Tang Hao came from the inner sect of Haoshan sect. After the person who came stabilized, he looked up at Tang Hao. The sect leader is here. The sect children surrounding the square breathed a sigh of relief. It was no longer difficult for them to do. Tang Xiao looked up at Tang Hao, and tears of longing that his brother hadn't seen for many years could not help but overflow from his eyes. He showed excitement. Second brother. Brother. Tang Hao was also very excited. When he saw his elder brother again, he actually became much older. Tang Xiao looked at his body carefully, his right leg and left arm were normal, and his whole body looked as strong and powerful as before. Second brother, you are not. Brother, I have received the help of a strange man and my injuries have been healed. Tang Hao smiled and said. He just came in a hurry and didn't take care of his outfit. After saying that, he moved his left arm. Tang Xiao nodded and set his eyes on Aman. 3 sister, no see for a long time. Brother, I'm back again. Aman responded with a smile. Good to come back, good to come back. Tang Xiao was very excited, so that the families of the 3 brothers and sisters would be reunited. Perhaps, the 2 brothers can lead Haoshan sect to return to the Soul Master realm. Tang Hao, you are so generous, what's the point of returning to Haoshan sect? While Tang Xiao was about to say something, the great elder's words came from the door. Immediately afterwards, he appeared behind Tang Xiao and looked at Tang Hao and his wife with serious eyes. Afterwards, the remaining 6 elders also appeared from the door, and the 3 of them stood behind the elder in 2 rows. Have you seen the great elder? Tang Hao still respects the elder of the current generation of Haoshan sect. Amon also bowed and stood quietly beside Tang Hao. You return the soul bones granted to you by the sect is enough to show your loyalty to the Haoshan sect. But what's going on now? The elder first expressed his affirmation to Tang Hao, but also expressed his own doubts. You cut off your arms and legs at the cost of reducing your soul power level, but now you are like a person who is fine. Is this reasonable? In addition, the great elder clearly felt that Tang Hao's aura was comparable to Tang Xiao, which meant that the soul power level had reached level 96. Great elder, I have received help from a master, and my broken limbs have been completely recovered with his help. There is a slight breakthrough in the level of soul power. After Tang Hao finished speaking, he took a step forward slightly and summoned the Haoshan hammer in his hand. The soul ring was released simultaneously, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. The powerful momentum is revealed, and it is undoubtedly the cultivation of the title Douluo. A hint of joy flashed in the second elder's eyes and asked, Tang Hao, you have been away for many years, and now you have obtained the level of the soul power of the adventure. Tang Hao said calmly, Class 96. This Tang Lai and others were shocked. This junior has surpassed them, and his talent is simply terrifying. Even Tang Lai, who was dissatisfied with his heart, had to be impressed by Tang Hao's talent. Other disciples who watched the show had been shocked and stayed there. This time, all the top existences of the sect appeared, which shows that the irreconcilable man in front of him was indeed the youngest titled Douluo in history, Haoshan Douluo. The once pride of Haoshan sect, Tang Hao, who was known as the Gemini Star as the sect leader. Tang Hao, you are a calm person and will not rashly break into the sect. What's wrong with coming to Haoshan sect this time? The great elder repeated his question again, and Tang Hao must have something important to come this time. I made an unforgivable mistake at the beginning, and I accepted the punishment I punished me. But my child is innocent. I hope he can be accepted by the sect, not a wild child who cannot find a home. Tang Hao expressed his purpose, which was to make Tang San's recognizing his ancestors and returning to his ancestors. His talent is stronger than mine back then, and I believe he can help the rise of the sect. The great elder nodded to express his understanding. The mistake that happened back then was Tang Hao, and the child was indeed innocent. But his tough attitude appeared in Haoshan sect, which also disrupted their previous arrangements. If there are too many unreasonable things, Tang Hao will definitely question it. If there is a quarrel, it will be hard to stop. You are too worried. We are carefully discussing the return of Tang San. The sect rules should not be messed up. The great elder expressed his attitude, and of course it also represented the attitude of other elders. Tang Hao also knew in his heart that he would put away his martial soul and soul ring. He said again, this time I came back, it was not Tang Hao, a disciple of Haoshan sect, but an unfilial son who wanted to come back to see his father. Chapter 294 The 3 brothers and sisters of the Tang family gather together. The elders of the Haoshan sect really have nothing to say about Tang Hao's reason. It is a normal human nature to come back to pay homage to the deceased father. His home is here. Even though he was kicked out of the house, his son's identity is still there, and his bloodline is placed there. The great elder is not inhumane, and Tang Hao is also a titled Douluo. Being expelled from the sect is nothing, and he can return again. Tang Hao, you have such filial piety, and I am not unkind. Let the sect leader arrange this love. He still expressed his attitude, and the other elders were not able to refute it anymore. If even this small request cannot be met, the energy of Haoshan sect must be settled. Tang Hao was very moved by the great elder's words. The current Haoshan sect has several more titled Douluo than before, and this lineup can be said to be quite luxurious. It is the most powerful force with titles from Douluo outside the Martial Soul Hall. He said gratefully, thank you, the elder. Amon also said, thank you, the elder. After saying that, the elder turned around and prepared to leave. He looked at Tang Xiao sideways and said, please arrange the matters for the rest yourself. Leave this sentence, and he left directly. Tang Lai glanced at Tang Hao more when he left, but said nothing. Tang Xiao looked around at the disciples of other sects surrounding him and said, let's retreat. The disciples surrounding the square began to leave quickly. After they left, Tang Yuehua also came here with Tang San and Qian Pengzhu. She looked at Tang Hao and said, "It's been a long time since I saw you, second brother." Tang Hao smiled, "Little sister." Tang San hurriedly came to Tang Hao and his wife and looked at them with some excitement. "Dad. Mother." Tang Hao patted his shoulder and looked at him gently. "You've done a good job, wait until you sit down and talk about it." Amon showed kindness and looked at Tang San with a smile, "Miss San, you have grown up so old." Tang San nodded with tears in his eyes, "Well, Mom." Tang Xiao looked at this warm moment, his eyes were filled with tears and his eyes were slightly red. He said, "This is not a place to talk, come with me." Tang Yuehua also smiled and said, "Brother said that if you have something to do, you will talk about it in detail." Then, under the leadership of Tang Xiao, the group entered the Haoshan sect. About 10 minutes later, the group arrived at the courtyard where Tang Xiao lived. Tang Xiao glanced at the courtyard not far away and smiled, "Although you have not been in the sect for many years, I have been cleaning your residence. Let's talk in the house first, let me add some daily necessities to your house." He looked at Tang Long beside him and ordered, "Go and add some daily necessities to your second uncle's room, and I'll give you a day off tomorrow." "Okay." Tang Long was as happy as a 30-year-old child, and then he went to the sect's logistics office with a mercy. Tang Xiao. After entering the house, Tang Xiao, Tang Hao, Tang Yuehua and Amon sat down one after another, and Tang San and Qian Pengzhi stood behind their respective parents. Tang Hao asked first, "You suddenly returned to the sect this time, not just to see your father?" Tang Hao sighed, which was considered to be his words. "The mistake I made back then was too big, and the elders of the sect would definitely put this dissatisfaction on the mistress. I returned to the sect immediately after I recovered, just to give the little three some pressure." He returned to Haoshan sect to support Tang San so that he could successfully recognize his ancestors and return to his ancestors. As for whether you have the opportunity to return to the sect, that is not very important. No matter whether he is in Haoshan sect or not, his Tang Hao's heart will always be on the sect. Even if you don't come, I will let the mistress successfully complete the ceremony of recognizing the ancestors. As a contemporary second-generation disciple of Haoshan sect, I, as the sect leader, naturally cannot let him wander outside the section. Tang Xiao's initial attitude was like this. Since Tang Hao was here, he also expressed his thoughts. His brother, who was the elder brother, could not stop the situation from deteriorating, and he did not want his nephew to become a catharsis point for other people in the sect. "Brother, it's all my fault, which makes you embarrassed." Tang Hao looked at Tang Xiao with a trace of apology flashed in his eyes. He was so nice to his brother and sister. "You and my brother have always been one and don't have to see each other like this." Tang Xiao waved his hand at him, indicating that this was all he should do. Tang Yuehua looked at Tang Hao and said, "Second brother, this time I return to the sect and hope that the elders can make the assessment less harsh. Now you are here too. For the sake of our brother and sister, the elders should not make things too difficult for the mistress." Tang Xiao recognized her words. The strength of the three brothers and sisters is all top-notch in Haoshan sect. If you want to target Tang San, you have to think carefully. Besides, Tang San's mother's strength is comparable to title Douluo, which is also a great combat power. With this confidence, Elder Zhu Wei did not dare to be too harsh on Tang San's recognizing his ancestors on the face. Tang San was very moved when he heard their conversation. "It feels great to have elders' support behind me." In the Tang sect in his previous life, he fought alone. The old man Tang, who adopted him, was just a gatekeeper in the outer library. After his death, he was no longer in his heart and ventured into the inner sect to learn Xiantian Bailu. Later, he took the initiative to reveal that the 7 elders of the Tang sect came to chase him at the same time. "Although the feeling of fighting alone is exciting, I feel lonely in my heart." Tang San said firmly in a tone, "Uncle, Dad, Aunt, I will definitely do my best to tomorrow's assessment and will not disappoint you." Hearing this, Tang Xiao smiled and said, "Misery, your first martial soul is not the Haoshan hammer. When facing other disciples, you should be careful. The innate martial soul advantage of Haoshan hammer is stronger than that of the ghost vine, and the weak control is nothing to them. Tang Sanzan still has certain disadvantages when he faces them." After hearing my uncle's advice, Tang Shan didn't care. He is not worried about this when practicing Xiantian Gong, and after special training, his practical ability is very strong. Any accidents will occur in the battle, and no one can guarantee that they can win steadily. "Uncle, I have obtained the realm of the god of killing." In order to reassure Tang Xiao, he still revealed some training content. What? Tang Xiao Tang stood up and looked at him in shock. Then he set his eyes on Tang Hao, second brother, did you really send him to that place? Tang Hao nodded, after special training, I sent him. He didn't disappoint my expectations, and he came out of that place in 2 years. After listening to Tang Hao's story, the big stone in Tang Xiao's heart finally landed on the ground. The conditions for being able to come out of the city of killing are very excellent in all aspects. Okay, then I'll look forward to your performance tomorrow. He looked at Tang San with great satisfaction, looking pleased. Qian Peng, who was standing beside him, raised his eyes and the 4 words killing God realm made him very curious. Where is that city of killing? Why can soul masters obtain fields by passing the so-called assessment? The new questions made him feel a little itchy and he was eager to understand these things. Chapter 295 Qinyu City solves doubts, Qian Pengzhu wants to go to the capital of killing. Tang Yuehua seemed to notice something was wrong with Qian Pengzhu and looked back at him. Xiaozhu, is your time to practice? She naturally saw the expression in Qian Pengzhu's eyes and guessed his doubts and curiosity. Mom, my training task today has not been completed yet, so... Qian Pengzhu naturally followed the slope. Although they were all their elders, they were disciples of Haoshan sect after all, and they could not slacken in their practice. Tang Hao, the second uncle, naturally understood his own thoughts. He was right, and Tang Hao spoke as soon as he finished speaking. Xiaozhu has the power of the Soul Emperor at a young age, which shows that he is very concerned about cultivation. You don't have to let your cultivation plan be shelved just because we are here. If you want to go, you or my second uncle supports you. He was also amazed at his nephew's talent. The 16-year-old Soul Emperor can be said to be a unique existence in the entire continent. He has never slacked off in his practice, just like him back then. He dared not relax at all in the sect, which led to the name of Haoshan Douluo later. As my aunt, Amon also said, first complete the cultivation task, we will wait for you here. Tang Xiao also said, you kid, we are all our own family, so you don't have to be too reserved. Then uncle, and second aunt, I'll leave first. Qian Peng bowed, then turned and left. Tang Xiao shook his head and smiled and said, this child. Tang Hao looked at him and smiled, the sect has produced a good seedling, it's really the next wave that pushes the previous wave. He then looked at Tang Yuehua, where is the child's father? Tang Yuehua showed a hint of bitterness when she heard this, we met each other by chance. After that incident, he left behind a magical pill and a book, and then disappeared. From that day, I was able to practice, and my martial soul turned into the Haoshan hammer again. This acting was also vivid, Tang Xiao sighed, while Tang Hao looked angry. He snorted coldly, humph. Don't let me see him, otherwise you must teach him a lesson. Although Tang Yuehua re-educated and achieved the title Douluo, and his son was outstanding in talent, it is unforgivable that the man had abandoned him at all times. Qian Yuchen, who was watching the show in the sky, was so angry that he was laughed at Tang Yuehua's scene. Humph, I dare to arrange it like this, let's see how you can make you look good at night. After he said that, he turned his gaze on Qian Pengzhu, who was leaving superior. You kid should be interested in the realm of the god of killing, so I will be a good answerer again. If he also wants to go to the capital of killing, then it will be a good time to arrange for him to meet Tang Chen. In this way, let him take Tang Chen out and take him to the Sea God Island again, that would be considered an adult beauty. In the end, let Tang Chen return to the sect, Pengzhu will make great contributions and the position of heir will be stable. He thought about it carefully and felt that this matter was a big deal. If Qian Pengzhu does this, the entire Haoshan sect will definitely support it with all his strength. Even if Tang Xiao's heart is a little biased towards Tang San, then the situation is not to be violated. I am such a good father, and I will do my best to think about my son's future. Soon, he followed Qian Pengzhu to the place where he usually practiced. In front of the waterfall, a round stone was washed by running water below. This is the place to practice, it is very similar to the place that Tang Hao found for Tang San. Qian Yuchen shouted lightly and then appeared. Who? Qian Pengzhu looked back vigilantly and summoned the Haoshan hammer and held it in his hand. However, when he saw that it was Qinyu City, he put away his martial soul. He said happily, Dad, why are you here? I came from secretly, no one in Haoshan sect knows. Even your mother, I don't know that I'm here. Qian Yuchen said with a smile. Qian Pengzhi was a little confused. Then what are you doing here? Are you not afraid of your identity being exposed? You kid, after hearing the inner killing realm, did you feel a little moved? As soon as Qian Yuchen said this, Qian Pengzhi knew what he was doing. He scratched his head. No one knows his son is better than his father. This really makes sense. Dad, you are so awesome, hee. Then, he took Qian Yuchen to his usual resting place. The father and son simply sat cross-legged on the grass, and Qian Yuchen spoke first. The realm of killing God is a field skill that countless soul masters dream of, and is an existence that is even higher than soul skills. A soul master with a domain can suppress the enemy during battle. Qian Pengzhi heard this basic theory in the collection of the Wuhun Hall. Qian Yuchen's story continues. This killing God domain is condensed from extremely huge murderous aura, and it is a growing field. It will grow as the martial soul grows, and its attributes will become stronger. After saying this, Qian Peng's eyes lit up instantly. Dad, this killing God realm can actually grow, isn't that? He is really moved by this thing. Who can reject a growing field skill? Qian Yuchen saw his expression and smiled, saying again, do you know what the premise for obtaining it? Qian Pengzhi said what he had just heard. It seems I'm going to the place where the capital of killing is. The city of killing is a gathering place for a group of fallen soul masters. What kind of test do you think it will pass? The first time you saw Tang San, what is his condition? Qian Yuchen asked again. After hearing his words, Qian Pengzhi thought of the strong murderous aura on the other party's body for the first time he met Tang San. Does we have to continue to kill people in that place? He said with some uncertainty. Yes, the city of killing is born for killing. By passing the test, you can obtain the realm of the god of killing. Qian Yuchen gave him a definite answer, which made Qian Pengzhi's face change slightly. The blood he has seen so far in practicing is still the blood of the soul beast. As for the soul master or human, he has never met the evil soul master in the mouth of his elders so far. Why are you afraid? How is this possible? They are all fallen people and are of the same level as soul beasts. I will not have any psychological burden to kill them. Qian Pengzhi shook his head repeatedly, and he still had the basic concept of good and evil. His answer was quite satisfied with Qian Yuchen, so he said again. The city of killing is a place left by a god-level powerful man a long time ago. When entering that place, the soul master cannot use any soul skills. As strong as a titled Douluo, after entering, he is just an ordinary person with a slightly stronger soul power than others. If you want to survive there, you have to do whatever you want and have a high degree of vigilance. Qian Pengzhi is very confident in his strength. Even if he doesn't use his soul skills, he can kill a 100-year-old soul beast with his bare hands. If you insist on letting him get a weapon, of course it's just a hammer. If he holds a hammer in his hand, he will not be afraid of the 300-year-old soul beast. Then he can still go to the capital of killing, and those native chickens and dogs will naturally not be his opponents. It is a good thing to be confident, remember not to be proud and complacent. The easiest time a person can reveal his flaws is when he is about to achieve success. Qian Yuchen reminded that his son had never seen the darkest human nature, and could not understand why the capital of killing existed. Dad, I think I should understand what I lack in becoming a real strong man. Qian Pengzhi seemed to understand something, and his heart became more and more determined to go to the capital of killing. Go ahead and make a breakthrough. He said firmly, I have to go to the city of killing, there is something I lack. What Qian Yuchen wants is his attitude, so that he can tell him what he will do next. Okay, but you need to make some preparations before you go. Only you can complete the major event that concerns Haoshan sect when you are ready. These words made Qian Pengzhi a little confused. Dad, there are still important tasks. Qian Yuchen looked solemnly, looked at him seriously and said. After my investigation, Tang Chen, the old leader of Haoshan sect, is in the capital of killing. Your mission is to find him, and I will wait for you at the exit of the slaying capital. Chapter 296, Qian Yuchen passed on his achievements. Tang Hao was in the real home of Haoshan sect. Ah! Qian Pengzhi didn't react for a moment. The first sect leader of Haoshan sect was in the capital of killing? Great-grandfather Tang Chen, where is the place where the fallen people gather? I have investigated his last track of activity in private, and the last place is the city of killing. After he entered the capital of killing, he never came out again. Qian Yuchen explained. In the original work, Tang Chen is in the capital of killing, and the king of killing is him. But Jian Pengzhu needs to find this point himself, and he can give his son a hint at most. The sect admires this great-grandfather very much. It is said that if the old sect leader is still there, the Wuhun Palace will never dare to act rashly. Jian Pengzhu had never seen Tang Chen before, and he had heard a lot about his deeds in the sect. The unique skills he practiced in Haoshan were all practiced by Tang Chen, the old sect leader, who specially created for Haoshan hammer. Your great-grandfather is known as the three peerless fighting heroes in the world, together with your grandfather. The last one is a strong man in the ocean. When you take him out of the city of killing, you still need the help of this last strong man. Qian Yuchen said again. Dad, even if you are looking for great-grandfather, you have to give me some clues. The city of killing is so dangerous, and the situation is complicated. You don't want your son, I have any accidents inside, right? Jian Pengzhu smiled, and a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. You little brat! Qian Yuchen cursed angrily. This child is really itchy when he grows up, and he dares to speak like this to the labor and capitalist. I've thought of what you think of for you a long time ago. Come here. Looking at Jian Yuchen with a hint of anger, Jian Pengzhu did not dare to step forward. What are you doing when you stand there? Come here, I don't know how to eat people. Oh. Jian Peng raised his hand and walked to him, and Jian Yuchen reached out and pointed his eyebrows slightly. He reminded in time, hold your breath and concentrate, I will pass on you 2 skills now. Jian Pengzhu didn't move, feeling that there were some new memories in his mind. 1 minute later, Jian Yuchen withdrew his hand, took 2 steps back, and briefly told him about the contents of the 2 martial arts. The first skill is called the Tiangang Golden Bell Cover. You can practice under this waterfall every day. When you successfully practice to the 3rd level, you can go to the capital of killing. The second ritual is called Pure Yang Wuji Gong. When you practice soul power, you will have good results according to the formula. The disadvantage is that you need to maintain the body of a boy before you reach the 6th level. Jian Pengzhu nodded with satisfaction. These 2 skills were indeed very practical for him. The Tiangang Golden Bell Cover has a miraculous effect in tempering muscles and bones, which can increase his body by another strength. It is no exaggeration to say that when he reaches the 3rd level, he can tear apart soul beasts that have been less than 200 years with his bare hands. The arm strength of both hands can reach 5,000 kilograms, and you can use your martial soul as a weapon. To describe it in one word, it can only be a human-shaped beast. This pure Yang Wuji Gong, it should not be a problem to reach the 6th level with your talent in 3 years. The progress of the first 3 layers of the Tiangang Golden Bell Cover will be very fast, and it will slow down later. When you meet these 2 requirements, you can ask the sect leader to take you to the capital of killing. Jian Yuchen added another sentence, telling his son not to worry. I understand. Hastefulness in cultivation will not be achieved. I just feel that my physical strength has reached a bottleneck. Dad, your skills are coming too timely. Jian Pengzhu has arrangements for his cultivation and never felt that he was impatient in cultivation. That's good. I won't stay here for too long, so I'll leave first. Jian Yuchen nodded, and his body fluctuated and disappeared. Seeing him leave, Jian Pengzhu stood up and began to experiment with the cultivation method of the Tiangang Golden Bell Cover. He walked under the waterfall, took off his shirt, and began to use his mind to withstand the impact of the waterfall. On Tang San's side, their family came out of Tang Xiao's residence. The 20-meter courtyard next door is where Tang Hao lived, and this is also their home in Haoshan sect. Second brother, I have been watching your house. Aaron has replenished daily necessities, so I will disturb your family. Tang Xiao said happily. Brother, see you tonight. Tang Hao also smiled, and then took Amon and Tang San toward his home. When he arrived at his home, a trace of memories flashed in Tang Hao's eyes. I'm back. I don't know who he said this to. Tang San felt that his father was very happy. This feeling was like living with him. I saw it for the first time in years. After the 3 of them walked into the room, Tang Hao took the lead and said, you can live in the room on the left, and you can live in the room on the right and your mother. I'll make this arrangement tonight for the time being. As soon as you open your mouth, you will look like the head of the family. Well, no problem. Tang San was nothing, he didn't have much demands on where he lived. Tang Hao said again, go to check the room first and have dinner at your uncle's house tonight. After saying this, he took Amon into the room on the right. Tang San also walked into his room, looked at the brand new mattress on it, and thought of the scene when he first entered the Soul Master Academy. King Guyu, time flies so fast. I'm already 20 years old in the blink of an eye. Tang San sighed and quickly laid the bed. In the room on the right, Amon was making the bed, and Tang Hao stood in front of the window, with a hint of hesitation on his face. After Amon finished the bed, he looked up and saw the sad face on Tang Hao's face. What's wrong? Are you worried about the assessment of Xiao San tomorrow? Well, I wonder if the elders will change the content. The couple could guess what each other was thinking just by looking at each other. In order to prevent Tang San from hearing the private words of the couple, Amon also used his own domain to cover her and Tang Hao. It is an ironclad fact that this child recognizes his ancestors and returns to his hometown. Even if he is a soul in another world, his current identity is still our child. Other things we shouldn't be considered for the time being. She sighed, no one wanted this to happen. Maybe I'm worried about it. As for his current performance, he is a qualified child. It's a pity that he is not the child of you and me. Tang Hao shook his head, feeling that luck was a mess. The couple's experience back then can be said to be displaced, but unexpectedly, the child had been under the scheming of others. Amon walked to Tang Hao and held his hand. Is it a great thing now? Is our lives gradually getting better? Even I didn't expect to be able to recover my cultivation so quickly and return to you. It's a good thing maybe. Tang Hao smiled and patted his wife's hand gently. The couple stood in front of the window, quietly watching the sun slowly moving westward. Tang San sat cross-legged on the bed, adjusting his condition. Chapter 297 The assessment begins, the surprise brought by Tang San. Time flies very quickly, and Tang Xiao and his three brothers all rested early after dinner. For them, tomorrow is a wonderful moment, and it is crucial to maintain a good spirit. Tang San did not feel much excitement, but instead became more and more calm before the coming of the matter of recognizing his ancestors. After returning home, he sat cross-legged on the bed, and then took a rest after pursuing the three great Zhou Tian techniques. Tang Hao and Amon were lying on the bed, and after looking at each other, they hugged each other and rested. Tang Yuehua returned to the room and found that there were more people inside. She was a little surprised, but she didn't expect Jian Yuchen to appear in his room. Why are you here? Are you not afraid of them discovering it? Jian Yuchen turned around and looked at her with a smile on his face. Don't you know my abilities yet? As long as I don't want to show up deliberately, they can't find it. Tang Yuehua looked at his smile and always felt that he had any unfriendly thoughts towards him. Did you go to see Zaiju during the day? Based on her understanding of Qunyu City, this time she was definitely the kind of person who would not enter the Three Treasures Hall without any trouble. When he came to Haoshan Sect, he didn't see him immediately, so he was going to see the child. That brat is interested in the city of killing. As his dad, I naturally have to think about him. Ah! Tang Yuehua was a little puzzled. Logically speaking, Jian Pengzhu's current strength is just a icing on the cake. There is no special situation, there is really no need to go to that place to take risks. She also heard of the capital of killing, which was a gathering place for a group of fallen people. He has achieved a small success in his body training now, and his soul power level has reached the Soul Emperor. Even if he can't use his soul skills in that place, he is like a walking beast. She really didn't understand why Jian Pengzhu wanted to go to this place. Jian Yuchen smiled slightly, and Tang Yuehua was shocked by what he said. Let me reveal some news to you, the place where your grandfather disappeared in the capital of killing. What? Grandpa is in the capital of killing? Tang Yuehua looked at him in disbelief, wanting to verify the authenticity of this information. When did I lie to you? This is also the reason why I agree to him go to the capital of killing. Jian Yuchen said again. Tang Yuehua originally wanted to ask something more, but Jian Yuchen walked to her side and smiled out of the corner of her mouth. I just knew you were not at ease. Although she was complaining in her heart, her body was still very cooperative. After not seeing each other for a long time, she missed Yuchen very much. The next day, after the first ray of morning light rose, the Haoshan sect gradually became lively. There are no more in the small square. The young disciple began to act. The square was quickly divided into several areas, including the elder seats and the audience seats. After breakfast time, all the direct disciples of Haoshan sect came to the square. Except for those who purchase and do business outside, all direct disciples have come. Tang Hao did not come to the scene. After all, he did not come as a disciple of Haoshan sect. After he gave Tang San some advice, he took his wife to his father's cemetery. Is it really good if we don't go to the mistress's ceremony? Amon walked on the way to the cemetery and asked as he looked at Tang Hao in front of him. My identity is no longer a disciple of Haoshan sect, and I will not comply with the rules for this matter. But they know that I'm here, so they will naturally not embarrass the mistress. Tang Hao turned around and looked at her and said. Haoshan sect always respects the strong. With him supporting Tang San, Tang Xiao and Tang Yuehua are there, Tang San has nothing to worry about. On the other side, Tang San had already prepared. He stood in the middle of the square and looked at Tang Xiao and the 8 elders in front of him calmly. The 5th elder stood up and looked at the noisy square, and sternly said, silent. He picked up the manuscript in his hand and began to say, Tang San, the son of Tang Hao, joined the sect today. After discussion, we agreed to recognize his ancestors and return to his ancestors. However, Tang Hao's crime is serious. Tang San's entry into the sect needs to pass the assessment and be recognized by all disciples. I have said a lot, and the core is just one sentence. If Tang San wants to recognize his ancestors and return to his ancestors, he must accept the assessment formulated by Haoshan sect. Tang San stepped forward and said firmly, Tang San is willing to accept the assessment of the sect and will definitely do his best to become a member of the Haoshan sect. After saying that, his breath no longer conceals. Soul Emperor Realm. 6 soul rings flashed by, shocking the other disciples of Haoshan sect. When they thought of the only direct disciples who could match them, Qian Pengzhi was the only one who could compare with them. After Tang San showed his cultivation level, he knelt down directly. Finally, my father felt guilty towards the sect. Tang San was willing to contribute his strength to the Haoshan sect in the future. After saying that, he kowtowed 3 times to the sect leader and the 8 elders. When he looked up, blood was already on his forehead. With his toughness in his skin, it is obvious that he can have such damage because he exerted abnormal force. A hint of unbearableness flashed through Tang Xiao's heart, God will make people. There was not much turbulence on the 5th elder's face, as if all this was right. He looked at Tang San with a calm expression and said, Tang San, get up, face your first assessment first. Thank you the 5th elder. Tang San stood up and bowed. The 5th elder then set his eyes on the group of people on the left side of the square. Where is Tang Hu? After his words finished, a strong man with a strong figure and looking about 40 years old walked out of the crowd. Disciple is here. When he walked out of the crowd, the 3 generations of disciples made way for themselves and saw his position in the sect. Tang Hu walked calmly to a distance of 2 meters away from Tang San, holding his fists with both hands. Tang Hu, Wushun Haoshan Hammer, level 64 strong attack on the Soul Emperor. Tang San also replied, Tang San, Martial Soul Ghost Vine, level 63 control Soul Emperor. After his introduction, some disciples did not understand why the martial soul was not Haoshan Hammer. A trace of surprise flashed in Tang Hu's eyes. Looking at his young face, he said curiously, Brother Tang San, how old are you? Tang San smiled and said lightly, I am 20 years old this year. Hiss. Tang Hu and other disciples took a breath. The 20-year-old Soul Emperor was only one of them in Haoshan sect who was better than him. This Tang San's talent is even stronger than the Haoshan Douluo in the past. The other elders were also briefly surprised and quickly returned to normal. The assessment begins. At the command of the 5th elder, the momentum of Tang San and Tang Hu changed instantly. Tang San dared not be careless at all. The moment he saw Tang Hu, he knew that the strong man in front of him was not an ordinary person. The ability to remain calm from beginning to end shows that he can control his emotions well, and such an opponent is difficult to deal with. Tang Hu didn't dare to underestimate Tang San either. The black light shone on his body and his aura became solid. In the rich black light, the black Haoshan hammer, whose handle was about 3 meters long and whose head was as big as a bucket, appeared in his right hand with a thick black light. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black, and 6 soul rings are arranged neatly and orderly on the Haoshan hammer. Haoshan hammered in his hand, and his temperament changed immediately. Now it was like solid granite, standing there without any flaws. Tang San also released his martial soul, and the Ghost Vine Emperor appeared out of thin air in his right hand like a long whip. Under the sunlight, the blood-colored lines look a little weird. When the disciples of Haoshan sect saw that his martial soul was really not Haoshan hammer, they were confused. Tang Xiao looked at his disciples and said, There are only a very small number of people on the mainland who have double martial souls, and Tang San is exactly this very small number of people. Tang San is the first twin martial soul owner in my Haoshan sect in a century. As soon as the words twin martial spirit were released, the audience became quiet in an instant. Quietness is inaudible. Chapter 298, Beating Tang Hu. The term twin martial soul is only mentioned slightly in the Haoshan sect. After all, the main martial souls in the sect are the Haoshan hammer. In their perception, Haoshan hammer it is the best martial soul in the world, and no martial soul can be compared with the Haoshan hammer. Those older disciples still have an understanding of twin martial souls. If cultivation can be improved through hard work and luck, the twin martial souls are talented and unique talents. Tang San saw that his eyes were not right from other disciples of the sect, so he adjusted his figure and put away the ghost vine. He stretched out his left hand again, and a black light flashed, and the Haoshan hammer appeared in his palm. As soon as the Haoshan hammer was released, it directly dispelled the doubts in the hearts of others. The competition continues. The fifth elder said again. Tang San's martial soul was replaced by the ghost vine again, and 2 yellow, 1 purple, 3 black, and 6 soul rings circling out. Be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4th soul ring on his body lit up. There was no warning, 12 grey-black ghost vines with blood-colored patterns soared into the sky around Tang Hu's body. The 4th soul skill of the Ghost Vine Emperor, the Ghost Vine Cage. When the cage took shape instantly, countless tiny vines had grown from the ghost vines and pierced Tang Hu's body. Ha! Tang Hu roared, and the Haoshan hammer in his hand hit the ghost vine cage. The vine that stabbed him with a bang was broken, but to his surprise, the solid ghost vine cage did not change at all. Tang Hu's Haoshan hammer has weighed more than 1,000 pounds, and coupled with his own soul power, the power contained in this seemingly ordinary blow is already 2,000 pounds. He cannot break the cage in front of him for the time being. What Tang Hu didn't know was that the second awakening of the ghost vine in Tangshan evolved into the whole evolution of the ghost vine emperor. The cage in front of you is the power that the Ghost Vine Emperor can truly show. With the skills of the 10,000 years of Soul Ring, how could this Ghost Vine cage be so easily broken through? Tang San raised his hands again and pointed at the direction where Tang Hu was. He clearly knew that just limiting his opponent was obviously not enough to win. Tang Hu is strong, even with the increase in his own field. On his right, ghost vines wrapped around his arms. Each vine is as thick as a thumb and quickly coils it, instantly wrapping Tang San's arm. At the same time, the 5th soul ring on Tang San's body shines with the black light from the 5th soul ring condensed by the Ghost Vine King. This is the first time Tang San has used his 5th soul skill. As the black soul ring shines, the Ghost Vine Emperor realm released by Tang San suddenly increased. Circles of grey-black halos surging all over his body, and the wrapped arm instantly turned blood-grey. Is that a domain mutation? A hint of doubt flashed in Tang Xiao's eyes. But this situation is a bit different from what he learned. The action made by Tang San is a bit special. This is not a mutation of martial souls, but Tang San is a special way of expressing martial souls. His 5th soul skill is condensed from the energy of many ghost vines, and the 5th soul skill is also the most compatible with the domain. The power of the two is extremely terrifying, and it is definitely not as simple as ordinary 10,000-year soul skills. By the way, in addition to his 5th soul skill, other soul skills can basically be instantly fired. Tang San's face became extremely serious, and he was obviously unable to control the power of this soul skill. People around the world may not feel this power, but Tang Hu deeply felt the strong sense of oppression. Trapped in the cage, he found that the pressure conveyed by Tang San made him difficult to breathe. The sharp aura at the front of the grey-black light seemed to be able to penetrate everything. Even his Haoshan hammer could not completely block the threat brought by this black light. I'm really suffering. Tang Hu complained in his heart, and his hands kept moving. If you don't use all your strength at this time, it will be dangerous. The 5th soul ring on his body lit up, and the Haoshan hammer in his hand instantly shone black light, and a dark purple pattern spread out from the hammer, and even his eyes turned purple. At this moment, he seemed to be integrated with Haoshan hammer and there was no other difference. Boom! Tang Hu's unreserved attack suddenly bombarded the Ghost Vine cage. The huge explosion force caused the grey and black light to soar into the sky. Tang Hu groaned, and Tang San, who was condensing his soul power, shook his body slightly. His face turned pale. This was the first time he had come into contact with the domineering behavior of Haoshan hammer. The world's #1 martial soul is indeed well known. Tang San was secretly surprised. If he had not cut off the connection with the ghost vine cage in time, the soul power caused by the collision of martial souls between the two sides would have exploded, he might have been injured. Tang Hu took advantage of this impact and his whole body was already rising in the air. He was like a purple tiger, his body rotated and his hands swung like lightning. The hammering method of the cloak. Tang San is also very familiar with this unique skill of Haoshan sect. The way to stop it is to prevent it from being able to display it. He took a step back with his left foot and squatted down slightly. With the explosive force of his right leg, he jumped up and headed straight for Tang Hu, who was using the hammering technique of the chaos of cloak. It was like using soul power directly to me at this time, it was like a mantis arm to be a chariot. Tang Hu sighed and understood Tang San a little. After all, I am not a disciple of Haoshan sect, and I am a chaotic cloak hammer. It is normal not to understand the law. Once his cloak hammering technique is more than half completed, Tang San will undoubtedly lose. Unfortunately, what he didn't know was that Tang San was messing with the cloak and had worked hard on the hammering method. His father, Tang Hao, was once the most outstanding disciple of Haoshan sect. How could he not know the importance of the chaos cloak hammer method to Haoshan hammer? Under Tang Hao's guidance, Tang San's chaotic cloak hammer technique is definitely not inferior to his peers. What's more, Tang San had long expected that he would use the cloak hammer technique, and all the direction of the battle was as expected. What he was waiting for was this opportunity, an opportunity to let the other party use the chaos cloak hammer technique. Tang Yuehua, sitting in the elder's seat, had already seen the outcome of the battle. Tang San, this kid, had already calculated everything before the start of the battle, and his mind was really meticulous. As the saying goes, know your opponent and yourself, and you will win every battle. Tang San knew the battle method of Haoshan hammer very well, so he naturally thought of how to crack the chaos cloak hammer. If he is also the Haoshan hammer martial soul, there may be some difficulties. But the route he took at the beginning was the control system, and the biggest feature of his fighting style was control. A black light flashed, and Tang Hu felt his whole body tightening, accompanied by severe pain. Especially the two arms, it feels more painful, like tearing. The second soul skill of the Ghost Vine Emperor, Blood Shadow Parasitism. When the Ghost Vine cage was released at the beginning, Tang San had already used the parasite. Under his control, as long as the opponent planted grass seeds, parasites could be activated at any time. The winner has been decided, there is no need to continue fighting. Tang Yuehua used his soul power to pass on his voice to Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao glanced sideways and nodded. The other elders had already seen the result, and naturally looked calm. The fifth elder took a step forward and announced the result. Tang San won the first round of competition. When this result fell, Tang San turned the original attacking skill of his right arm to the other side. A long spear of blood-colored lines flew out, and disappeared after passing through the air. Tang Hu looked a little embarrassed, with a pale face, gasping heavily, and blood leaking out of his hands. Is it okay? Tang San walked up to him and asked. It's okay, just a little skin injury. Tang Hu forced a smile. Tang San took out a pill from his soul-removing guide and handed it over. This is the hemostatic pill I have refined. Your wound will soon be scabbed if you don't need it. Thank you. Tang Hu was not polite, so he took it and took it. The effect is indeed amazing. The wounds on his arms have stopped bleeding. Tang Hao glanced at Tang San with relief, and did a very good job in this. Chapter 299 Forging Technique Assessment. Through the battle with Tang Hu, the elders have discovered that Tang San's talent is just slightly inferior to Jian Pengzhu. Among the disciples of the same generation, there is no more right. But the assessment has not yet ended, so Tang San still needs to go through several rounds of challenges. The elders also discovered through the traces of Tang San's battle that he had practiced the hammering technique of the Chaos Cloak. Otherwise, he would not choose to prevent Tang Hu from using the Chaos Cloak hammer technique from that angle. Tang San's face was still very calm. The competition just now did not consume much of his soul power and spirit. He just showed a field, and such a battle was too simple compared to the city of killing. Before entering Haoshan sect, he expected many results, and this competition was also expected. Tang San, take a 10-minute break first. The next item involves a physical test. The fifth elder said again. Thank you, elder. Tang San did not refuse, and went directly to the edge to start resting and recovering. Tang Hao had already brought Amon to his father's tomb. Looking at the tombstone, he knelt down directly. Father, my son is unfilial and has not been with you at your last moment. Tang Hao's tone was a little choked, his eyes were red, and tears couldn't help but flow out. Amon also knelt beside him. Don't filial daughter-in-law, please pay homage to my father-in-law. Tang Hao felt guilty and felt that he was really not a qualified son. According to his father's original state, he could last at least 5 years. The serious injury to the Pope led to a feud with the Wuhun Palace, leaving Haoshan sect in danger. Maybe this incident caused me to be angry and finally failed to hold on for 5 years. Father, the mistress is very outstanding. Your grandson has a better talent than me back then. When he returns to Haoshan sect, he will definitely help Haoshan sect resound into the Soul Master world again. Tang Hao introduced Tang San to himself. Although his tone was a little choked, his face showed a hint of pride. He knew that Tang San's soul was not this world, but his body showed great potential, stronger than his father. Twin martial souls, such a rare chance of appearing on your children. Any parent would be very excited. Amon whispered softly, the soul power fluctuation has temporarily ended, and the mistress should have passed the first round of competition. Tang Hao adjusted his emotions and said, Miss San's practical ability is no worse than that of those disciples in the sect. As long as he doesn't meet Peng Ju, it's easy to say. The second round of competition. Amon wanted to speak but stopped. The second round of competition should be the assessment and forging technique. The disciples of Haoshan sect are also famous blacksmiths on the mainland. Tang Hao himself is the top player in the mainland. The magic craftsman can completely remove impurities in the metal without using soul power. This is also a compulsory course for disciples of Haoshan sect, which involves the use of Haoshan hammer martial soul. The unique skill of the Chaos Cloak Hammer is not only a combat technique, but also a life skill. The disciples of Haoshan sect who were expelled from the sect can live well with this technology. For example, join the Blacksmith Association and become a senior forge. When the mistress was studying at the Junior Soul Master Academy, she once beat the iron. He has been proficient in the hammering method of the cloak, and this assessment cannot be difficult for him. When Amon heard these words, his uneasiness calmed down. But I felt uncomfortable when I thought of such a young child going to the blacksmith shop. That's all the wind and frost of the past, we have to look to the future. Seeing that his wife's expression was not right, Tang Hao comforted him. He was decadent because of his wife, but he accidentally allowed Tang San to train and grow. And he was secretly protecting his safety. Zhao Wuji was taught a lesson when he bullies the young. Forging, this is a great test for physical strength. I hope the mistress can detect the mystery. After Tang Hao said this, he fell into silence again. 10 minutes passed, and the fifth elder issued another order. The second assessment is a competition of forging techniques. The disciples of Haoshan sect not only need combat abilities, but also basic life skills. Before the Haoshan sect was closed, half of the disciples were senior forging masters certified by the Blacksmith Association. Tang San, do you understand? Tang San stood straight and said, I understand. To be honest, he didn't know where his forging technology had reached. When he was 12 years old, he could use an ordinary iron hammer to cooperate with Xian Tiangong to swing out 9981 hammers to shoot out iron essence without any impurities. He is still confident in this second round of assessment. 2 disciples of Haoshan sect walked out of the crowd and said with a respectful tone, I have seen the fifth elder. Yet. The fifth elder nodded and said, take out the forging table and prepare for the second assessment. The 2 disciples set a distance of 5 meters and took out the forging platform from the storage soul guide. This forging table is specially designed for competition and is very convenient. By the way, Haoshan sect holds a forging competition every 3 years to test the forging level of disciples. After they took out the forging table, they returned to their position. The fifth elder glanced at the forging platform and was about to choose an opponent for Tang San. Tang Tian comes out. Tang Tian was the disciple who brought Tang San to the sect yesterday. He walked out of the crowd and watched the forging table feel a little hot. Obviously, this guy is a forging obsessive. Tang San looked at Tang Tian's thick arms and the calluses in his hands, and knew that he was a master of forging. Brother Tang San, I didn't expect that we could still compete on the same stage. Tang Tian said with a smile. He was grateful to Tang San for saving his life, but he would not give in to this competition. Tang San smiled and said, then please ask Brother Tang Tian for advice. The fifth elder waved his hands quickly, and 3 identical metal blocks containing impurities fell on the 2 forging platforms. These are 3 pieces of impurity metals. You need to remove the impurities in them within 3 incense sticks and turn them into pure iron essence. After he finished the competition requirements, an incense stick that could burn for an hour was inserted into the incense burner. After this competition, it was time to have lunch. Tang Tian scanned the metal. This was the material for the final of the forging competition, and he was secretly surprised. Are elders serious? He didn't know whether Tang San was proficient in forging, and he had to be very careful in the material for the forging final. 3 incense sticks, use it with all your strength. Tang Tian, who had thoughts in his heart, used his soul power to start to rise. A purple light flashed in Tang San's eyes, and the basic structure of the 3 pieces of materials was also seen. The strength of these 3 pieces of materials is enough to create a peacock feather, and the forging procedure is indeed complicated. He also used his soul power and began to rise the fire, intending to temper the largest piece of metal on the left first. Tang Xiao was a little surprised when he looked at the movements of the two, especially Tang San's skillful movements. Miss 3 has learned the art of forging. Chapter 300, Superb Forging, Tang San wins again. With the blessing of soul power, the forging furnace fire has reached a high temperature of thousands of degrees in 20 minutes. For the two of them, this forging technique is the reasonable distribution of physical strength and soul power. Only by reasonably distributing soul and physical strength can the impurities in the 3 metal materials be removed within the specified time. If a lot of soul power is consumed during the heating furnace stage, it will appear to be weak in the subsequent forging when using the chaos cloak hammer technique. On the contrary, if the heating speed is too slow, this will lead to insufficient forging time. Tang Tian knows this kind of assessment very well. Therefore, after the assessment begins, your own casting process has been started in an orderly manner. What is shocking is that Tang San actually had the same way as him. The two of them heated the fire for no time, and the materials they held were all the same piece. Tang Xiao looked at Tang San with satisfaction and used his soul power to send a message to Tang Yuehua, "Little sister, the mistress seems to have been in contact with forging. Could it be that his second brother has also trained him in this regard?" After observing Tang San's actions, Tang Yuehua found that there was still a difference from Tang Tian. She responded, "Miss San's movements are quite immature, and it is obvious that he has not been exposed to forging for too long." Tang Xiao observed it carefully and found that it was indeed as she said. Tang San's movements were quite awkward, obviously he had not been exposed to forging techniques for a long time. However, every hammer he hit the right position accurately, and the impurities in the metal were also cleaned up bit by bit. The other elders were also a little surprised to see Tang San's movements. He had actually been exposed to the forging technique. Has this Tang Hao been trained for Tang San? I didn't expect that he actually guessed the procedure we were going to assess. A hint of surprise flashed in Tang Lai's eyes, and he had guessed the final result of this assessment. Tang Hao's casting level was even better than the old guys at that time. He was promoted to the 3 great masters of the mainland at the age of 35. Tang San received his guidance and may be stronger than Tang Tian in forging techniques. The great elders seemed to have noticed his abnormality and used his soul power to transmit a voice, "Old Qi, Tang San's recognition of his ancestors has basically been confirmed. I will ask Tang Hao to give you an explanation for what happened back then." The great elder understood that Tang Lai's mood was complicated, and he must be the one who hated Tang Hao the most in Haoshan sect. His son died in the conflict between Haoshan sect and the Wuhun Hall. Even the other person could not accept the pain of sending black hair. His grandson's talent was also ordinary, which completely shattered the expectation in his heart. If Jian Pengzhu hadn't come to Haoshan sect later, Tang Yuehua would have asked him to take good care of his children in the sect. Tang Lai may still have a strong hatred towards Tang Hao. Tang Lai's face was plain and he also sent a soul power message, "Brother, hatred will only blind me. The only small Jew I am looking forward to now successfully inheriting the position of sect leader." His words were sincere. He knew very well that if he needed guarantees in the future, he would need Jian Pengzhu's care. When Jian Pengzhu trusted the sect, he would have no regrets even if he died. The elder sighed, only sighing that fate was plaguing people. This is the name of the world's #1 sect, it's really not a good thing. The disciples in the audience below showed surprise on their faces. This Tang San's forging technique is not inferior to Brother Tian. Is this really a disciple of this sect who is wandering away? I am worthy of being the child of Haoshan Douluo. This talent is really terrifying. Why do I feel this guy Tang Tian is going to make a mistake? Don't be ambitious to others and destroy your own prestige. Those disciples with a cultivation level above the Soul King were whispering with their soul power. Tang Tian was also surprised to see Tang San's movements through Yu Guang. Brother Tang San can actually keep up with my progress. He is worthy of being the child of Haoshan Douluo. This situation did not disrupt his mood, but instead his movements became more steady and regular. Tang Tian was completely immersed in the forging, and there was nothing else except the hammer in his hand and the iron block in his eyes. Qinyu City was at a high altitude not far away, watching the forging competition below. Tang San really has two brushes. With the help of Ziji Demon Eye, he can accurately hit each hammer in the right position. Although they all use the cloak hammer technique, their techniques are a little unfamiliar. This wave of assessment is Tang San's last highlight. When he returns to Haoshan sect and prepares to establish his own Tang sect, the storm will be revived. He had already planned further actions for the rest. Tang San and Yu Xiaogang, the master and apprentice, wanted to see what they would do to force the other party into a desperate situation. Tang San's actions in the Haoshan sect were just the last highlights of his life. Qin Yuchen was very curious about whether Tang San would help him when he entered a desperate situation. He smiled a little. I'm a little waiting and seeing. The forging continues, and Tang San and Tang Tian completed the forging of the first piece of metal almost instantly. There was no hesitation at all and began to forge the next piece of metal. The second piece of metal chosen by the two of them was exactly the same, and they were once again devoted to the intense forging. 1/3 of the time has passed, and Tang San and Tang Tian's clothes are already wet with sweat. The temperature of the forging table has now reached thousands of degrees, and the two of them consume a lot of physical strength. But the movements on the two of them did not stop at all, and the rhythmic sound of forging was heard on the forging table. It is worthy of being the #1 sect in the world in the past. This body is indeed much stronger than other soul masters. Tang San has a basic understanding of the disciples of Haoshan sect and is called the #1 sect in the world, which is not without reason. Of course, the efforts behind this are unimaginable to ordinary people. Especially in the 2 years when his father asked him to practice the chaos cloak hammering technique, he knew how many difficulties he had encountered. But this process is something that every disciple of Haoshan sect must experience. The difference between him and other disciples is that he does not need to undergo forging training all day long. Good steel has always been forged after thousands of temperings. This is how the disciples of Haoshan sect are stronger than the same realm in the Soul Master world. 7 elders. I am very curious, who could complete this forging assessment first? After Tang San forged the first piece of metal, his movements were obviously much smoother and he had completely caught up with Tang Tian's rhythm. Viewed through subtleties, this is not Tang San's most extreme level. But Tang Tian has already shown all his strength, which is a verdict for the highest level. The last stick of incense burned halfway, and Tang San had already finished knocking the hammer. Elder, Tang San has completed the metal tempering. After he finished speaking, Tang Tian's voice also sounded. Elder, the disciple forging is over. He was 5 seconds slower than Tang San, which also meant that he lost to Tang San in the second round of assessment. The 5th elder looked at the two and announced the results of the forging competition. Tang San wins in the second round of assessment.